Welcome into the OBR streaming network. This is Draft Cave 2025. Let it begin, baby. We're ready to go. Let's go. My name is Brad Ward. This amazing crew with me, below me, big Casey Kinnaman. What's going on, Case dog?
If I can get this open, we're going to get it cracking, boys.
Let's get it cracking. We will do a spam bet reevaluation in a little bit with you. We'll talk about that. Next to me, the one and only Jeff Lloyd, host of Browns 3D. What's going on, Jeff? What do you got to say, man?
Look, I mean, this has been a culmination of 4 months, right? You know, we got to the point where it just ended diabolically, right? 3-14. Joe Flacco gives you a miracle by getting waxed by the Giants. Drew Lock encounter wins it for you. You find yourself to number 2 overall. Look, it's obviously we've already seen a move by Cleveland today. We're going to get into that. And you know, you're doing everything you can to wash away what was the worst. Just be simple, the worst trade in probably professional sports history. And you got to think that a day like today and the days after this is going to be hopefully what basically just takes that and rips it off the wall and begin to paint a new picture.
Very well said, as always. Down to my lower left, overseas, the one and only Jack Duffin in it for the long haul. What's going on, JD?
It sounds like dreams are going to be made true. The news is we're getting closer. Rather than all the children arguing Carter versus Hunter, Andrew Berry said, "Stop being children. I've got a solution." He's curing all the issues. That whole debate the other day on Garage Beers of Bradwell versus Jeff, we didn't need it. Andrew Berry's here to solve world issues. We've got to, once he solves this, the question is, does he go to Israel, Palestine first or Russia and Ukraine? Because this man is solving world issues.
Well said. Yeah, Andrew Berry, laser eyes in full effect for Jack Duffin right now. And Michael Keefe, what's going on, brother? You're muted.
There it is. I was under the impression we were here to talk about Evan Mobley winning Defensive Player of the Year. Are we here for something else?
Wrong chat.
Tight into.
Wrong chat, brother.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. It's finally here. I am excited for whatever goes down. I know right now the city of Cleveland, and Brad, I think you're going to transition right into this, but the city of Cleveland is up in arms with some of the news that's breaking at the beginning of this draft, and I am ready for just I'm Casey Kinnaman ready for what's about to go down. I am so excited.
So we already had one trade where the Browns flipped 3 picks in this year's draft with the Texans, a 5th in 2027 to get up to 166 this year, which I think is a good move. We talked before about the chasm between 104 and 179. They filled that somewhat. It's only, 12 picks or something like that, but they do get back in the 5th round where there is some value, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But the major thing going on right now is Mary Kay has put out that the Browns are in potential trade talks with Jacksonville at 5. We've been on this for a while. Lane and Brad, they are in talks with Jacksonville at 5. Let's just go around real quickly and get your guys' thoughts on the status of potentially trading down to 5, and what your thoughts are there. What would you expect that haul to be if that did come to fruition? I, for one, will say before I hand it off to Jeff here, it better well damn have a first round next year included in it. That's it. So, Jeff, you're up.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously what we have right now is speculation, obviously, and discussions. But you look at a team like Jacksonville, brand new head coach, first-time general manager who's coming over from the Los Angeles Rams. The Los Angeles Rams, who honestly have done a really nice job the last couple of years with the draft, but it has not involved high draft picks for the Rams. So certainly, there is a player here who's very much rumored to go number 2. He's been on record, him and Shador had that podcast that they did or whatever, and he always talked about how he played with the Jaguars and Madden. He's pretty much from Central Florida, which would be Jaguar country. Could it happen? We'll see. We know Andrew Berry, and look, we've never gotten the chance to see Andrew in this position. The first year, I guess it was 10. And then I think Greg Newsom was maybe like 16 or 17 or maybe a little bit higher. And for basically since the combine, Andrew Berry has basically been the team holding the number 1 pick. Combine ended. Everybody knew Tennessee was taking Ward. The flash went away from Tennessee, so to speak, because they basically were just set to go. So look, Andrew, we know he works the phones. The earlier trade today, and this is just kind of funny, like the anatomy of draft choices. Of the 8 picks the Browns currently have, 4 of them technically are their own. The other 4 were ones that were basically passed around this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. So this comes back here, so where the Browns are at. And we talked about the gap on Saturday. It was pick 104 to pick 179, 65 picks, which is essentially 2 rounds. It's not a huge jump up when you say from 179 essentially to 166. I know Jack Duffin's smiling over an extra 5th round pick 2 years from now, but hey, that's the way it works, man. You always want to be able to, make sure you have the stock each and every year. I really like this, I think, from the standpoint of, we talk about what they need, and we figure what 2 of the first 3 picks or what have we been talking about at number 2? We've been talking about a wide receiver, and we've been talking about a defensive end. So you got to figure either way, those guys are probably going to be addressed somewhat early in this draft. Quarterback, we all feel 33 is somewhat situated for that. You still obviously have tight end you want to look at. You still obviously have running back. I think that 166 puts you in a sweet spot if you want to go 2, maybe 2 running backs in this class. Maybe even, gets you up a little higher to an offensive lineman, certainly a tackle, because I don't know how right now offensive tackle could be in the top 104. That's just the way I see it. But it does get you right in the sweet spot of that 5th round. And again, you can maneuver from there. You can go back up again if you want. You can go back down. And it was kind of funny that the way it worked out, and everybody looks at it because everybody gets into the charts, right? Oh, well, the charts, everybody's got the same charts. And like, wow, this trade almost worked out absolutely perfect. No duh. One guy on the other end of the phone, the other guy on the other end of the phone, they're probably looking at the same 3 charts and saying, these deals, and when you're just trading straight draft picks, those deals usually are, they're consummated before the conversation even really gets going. You know what it takes to say, all right, well, it's this, this, and this for your this, this, and this. And okay, all right, let's do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done. Yeah, I'm glad they got that, Phil, that spot up there. I keep seeing in the chat, Browns are open for business. This has been reported for a couple days now that they're open for business at 2. Listen, the report the other day that they're answering calls at 2 and the Giants are answering calls at 3. Well, of course they are. I mean, that doesn't mean anything to me until there's something done here. I'm not freaking out over it because, of course, they're going to listen to calls. Because if somebody calls and offers you 2 1s or a 1 and a 2 this year or something like that, you have to have that conversation. Because ultimately, the question in all of this is how do you get your franchise quarterback? And that has to be asked every time a trade is put in front of you. So, Jack, give me your thoughts on, I know you've been a fan and an advocate of the trade down possibilities.
No, 2.
Tell me what
2 trade downs is what Jackson had.
2 trade, the double down from double down Duffin under here. And that could mean a number of different things if you want to get weird with it. But
Prentice shirt.
Yeah. Duffin, what are you thinking here as you're hearing rumors of a potential part 1 of your double down?
Yeah, so I think, what does this trade potentially look like? I've got it looking at pick 2 and pick 104, going to the Jags for pick 5, pick 36, and a 1st round pick next year. So you're talking about number 2 and a really early day 3 pick for 3 picks that are worst case scenario in the top 36. That is a significant pieces that you're putting around your roster. And I think that's just a no-brainer. You're not talking about you go beyond those first 2 rounds and the talent in any draft drops off. The first 2 rounds is generally where most of the starters in the NFL tend to come from. So that's premium stuff. So you're taking 3 premium picks for 1 premium pick. It's just no-brainer level sort of move for me. So I certainly make that move 100% of the time. I think it really is that simple. And people have such strong takes of how good a certain player is. And Andrew Berry spoke about it. I was listening to, I think it was on the React, where he basically said the closing statement was more or less, we'll find out in 3 years if these guys are any good. You just don't know about that with a draft. But if you've got 3 swings, and if we're talking about, hey, 3 swings in round 3 and round 4, it's a different debate. We're talking, probably 5, somewhere around the 16 next year and 36 this year. That is 3 very, very good shots at getting great players.
Yeah, and you don't,
Couldn't
guys,
agree
you don't
more.
know. You don't know what's going to happen at 5. You don't know what's going to happen. You presume Jacksonville comes up for Travis Hunter, but you still don't know what New York's going to do. I think everybody's making the assumption, but we were talking about it a little before we came on here that all of a sudden there's a little bit of noise being made that knowing what the Giants and what the Patriots are kind of rumored to be directionally wanting to do, there's a little bit of noise that other guy that the Browns have been eyeing this whole offseason, that other pass rusher could still be there at 5. And you got to think that inside the building, they've got a little bit of a better idea of what their cohorts around the league are kind of looking at. So, you just never know. But Jack, I'm with you, man. If you can get that kind of ransom, it feels insane, but it's something
it
people are
feels
talking
insane
about.
to say that. They can talk about all they want, but if Abdul Carter falls to 5, that's crazy talk. I can't imagine that happening. That just seems unrealistic to me. Go ahead, Jack.
I could see him sliding to 4, but they might just decide at 4, actually, we really, really need this tackle, and that's where we want to go. Crazy things have happened, but it's one where you're going to get a good talent there. And we've heard all about, how much difference between Ted McMillan and Travis Hunter at wide receiver is there? Well, if you're saying the difference of those 2 is a first-round pick and the 36th pick in the draft, I'm taking the extra 2 picks is probably going to turn out to be a better player.
And ultimately, I think that you're right, not even because of who's going to be the better player, but because of your ability to maybe get up and get a quarterback in what is going to be a class next year. Ultimately, this comes down to getting the quarterback, period, at some point in time. And if you're going to get ammunition to do that at a high level next year, then I have to consider it, or you have to have the conversation around it. For me, Casey, I'm coming to you now, but for me, when we've talked about this, there's 2 or 3 blue chip players in this class. You could probably call Genty one, Hunter, Carter, maybe Ward. After that, there's a drop off. How big is that drop off? I don't know. I mean, different people will tell you different. I heard a couple people talking. Was it McShay said the first tackle in this class would have been 4 or 5 in last year's class. The first quarterback would have been 4 or 5 in last year's class. The first running back or first wide receiver outside of Hunter would have been 4 or 5 in last year's class. So it's a weaker class. And then there's this kind of idea that there's a plateau from 6 or 7 to say 40-ish, where you're going to get a similar guy there that you could probably get around 40, which is kind of why everybody wants to go down. But coming down from the blue chip player to a non-blue chip player, you better be getting a haul, a huge offer, in my opinion, to do that. What do you think, Casey?
Well, I can't imagine, everyone has their plans if this goes chalk. So I'm sure the Patriots are talked into Will Campbell if everything's chalk, and the Giants take Abdul when it just unfolds that way. But the second Abdul starts to fall, I can't imagine the look that Vrabel is going to give the GM if Abdul Carter's sitting there.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no way he passes up on that. So then it becomes, what's your plan at 5? I don't feel comfortable trading out of a blue chip player this year, but you said it, and it is 100% true. Every move that you make has to be in mind with getting your franchise quarterback, whether that's this year, whether that's next year. So every move you make has to have that in mind. And this would do that. This would give you that extra ammo. If you get that, and I've said it the whole time, no matter what, I'm not entertaining anything unless it includes a first round next year. And on top of that, it's got to be a team that I can kind of envision having a shitty year next year. I need that first round pick to be worth something. And Jacksonville would fill that, would check that box for me.
Yeah.
How dare you say that about London's team?
Do they take the running back though in Gentry?
Who?
He's an old school, good old Vrabes. That could easily be a move they go for the Carter to slide. Because if it goes Sanders, Gentry, and then the Browns then do have Abdul Carter on the board. We're not talking about
but listen, I do want to bring us back. I want to bring us back for a minute into the world of non-overreaction for a minute.
We're not overreacting.
They haven't made it trade. No, not us. Cleveland in general. Because right now, the way everybody's talking, not you guys, but like Twitter and Browns World and all that, everybody's talking like the Browns they're trying to trade this pick. I don't think that's the case. James Palmer was just on saying he has heard that we're not going to find out whether they're going to make a move with the pick or not until they're on the clock. So this is not an imminent, hey, we're making a trade. They're just sitting here listening and having the conversations. Yeah. This is, if they sit there and take Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter at 2, but there's a lot of noise about them having conversations all the way throughout. This is exactly the way you want your GM to act. Mm-hmm. You want him to sit and listen until the final minute, because if somebody gets desperate and offers some kind of king's ransom, then you got a chance to take it. You don't want to close the door on anything. So I think we all just take a step back. We're not going to know for an hour or almost an hour on what the Browns are actually doing. But I like the fact that he's having the conversations. I want him to have the conversations, even if I really want Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter.
It would be organizational malpractice to not pick up that phone, to not hear what's coming on the other end. So yeah, that should surprise no one. I just watched draft day earlier today, so I've seen Sonny Weaver operate. You know what I mean? It's kind of giving those vibes right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think you're right, Mike. Your analysis is correct. You do. I mean, every GM in the league is going to listen if you're here, right? Like, you're going to listen to the offers. There is a price on everything. So you have to evaluate it. The Browns don't have the franchise quarterback, which makes it even more important to listen. Go ahead, Jack.
So I just want to touch on the trade that we do know has happened for the Browns. And that was the trading 2, 6th, for 7th. Here we go. Beautiful. Yeah, you're a beast. The key thing that caught my eye in this is one that I've written a couple of pieces on it, banged on about it, I think on Garage Beers, banged on about it, a show the other day. Getting rid of that 7th round pick is not just so Mike Keith can go to bed, but also because they want to be able to really focus on the UDFA market. And the trouble is, if you're that 7th round, team's already on the phone chatting to UDFAs, trying to finalize deals. And if you've still got a pick, you've got to explain to those UDFAs why you don't like them enough that you're going to use that pick on them. And that just creates that harder part of negotiations. The Browns aren't afraid to guarantee a lot of money for these guys. And it's not money that they're giving them and these players can walk away. It's all tied up in money that effectively you're just guaranteeing them a practice squad spot, either on the Browns or on another team. So the Browns don't feel too bad. If you think a player's good enough that he might make the 53-man roster, the chances are he will land on someone's practice squad. So they'll get that money back. And it's one that they want to free themselves up to do as much of that as possible. And that means they have to get rid of that 7th round pick. So I didn't think this was the way they were going to do it, but I've said there's no way they were going to enter sort of this halfway through the 7th round and have that pick. It needed to go early. And that's gone. So that for me is the more important part than any of the other stuff above it.
I agree. Any other thoughts on this draft while it's up here? Jeff, thoughts on this? You mentioned to me off the air, this feels like a running back area potentially coming up to 166.
Well, you have to keep in mind, this is a regime, and the way this front office is run is under the analytic lens. They didn't draft Nick Chubb, they inherited Nick Chubb. He was outstanding for them. That led to them extending Nick Chubb. It was foolish not to do it. He was so great to the organization. He was so talented. He was such a big part of the team, such a big part of the city. But ideally, the analytic approach to the running back would be, I'll have 4 guys, and collectively they would probably still make less than what a top of the line Nick Chubb would. And this is really the class to do that. At one point, I know there were some evaluators who had 32 draftable graded running backs for this class. So this screams, if you're an analytic franchise, how you want to build your running back room. You get 2 guys on, relatively cheap contracts at the running back position, and they're here for years. Maybe, if they turn out to be outstanding players, you certainly consider re-signing them. But the approach under analytics about the running back position is to just have a numerous amount of them.
Yeah, I think it was 2017 with Fournette, then McCaffrey. There was a ton of backs in that class, and I heard somebody say that 23 of those running backs went on day 3. That's remarkable in 2017. So a similar class here with a ton of running backs, and it'll be interesting to see how many of those guys, and for the Browns, I think this is important too, how many of those guys end up being UDFAs, and the Browns have always had a good strategy in the UDFA market. So even coming back, if it's for a 3rd guy in this super talented class, I think that's why you see the running back free agent market just absolutely come to a halt at this point with the amount of talent in this draft. You can be patient here and get a player that you really like in this draft. How quickly the elite guys come off the board will be interesting. Casey, where does that kind of tipping point fall for you on the running back in these running backs? Where's the guy, like the guy you got to get before or who's the guy you could be patient on?
I think 67 is the pick to eye with that. If you're looking at running back, it's going to be obviously Genty he's getting all the attention right now, but it's going to be like a hold, and then there's just going to be a run, and guys are going to start. There's going to be like an alley of 20 picks where you see 10 to 12 running backs go, and that could be the 3rd to 4th round. But if you're looking at 166, if someone like Devin Neal or Damian Martinez slides out of that group, that'd be a prime spot to snatch a quality back that has starting caliber upside. You know what I mean? And it's going to happen because of just the sheer number of it. So it's going to cause it to pause. Obviously, I think Caleb Johnson, Quinshawn, Travion, those guys are probably going in the 2nd round. One of them might get pushed to the 3rd though, just because of the number of them. So if you're going to 67 might be the earliest you would swing on one in this. And then there's going to be a group that falls, and they're going to make it to day 3. And there's going to be a similar run that happened in 2017. That's going to happen this year on day 3 with running backs, just the sheer number.
I think so too. So there are almost 2,000 of you here hanging out with us already. And we are a half hour before the actual draft starts. So hit like, hit subscribe. This is the Draft Cave 2025 presented by Core Home Fitness. Of course. Yep. Casey, massive. Been working. So seeing those games. Yes, exactly. So let's talk about this, gentlemen. So massive night in front of us here. The Browns.
Brad, we have Fred if you want to bring Fred in. I'm not sure if you wanted to do that.
Let's
I'm
bring
not
him
sure how
on
much
in.
limited he's going to be,
Bring him on in. Thank you very much
Hey, guys.
for letting me know. It's the one and only Fred Greetham, the legend. Fred, how we doing, sir? What do you know?
Hey, I had supper and settled in and out here in Berea. A lot of scuttlebutt. I mean, talking to a lot of different colleagues, and everybody's kind of getting this feeling that there's going to be a trade down, and I'm not really feeling it, but that's about, Kevin Stefanski has come in for the last 3 years and spent about an hour or so just off the record stuff. We didn't really talk football, but it's just good for him to come in and talk about, non-football things. But, when anybody tried to approach that, there was, no specifics. So, you would think if you're locked in at number 2, knowing that Ward's going to go to the Titans, that you could be a little bit more definitive, but he didn't go there. He did talk about Travis Hunter, about, what would you do? How would you work it? Playing both positions in your meeting rooms and so forth. But I really don't know what to believe. I'm like, if you're moving down to 5, you guys have probably been talking about this. I know Jack likes the trade down thing, but I don't know. Do you get a number 1 for next year out of this if they move down 3 spots?
You better.
Yeah.
And then you're
Better
going to
damn well
get a
one.
tackle?
Yeah.
You're going to get a
better
tackle?
get one.
That's what, it's like, I don't think the crowd at the Don't Stop Believing concert with Journey's going to be too excited, but I know that doesn't matter. But as far as, it's going to be interesting. I mean, pretty much have everything ready to go, and that will turn things upside down here. So, there's a lot of ESPN people, like national here, and so you feel like something's brewing because 2 or 3 of them just went outside, and they're tweeting back and forth, about something's happened with the Browns. I just saw one of them talking with Kevin after he came out of our meeting, so I wouldn't be surprised anything here happens unless they're just holding out to see if somebody just goes at the last minute. All right, we'll give you whatever, that type of thing. So it tells me that they're not sold then on taking Hunter or Carter if they're willing to trade them, or lose the opportunity to get them for a future pick. So.
Well, the one thing I would just say is I think you have to listen to the offer. You're not doing your job if you
Oh,
don't pick up the phone and listen.
Well, the other thing I was thinking, people ask me, I said, sure, you got to listen because that's where you can get intel maybe on what they're thinking. So who do you want? I mean, who are you looking at? Because they're going to ask those questions, this is a guy that we don't want or this and that. And there's going to be those type of questions. So I think you do have to. And if somebody says, hey, Mike Ditka's out there saying, we'll give you the entire draft, then you go, all right, go ahead and take Smoke Dope and Ricky Williams. So
How do you feel about getting rid of 255, Fred?
What's that?
How do you feel about him getting rid of that 7th rounder? I know that's been on your radar.
Unfortunate. Yeah, that's good. That's always good. In fact, another 6th round, I think, got gone. Right now, it's going to be Brad Stainbrook's problem, I think, because I have to go up to Rochester, New York, and MC a banquet that never is supposed to be on that weekend, but I didn't know it because of Easter. They moved it back, and I didn't know it. But I'm going to talk to Cedric Tillman up there, so that'll be good. Should be able to get a one-on-one with him. So anyway. Yeah, I mean, anything you can get. I only really pay attention. Those 6th, 7th are always important, but, this is really where the name recognition guys, that you expect to really help your team and impact your team this year. As far as rookies, so many times rookies don't make that big of at certain positions. So hopefully the Browns get guys that can help them this year, and I think running back's one of those, and hopefully they hit on them. I mean, I've been in this thing so many years, and at the time you think, wow, they all think they come out of it with a home run, and then you look 2-3 years down the road, or sometimes not even going that long, and you go, wow, that was a big letdown. I mean, when you look at 37 first-round picks under this regime, 1 Pro Bowler, so this has got to be, especially those first 5 picks or whatever they end up with. I think you got to come out of there with some hits, doubles, triples, maybe even home runs.
All right, let's real quickly. This is a quick update from social media. Cameron Wolf saying Browns continue to field calls. No offer on the table yet that they take, but there's still time. They haven't made a final decision yet. As Barry said he'll use the whole shot clock. This whole time he's been saying that. And he was told by a trusted source, don't be surprised if something unexpected happens. Brown's big decision ahead, Travis Hunter trade down potentially with Jaguars or Abdul Carter. That's where we are at. That's where the news is at.
I'm pretty sure that's who was talking to Kevin in the hallway. I believe he's here along with Jeremy Fowler and a couple other guys.
Yeah, he is in a looking at a picture of him standing out in front of Berea, so he's right there with you. Interesting. You see Kevin talking to the media guys. That's weird, right?
Yeah, well, I don't, like I said, he comes in and talks in the media room while we're eating lunch and stuff, and he just kind of, there's nothing on the record, or there's nothing, no big news. It's just like, how's this kid's doing in AAU, and what's his favorite and talking the Cavs and coach of the year and and stuff like that. So it's good, because it's whenever you can get a coach to and one-on-one, or just talk to him kind of like you would in this group setting or something, they're a different situation than when they're in front of the microphone and let you get a little more background information. So this is where we found out about Greenbrier a couple years ago. He said, we're going to Greenbrier, and but not say anything. There was nothing like that this year, but as far as just a little bit behind the scenes, how he's conducting meetings and and so forth. So, but it was different this year. You have the number 2 pick. Last year and the year before, you didn't have a first round pick. So
very true, very true, very true.
So a little more on the line, but I do not think, I walked by him when he was talking. It wasn't an interview or anything. It was just probably general talk, like he was talking with us.
There is a massive amount of people in Green Bay right now. If you guys have seen a shot of that, it is pretty epic, the amount of people that are standing at the actual draft there. If you have that on, is Journey playing right now?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
They're going right now, and I think they're saving.
Chad Myers there. He's enjoying it.
I think they're holding Don't Stop Believing till they pick, but I don't know. Would they do it if you get a tackle? Or
would they do it if it's a trade down? Yeah, that's tough.
It could be a big letdowns, at least to the fans. So anyway, I think I'll head back in there and if I get anything else after the pick, you can't leave.
Fred, you got to let us know what they fed you. What'd they feed you? Anything good?
Oh, it was a wrap. I mean, the one thing, they have a nutritionist now, and I will say it's good overall for us. It's great. But we're not getting cookies. Our dessert is fruit now, and it's like, that's how it's been the last, and I'm like, come on, man.
This might not bode well for the rest of the night.
So we had, buffalo chicken wrap, which was good, and pasta salad and fruit. And so, I can't, free food, sign me up. But
absolutely.
I haven't, I guess the most junk food there was they had Mississippi Smokehouse barbecue chips. So I had a bag of them. So,
Fred, I kind of picture you being more of a bring your own turkey kind of guy.
Well, I had that the last couple of days. Pulled turkey, kind of like smoked turkey only, or pulled pork only with turkey. It was good. So on rice, but it was good. We'll see what else comes around here, but so far pretty calm. But you can always tell there's a little more of a hustle bustle around here when national media are here, because you have the second pick. So who knows what's going to happen here? We might be waiting a while for a pick.
Be on the clock.
Yeah,
going to drag this right away out. Beautiful.
Who do you guys think they would take if they did 5? If they trade to 5, who would they take? Do you think it's the tackle?
I think you just have to play the board. I don't think they would take a tackle necessarily, because if they go, let's see, if somebody comes up to take Hunter, Who do we, and then Carter's gone, I would assume at 3, right? And I don't know. Everybody keeps talking about Carter falling. I don't see how that's possible.
Mhm.
And then at 4, who do you? I think that might be where. I mean, they might take Mason Graham there.
I think there's been some talk that Carter could be the target for Jaguars.
Absolutely.
And if they take him, then Giants, would they take Hunter or
Mhm.
what would
Yeah.
they do?
They
So
would.
Yeah, they would.
yeah, it does depend, but yeah, there's only so many of them. So if nobody takes a quarterback, you're probably in the Graham range, maybe the tackle. So I don't know if you take a running back. I can't believe,
No.
Andrew would take a running back. So there you go.
What a roller
I would be
coaster that would be for me. I get the trade down
Yeah.
and then they pick the running back.
Yeah.
Jack would be out of here faster than a flash.
Yeah.
Yeah, this would
I
not
Oh,
be
mean,
a
well.
if you go
family-friendly
back
show.
to 5, to Jack's point, if you go back to 5, you might as well double down. Let's double down, duffing it all the way. So
Let's duff
that's
all
what
the
I'm
way
saying.
back.
Let's duff.
Yeah, it could be. Then how far do you go down until then you take a quarterback, I guess.
10
But-
or
Yeah.
12.
Yeah.
Because the Bears apparently have a package agreed to go from 10 to 5.
To get Genty, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll
Buckle
check
up.
out, get
Buckle
back
up.
to business, and check back in with you guys hopefully within the hour.
You
All
got it,
right,
Thanks
Fred.
for popping
We'll
in.
see ya.
Thanks for having me.
The legend, Fred Greetham, the one and only. Follow him on Twitter at Fred Greetham9. Keep it locked on him. He's there in Berea, boots on the ground, and coming in to jump in and help us out with a little of what's actually happening there in Berea as we come in on 19 or so minutes here before the draft kicks off. Me and Casey Kinnaman, if you watch All Eyes on Cleveland, have a spam bet going in this first round. There's been a lot of talk about the quarterbacks. This is a good transition to that. This was, how long ago was this, Casey?
Oh God. I mean, it was during the season. I mean, it was,
No,
I don't know. I'm going to guess it was November.
Yeah, it was late in the season, I guess.
Let's
So
give the chat
we
help us
bet-
out and let us know.
there's a bet, trending that whether Jackson Dart goes in the first round or not, and involves eating some spam and potentially a tomato. Yes,
guys
so
keep doing
that
It's not happening.
so let's go around, Jeff. The line moved from 3.5 quarterbacks in the past couple days in the first round to 2.5 quarterbacks in the first round. Where are you at with what quarterbacks go where? It felt like there was a floor for a while there at 21, and McShay has been saying that floor is a lot softer now. He has said he only thinks 2 guys will go in the first round.
Well, first things first, tactical bacon. This is coffee. I swear. I got up normally at 4:45 in the morning. So if you want me awake and going at 8 o'clock at night, it is coffee time. The quarterback thing, and this is, look, you go to this last 24 hours, right? You can read mock drafts the entire season if you choose to. You can absolutely do that. All right. You want to see the ones that are published in the last 24 hours, the ones that come out either yesterday or the ones that come out this morning. And I don't know if I found one that had Jalen Milroe in round 1. So for me, look,
Not a one.
with the Hunter Carter thing, you guys know where I stand. So if it would to be Hunter at 2, something that's really going to soften the blow for me is to be able to get, I think, the quarterback that for most of us feel that we want with Milroe. I'm sure there's a couple of you here, Mike, if it was Jackson Dart, you'd be out of here right after Jack if they drafted a running back. But if you're telling me I don't have to move to get the quarterback at 33, man, does that really have some appeal? The other thing is you try to look at the teams, right? Obviously, we know right off the bat, Tennessee, Ward, it's done. Pittsburgh, Shedeur Sanders, seems like a legit thing. Giants, Jackson Dart, kind of seems like it's got a legs to it. The last one to this would be, though, is where exactly are the Saints in all of this?
Yeah.
Right. Certainly, with their situation with the quarterback, and how that could possibly work out for them would be interesting. So, that's where you probably get to that, is it 3? Is it 4? My belief is probably 3, and it may be really, really advantageous for all of us that we can just basically come on back maybe tomorrow night. And, and the one thing I've tried to emphasize as far as Mill Row, and look, everybody agrees there's work to be done, right? And obviously there's some things that have to be done. What was that little trade up thing I just saw sneak in there? The thing with
Nothing.
Mill Row though is
Nothing.
you would think one thing and one thing only. If anybody could maybe accelerate the developmental path of Jalen Milroe to being on the field, you would have to think probably there's a good chance it's the Cleveland Browns, seeing as you obviously have Tommy Reese. So there is that relationship there where maybe you think if anybody's going to get Jalen Milroe again on an accelerated path to maybe being ready to play, at least contribute, because I think the red zone appeal of Jalen Milroe certainly would have something to it. You would think it's got to be Cleveland.
I don't know. Where do you come out on this, Mike? We haven't heard from you for a minute. Where do you come out on the quarterback situation? Are you fine with Milroe at 33? Part of me wants them to be like, we've heard kind of like they like all these guys a little bit, right? Like, so I feel like they should be patient and see what comes to them at 33. I would hate to see them have to use an asset to move back up for no reason or for whatever, but we'll see how the board falls. I tend to, as you know, seem to think that teams are going to get quarterback happy at some point, or teams that we haven't even thought about may take a swing at quarterback. We have no idea, which is why
I think we all remember last year.
Yeah.
I think we all remember last year with Atlanta. So you never know. But if you can sit there at 33, and I think listen, if they get one of the blue chip players in this draft, I'm going to be happy. But I also think, let's say they make this trade, which we don't know, but let's say they do, and they add a couple more top 100 picks, and you still get a really good player at 5. And now you have a little bit more picks and more selections down there in the second round, and they go quarterback. They get Milroe at 33. I mean, again, the players they surround the quarterback with are extremely important, but the quarterback is the most important. So if you don't have to move up, if you don't have to go anywhere to get that guy, I'm 100% right there with Jeff. If it's Milroe that they've got circled, or whoever their guy is, I guess, if you don't have to give up more assets to go get him, I think that's 100% the right move.
Casey, are you fine with them
Just want to
taking
jump in
Milroe
real
at 33?
quick.
Okay.
Can I just jump in real quick? Jay Glazer, and this was about 10 minutes ago. Jaguars and Browns trade looks like it could go down, and talks are happening, but nothing done till done, obviously. So Jay Glazer gave us a nice little Mary Kay Cabot type of update.
Yeah. Not a lot there. Kind of taking the same situation and regurgitating it a little bit, right? Casey, are you fine with Milroe at 33?
Fine, yes, but I don't look at this draft. I don't go into this draft thinking you must walk away with your franchise quarterback out of this crop.
No.
I think that you could get in danger doing it with that mentality. And it's going to be hard for me if someone like Josh Connerly slips out the first round and he's sitting there. It's going to be hard for me to not pull that trigger. I think that's a starting caliber left tackle. Whereas any quarterback that you draft outside of Cam Ward, I view as developmental. So that's a tough proposition. But if they truly believe that that's going to be their franchise quarterback, by all means, pull the trigger. I would even be cool with trading up one spot with Philadelphia, have Barry call Howie, work out a little sweetheart deal, get that extra 5th year with minimal damage because it's one spot, But I am opposed to trading up into the first round. When I look at the pitfalls of this first round, obviously 3 because it's a wild card with the Giants. Doesn't feel like that's the way it's going down, but you got to, the draft kind of starts there. And then you got 9. The noise out of New Orleans is they're not going to do it at 9, but they pick again at 40. No. Would they jump up from 40 to 24 with Minnesota? That's kind of where it starts to happen. I don't think Pittsburgh's going at 21, man. I don't think they're taking a quarterback at 21. I just don't. I'll be shocked if that's the direction they take.
I feel the same way.
So I mean, this is
Or
it's
the
gonna
whole
be
Aaron Rodgers thing is looming too. So, there may be something where they know more than obviously, is
well,
out there.
Dart is not attending this. He knows more. Like there's
Yeah.
definitely a thought that these guys are going to slide further than initially thought. So it's going to be pins and needles though. If you're the Browns at 33 and you got your eyes on one of these guys, then and when you get in the 20s, it's going to be pins and needles. So I wouldn't be opposed moving up one spot to snag one just to get that extra fifth year and give up minimal assets to do so. But at the same time, man, it depends on, you got to play the board as it goes. And I would be completely happy not taking a quarterback in this class.
Yeah, it's I'll go to Jack with this, but it's tough because 33 should be, if it's not your quarterback, and if you really want to come back next year and get the guy, as kind of Jimmy alluded to, right? Jimmy Haslam alluded to in his speech at the combine, then taking a guy at 33 that you see as a project or a developmental guy, when that could be a 2-contract starter very easily if you hit on him. 33 is a super valuable pick. So, taking a guy at quarterback, if you're going to go back and get a quarterback next year, it doesn't seem like the ideal scenario. So how do you want to navigate that going forward here, Jack?
I think it just depends what we do here. So if we're taking Hunter at 2 and then we get into 33, then that's that. If you're taking pick 2 and you're turning it into 5 picks in the first 2 rounds over this year and next, I don't mind throwing like 33 at a quarterback and seeing what we've got, because we've given ourselves 5 options to go and draft players rather than 1. And then that's one way you give yourselves more bites of the cherry. Why did the Eagles happily throw that pick at going for Jalen Hurts? Because they give themselves more options. So it's one that I'm less keen on doing it if you take Hunter and then you've got 33 and then you've got 67, because I've always viewed, back to whenever I started looking at the NFL, the premium rounds of the first 2. You can make an argument that 67 kind of dips in there because it's effectively that borderline, but it's one that they're the rounds that I really want to make money and deliver the goods. So if you are trading back twice and you're talking about 5 picks and you add that 5 to what the Browns already have. So what's that? 8 picks over 2 years in the first 2 rounds.
We're talking about a double down Duff now again.
That is wild. You happily throw a pick at Milrow or whoever it is, because 8 goes, you should definitely get some major talent there. And then you don't mind throwing again. You might take 2 of those picks next year and get a quarterback, but give yourselves extra options in those 2 money rounds.
Yeah, that's certainly interesting. Listen, the 33rd pick, the overnight aspect of it is always intriguing to me. It's been traded the last 3 years, 33 has, because of course it has, right? You guys are sitting there salivating at people that have fell out of the first round, and they're going to come up and try to make a move for players. It's just a part of having that control going into day 2. So I love that aspect of it. I would hate to see them move off of that, but I get your point, Jack. I'd feel a lot better about taking a project quarterback at 33 if you had multiple picks in that round, right? But if it's just 33, which feels like a first rounder that you have all night to scout, it's it's tough. So let's take a look here, guys. We are 7 minutes from the draft kicking off. Let's go around and just get quick thoughts, top of mind here with everything going on. Let's go around and do that before we hit the top of the hour here and reset for the beginning of this thing, as I think it might get crowded in here. So let's do that. Jeff, where you at right now? Stuff you're looking at on social media. I'm seeing reports from Tennessee. We know the Browns made 1 trade already. We know that they're in talks with Jacksonville potentially. How seriously you take them depends on how I've been trying to read this language, differently. For me, I don't see anything definitive yet, but tell me what you think, Jeff.
Look, I think everybody's kind of hit the nail on this and kind of crushed this. Look, and for me, again, it comes down to we have not gotten to see the Browns be in this, which is weird, right? The Browns have always been in this position, right? What are you doing? What are the Browns doing at 1? What are the Browns doing at 2? What are the Browns doing at 3? But since this regime has been intact, they have not, been in this position. And certainly so with only 1 second-round pick in the last 3 drafts as a whole. I said this earlier, I had Browns 3D on today at 6. It kind of felt like, the front office, the fans, it kind of felt like, and for you older people out there, you get it. You younger people don't. This felt like old school grounding. You know what I'm saying? Like you had to sit in the house and look at the window and watch your friends play. You didn't get your phone taken away. You didn't have one. You certainly weren't allowed to touch the landline in the house. You were grounded. So, I mean, and for a GM, this is what you look for, right? I mean, this is like, you want to work. I mean, it may be insane to say you're taking every single call. But, and in the back of your mind, if you're Andrew Berry, what is your thought? I'm not here next year. I'm not in this position next year. You have no belief you're going to be sitting this high in the draft again next year. So if you're Andrew Berry, you're saying, all right, I'm going to rock this thing for everything it's worth because, next year it's going to be, hopefully, for the Browns, it's going to be, all right, we'll take the first 22 guys off the board because we got no shot at any of them. So, just trying to do that, is the Jacksonville, could it be real? I mean, look, you're talking about an organization that definitely wants to make a splash. You got a new head coach. He's got a big name, and there was a lot of shadiness for Jacksonville about getting that head coach. My kid's in the hospital, and he was, but actually you were secretly in Tampa Bay at the same time. I mean, in Jacksonville as opposed to Tampa at the same time. Your new general manager, young, trying to make a name for himself as well. It's the AFC South. So, I mean, 2-3 moves can essentially make the entire difference in whether or not you could maybe go win that division. So, and the other thing is we're talking about a franchise that a lot of people, keep saying, if there's ever going to be a professional franchise in London, everybody points to the Jacksonville Jaguars every time it's brought up. Well, maybe they're trying to find a way to make sure that doesn't happen. And hometown boy, Travis Hunter and Jacksonville would probably be a team that says, hey, man, you want to play both sides of the ball. We'll let you throw it 3 times a game. If your mom wants to come in and make her favorite recipe, we'll give her a concession stand. It's not that Lawrence can't be that guy, but Hunter certainly could be, another face for that franchise. Certainly, going to be fun to see where it goes. And obviously we're probably going to know here probably somewhere, in the next 25, 30 minutes.
We will. All right.
2,300 strong just on the pregame show. Nice.
I know. I love it. 2,300 strong. Hit like, hit subscribe. We're going to, Mike, where you at with all this? Give me your rundown, thoughts, top of mind. How we feeling as we close in on just a couple of minutes before the start of this thing?
I'm concerned that I'm like a Browns sociopath because I don't have the same feelings that other Browns fans have. I'm not feeling the big feelings that other Browns fans are feeling. I certainly am not buying into this PTSD that if you trade down, it's the same thing as what happened with Phil Taylor and Julio Jones. I think that is the most nonsense. We're talking about trading from 2 to 5 potentially. What was that trade? 6 to 21 or something like that? Like,
it's about equivalent in talent difference.
From to what Phil? No, bad, wrong. No,
I'm going to bump my lip on this one, boys. Go ahead.
I think there's appeal to any of these things that the Browns could be rumored to do tonight. To be really honest with you, I think there's appeal to Travis Hunter. I think there's appeal to Abdul Carter, and I think there's appeal for where this roster sits. I don't think this roster is nearly as far away from competing as some people out there would have you seem. They do have to find a quarterback, but I don't think they're nearly as far away from competing as some would have you think. So I think the appeal of drafting more top end, maybe not like the very top, but top 2-round talent in this draft is appealing. So listen, there are things the Browns could do that would have my jaw hanging down to the floor. Like, what is this? But I think a trade, if they get blown away with an offer, it's not going to have my jaw hanging down to the floor.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. If you get blown away with an offer, absolutely. But it better be a tremendous offer to move off of 2 in this class. I'm just saying.
We're all sociopaths, Mike. That's the best comment all day.
Apparently. Just me and my favorite group of sociopaths.
The insane asylum.
Big case, dog. Where you at, man?
Look, my initial thought is I don't want them to trade out of this. Don't overthink it. Take the blue chip prospect. But if they were to trade back to 5, then Jack sold me. This is double down Duff and go ahead and jump back one more spot. Go to 10.
I'm going to say one
Bears
thing.
have-
A lot of people are bringing up the Mason Graham visit and kind of like pointing to that when Schefter made that. That's one thing that keeps coming up from a lot of people here in these circles right now.
Well, they
He'll
did.
be there at
They
10.
brought a couple guys in that range that if they
Yep.
were to be like fallback options. But if they do make the first trade to 5, I'm cool with jumping back to 10. The Bears pick at 39 and 41. Snag some of those. Give me Ted McMillan and let's roll.
That's it. That's it.
Drinking the Kool-Aid there. All right, next up. Jack, where are we at, man? I know where you're thinking. I know you're excited about the potential double down Duffin or the first leg of it. Where are we at here?
I'm now at a point where I'm disappointed if we pick Hunter at 2. The double Duff is on there. It's one that it's like I just never believed this was like genuinely going to happen. So I was like, I'll tweet about it and say, hey, this is fun, but it's all theory. It's just never going to realistically come together. And now, within like the last 3 hours, if you spoke to me 3 hours ago, I was like, yeah, it could happen, but I don't think it's going to happen. Whereas now it's like, it feels like it's going to happen. So it's incredibly exciting. It's going to be an interesting one because it moves at such a fast pace once the draft's going. It's not one where it happens and we can all take a day to soak it in and we kind of pull together our thoughts and then continue. It's like it just moves at such a quick speed. So no, the draft is always an exciting time of year. Free agency is slightly more fun for me, but this is still pretty awesome.
I'll put it this
Check
way.
the
My
Browns,
post-it
man.
note-
There's a quick update from Brad Steinbrook in there, guys, on the Slack.
Get it.
I don't know if you want to use it. I'm just giving it to you guys.
Well, my post-it note right now says Travis Hunter, and I've crossed out the no matter what.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter.
Go ahead.
Or
Go
maybe
ahead,
something else.
Go ahead, Jeff, if you have it.
Okay, well, basically, Brad Steinbrook is apparently saying that, what he's picking up in the building of Berea is that maybe Myles Garrett has developed an affinity for Mason Graham. So we know Brad's there, so obviously Brad's talking to people, but apparently Myles is maybe kind of taking a very, very shining liking to Mason Graham.
All right. Well, let's see how that plays out. Let's go.
Have they
here.
announced that we started yet or no? What time is it?
We're coming
Oh,
up
only 8:02.
on an hour right now, and with that kind of announcement, I can only do one thing, and that's talk about Core Home Fitness. Let's get it. Core Home Fitness, ladies and gentlemen, presents our show tonight. Look up our friends at Core Home Fitness. You can find them at corehomefitness.com and check out their assortment of lifting equipment, especially their top-rated adjustable dumbbells, rated by New York Times and Men's Health as a best buy, as well as Consumer Reports. Check out their videos and other products like the Glute Drive Plus and the Fight Master, and crush your goals in 2025. Get better every day with this home gym. Get the all the equipment, get it set up, and get after it. They've got a US-based support team, fast shipping, hassle-free returns. You name it, they're going to know what they're doing and how to handle it for you. Again, check out corehomefitness.com for the ultimate in-home fitness equipment with great videos on how to use their equipment and get in shape. They have stepped up to sponsor the OBR Draft Cave 2025, and we appreciate them doing so in such a kind fashion. Let's get it, boys.
Hey, Brad,
Presented by
real
Core Home
quick.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good.
My fault. You finish up. Finish up with, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. That's my fault.
I am done. Fire away.
I was getting all pumped up from Core Home Fitness, but I got so excited when I read this because this is just I want to see Jack Duffin's face. Jeff Howe from The Athletic tweets, if the Browns trade down with the Jaguars, they might not be done. The number 5 pick could be a landing spot for a team like the Bears to come up from number 10, according to a source. So the first round is about to get interesting. That got tweeted.
It goes
3
from
minutes
food
ago.
shopping to a Costco run, baby.
The double the double down Duff and trade scenario is becoming a reality right before us. And the one and only Pete Smith, always fantastic, as always, has joined us here in the cave. What's going on, Pete?
I'm living in a world where Jack might be happy, and I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah. It's getting rough here. Jack actually bringing this thing to fruition, or looking like it could happen. I don't know. Where are you? How are you feeling about a potential double trade down here off
double
of
trade.
potential blue chip players at their disposal? And then, we haven't talked to you yet, but we've all been talking about this. And what would you expect in return if they were going to do something like that?
I think the Jaguars part of this, if that's what it is, has to be enough that people are questioning the sanity of the Jaguars. Like, it can't be, oh, I totally get it, and this is what we're doing. I think that's where you're going to get people who are sort of like, you're sitting there going, the Browns need a signature marquee player, regardless of which one you take. If it's Hunter or Carter, they're the most interesting, most exciting players in the draft who aren't a quarterback. To then trade down is a little bit of a letdown, unless, and even though, we're talking about intangible concepts here in draft picks, enough where you sit there and go, oh my God, the Jaguars gave up that much. Like, I think that's the reaction most people need to have. Now, if you go down once, go down again, because once you get out of those first couple picks, the talent flattens out for a while. Like, after you get past Hunter, Carter, Ward, if you want to include him there, and then Genty, who, I don't think the Browns are interested in, but nevertheless is one of those elite talents, then you're in there for like 25 picks of relatively even talent. So you get a multitude of benefits. First, you trade down, the contract drops, which isn't a bad thing. Not that that's a reason to do it, but it's just a nice little added bonus. And then two, if you're going to be happy with what you get in that talent plateau, which ultimately I suspect would be the quarterback they like, then you might as well just keep adding assets in that scenario, or whoever it is. So, like, if you're going to do it once, I'm in favor of doing more than once, because I just don't think the talent disparity from what you could take at 5 to say what you could take at 10 or 15, almost to 20, is going to be a significant difference. Yes, your choice is diminished, but I think from a talent standpoint, you're going to be pretty happy with what you get. Now, it's just a question of who the Browns feel good enough about, if they are in a game where they are trying to trade down far enough to take a quarterback, or if they're sitting there and they're going, we have this guy in mind, we really want him, and we think we can get him here. Then you sort of get in this game of chicken where, hey, did we go too far? Are we just far enough? Like, you got to feel good about who you're going to end up with, because ultimately, unfairly or not, whoever they take with whatever pick they make first is going to be compared against whoever they did not take at 2.
Sure. Absolutely. It's gonna. And that's the tough part of this thing is it will be forever judged that way. I'm same way we talked about it. I kind of mentioned, there is a plateau of talent sort of at some point here. So if you go down once, go down twice, I'm fine with the double dip or the double duff and trade down, however you want to lay it out. Either way, if you go once, go twice, that's fine. I'm good with that. I don't care. But it better be a haul just to get to 5. You better be getting a first next year, or else I would be upset, I think. Do you guys feel the same way? Jack?
Yeah, I think the first next year is, without the question, it doesn't even stop there for how much you add. Just a shout out to anyone that's listening, who is an OBR VIP subscriber. If you head to Insider Central, there is a link in there to a Google Sheet. It will have every single pick in it based on age, guardrails and stuff. But there is a live version of it just for OBR VIPs, where you can follow along, and I'll be marking off when guys are picked, whether they're the Browns, whether it's other teams, just so when you're like, hey, we get into, it's not so bad for day 1, but when we get into day 2 and especially day 3, and you're like, well, who's actually available, who's sliding versus the media board, that gives you that.
Thank you, Jack, for doing that. You're a legend. The Packers have had their moment on stage, hosting this thing, and the Titans are officially on the clock. Draft 2025 is underway, with insanity to come. It feels like at this point, where you at, Mike? Tell me, as the Titans are 8 minutes in to their shot clock, or 8 minutes left, pardon me. And we know this is going to be Cam Ward more than likely. Where are you at?
Ashton Genty, isn't it?
Yeah,
Genty.
Genty, one overall. Yeah. I'm at where everybody else is. I'm on pins and needles right now. I don't know how you couldn't be. I have no idea what's about to happen, and I love it this way. Part of me thinks we're all going to get just all hyped up and worked up over all these reports, and then it's just going to come out that they're taking Travis Hunter. But listen, it sounds like Cam Ward's off the board first, and we'll, obviously that's what I am assuming, and we'll see what happens. It's exciting, at least. I said when we did the show the other night, when you guys were all on Garage Beers with me, I said the number two pick has been the boring conversation. Do you do Carter or Hunter? But it's like those two guys, and it's anything but boring tonight. It's anything but boring with these reports. And we're going to find out, because over the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to find out exactly what the Cleveland Browns are going to do.
The pick is
Bill
in.
P in the chat. Jake Glazer stating that there's parameters for a trade. That we have that. I don't know if that's what that means.
They discussed it.
Yeah, they've continued to discuss a potential trade. Jeff, where are you at with this trade situation as we close in on this? How are you feeling? And really, what would you be okay with here?
Well, I mean, look, obviously, if it's just the Cleveland and Jacksonville, there's two ways for the Browns to approach this. You know what I'm saying? You can start working the phones, but you certainly can keep your eyes on number 5, and see what happens between, certainly pick 2, pick 3, pick 4, evaluate where you're at 5. But, again, and there's a lot of people, what do they say? There's not much difference between like pick 6 or 7 and pick 38 or 39 in this draft. So if you basically want to take some more swings, and maybe this could understand, because a lot of us said, man, it didn't seem like the Browns ever finished free agency, because it did seem like there were still a lot of, open roster spots. We talked about the fact that probably still right now, you probably need 2 to 3 running backs. We know you need at least 1 to 2 quarterbacks, certainly at least 1, if not 2 wide receivers, offensive line help. Somehow, some way, I think you certainly want to bring in yet another pass rusher. The safety position certainly has its questions. So, there's a lot of open roster spots currently on this team. We'll see. I mean, and it's going to be interesting if we just kind of did almost, 90 minutes on this, and it's going to be, well, the Browns, took all the phone calls, and at the end of the day, they didn't. But, like I said, I guess we're going to figure out exactly, where this train is headed here pretty shortly.
Boys, just a couple bits of news on the Twitter. Brad Stainbrook talking about trade talks heating up. Mary Kay Cabot says that they are in heated trade talks, and she believes the trade will happen, but she also doesn't believe they would make the trade if it didn't include an extra first-round pick. And I will also say, and
brain melting stuff right there. Go ahead.
I will also say, our former colleague here on the OBR, Corey Kinnan, appears to be talking like he has some insight on this, and he believes that the Browns will trade back to 5 and that the pick will be Mason Graham at 5. So those are all things that are getting reported by at least some respected people out there on Twitter.
Yeah. Before Mike grabbed that there, the Stainbrook also reiterating what Schefter has reported, that the Browns did call Tennessee one more time on Cam Ward. So before he has he officially been taken, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah.
Yes. Cam Ward has been picked.
Hit the button. Hit the button.
Where's that sound?
That's for the Browns. That's for the Browns.
Oh, that's only for the Browns?
Oh,
that'll be a bit much.
We can do it now. Let's do it now. Let's fire it up.
I just want to hear a test run of it. But me and Mike, I think, both thought the same thing.
There we go. It's
Trade.
official.
Here we go.
It's official.
So this number 2 pick, 104 and 200 for 5, 36, 126, and a first rounder. So pretty much as expected for what that trade would be. There's a 200.
Explain what you're
126
saying right
added.
now, Jack.
So-
Before you
Trade is official.
jump in.
Jack, this is parameters of what the deal would be.
Is
No,
this
this
an
is
an
official?
official trade.
You have
No,
to
they're
let
not.
us
They're
know.
going.
Is this an
So this is
official
Adam
announcement?
Schefter done.
Oh.
The Browns sent pick 2, 104 and 200, and they got back 5, 36, 126, and a first rounder next year. So what I discussed an hour or so ago, but added to that, we sent 200 and we got 126 back. So we actually got more than expected.
We sent 2 and what else?
Two,
sent
one,
two,
2, 104, and
104.
200.
That's
Oh,
lovely.
my.
Fourth round
baby.
pick. Their second 6th round pick.
All right.
Or what is left of their?
So it's
sixth-
still
second-
so it's 5 within the top 100, but now it is pick 5, it's pick 33, it's pick 36, it is pick 67, and it is pick 94.
It's a lot.
Yeah. So
There's no getting around. It's a lot.
And it's
to
a 20,
move up to one-
26
move up
first
3
round
picks to
pick.
one player. The Browns
Yeah,
get a
yeah.
second round pick. They get their first next year, and God willing, the Jaguars will go 0-17, and then they've gotten a 4th round pick. They've just bumped down a little bit in the 4th round and gave up another one of their many 6th round picks. So now they are down to 1 6th round pick, 192.
Beautiful.
So Fred
So-
Grantham is very happy, as is Sam
Yeah.
Penix.
Well, actually, that's going to be Brad Stainbrook. Fred told us that he can't be there Saturday. He's going to go to Rochester, apparently.
So just to reiterate real quickly here, Browns give up 2,
I can't
104.
believe it.
What?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
2, 104, and 200. In return, they fall back to 5. They add pick 36 in this year's draft and 126 in this year's draft. And then they will get the Jaguars' first round pick in 2026, which is obviously the most important asset, a part of this in 5, right? So if you look at the Jaguars, are you guys okay with it being the Jaguars and where they are as a team? I think they have a pretty good chance to be shitty again. So let's see what you guys think. Jack, where are you at with this?
I don't think they're going to be awful. I think they're going to be better than that, but it's probably going to be in that sort of mid-range because it is so hard. If they were in the NFC, you're talking about them as how deep can they go in the playoffs. AFC, life's a lot tougher. So no, it's one that is, I would say something around sort of 10 to 12 range. I'm
Well,
happy with
let me
that.
help you out with this. The Jaguars have to play the AFC West next year. They have to play the Bengals next year. And they have to play the NFC West next year. So the Jaguars have I won't say unmanageable schedule, but it's not a cakewalk either. They've got their work cut out for them. Obviously, they've got to catch up to what's going on in Houston as well. So, they've got their work cut out for them. And obviously they are expecting, presumably, Travis Hunter to come in and make them really good immediately. So that's a lot, no shortage of pressure there. But it would not shock me if you sort of saw this Jaguars team sort of end up on the fringes, sort of in that maybe 18 to 20 range in terms of the draft pick, in addition to whatever the Browns are going to do next year.
I see a lot of people hating this decision.
As I
Ultimately,
expected.
as we
no doubt
expected.
about that.
But I will go back to this. Any decision regarding this kind of a move, you have to ask the question about franchise quarterback. And ultimately, to me, this gets you much closer to getting a franchise quarterback with
Yes.
the asset that the Jaguars provide you next year. And ultimately, until that answer is provided, you aren't doing anything worth a damn, right? So the 26th first round pick, if it's I don't think they're a playoff team, so I think it's probably in the top 15, at least for me. And that then becomes something that you have to seriously consider, and they considered it and took it. They got a haul. I mean, they got a ton. They will pick at 33 and 36 this year, right? So
I love that.
yeah,
I love
so that's massive. I don't hate it like a lot of people do. Listen, it is a drop off, but ultimately it's about the quarterback for me. Do you guys dispute that in any way?
I think
No,
I think the biggest thing is the other shoe. The other shoe's got to drop. It looks good in theory, but now it's what does that then become? If you
For this year, you mean?
Will Campbell, if it's Mason Graham, if it's another trade, at this point I'm in the get me another trade camp. But
Yes.
That's the part where if you, God bless it, like a left tackle might be super prudent, but it will be absolutely crushed by most
I'm just going to
Yeah.
jump in here with this. Look, there you are now with 6 selections in the top 106. And what did we all agree on? We agreed on they needed a quarterback, they needed a wide receiver, they needed a tight end, needed an offensive lineman, needed a running back, needed a pass rusher. Right now, you're sitting here with 6 picks in the top 126. So with 126 is what, a little bit towards the latter part of round 4. So you can get, if you wanted to conceivably, every one of those picks in less than the top half of this draft. And you were already on the board with 2 first-round picks in 2026. I'm
With
sure
the
it's going to be hated.
Jaguars locked. Yeah. With the Jaguars locked in here on this pick, and the pick is in. Have they taken it officially?
Yes.
Travis Hunter.
It's Travis Hunter. Yep.
Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter goes home.
We'll go 2 overall to the Jaguars, and then so guys, at this point in time, Hunter's gone, or Travis Hunter is off the board. The Browns are at 5. What is your best case scenario if they had to stick and pick there? Who's your player you would want to get, Pete?
I suspect. Here's the thing. Well, I'll tell you what I think. I think the Browns really like Ted McMillan more than people think they do, and they need another wide receiver. He's the best pure wide receiver in the class by most arguments, and the Browns did have him in for a pre-draft visit. So it wouldn't shock me at all if that's the move. I know everybody's going Mason Graham, and I get it. But I think if you're looking at it from and they may just say Mason Graham's the best one. Having said that, the depth at defensive tackle in this class compared to the depth at wide receiver, I mean, that was a big selling point for getting Travis Hunter in the first place, in addition to all the other things. But Ted McMillan, he's big. He's strong. He's way more fluid than you think he is. His metrics are very good, very, very impressive from that standpoint. So if you're forcing me to pick one, I'd probably go with Ted McMillan if I'm sticking there. And the thing is, that's part of the reason I would want to trade down, because I think you could trade down in, like, if it's the Bears, for example, and still get Ted McMillan.
Yeah, that's super interesting.
So, boys, just a real quick, just came across the line. Peter Schrager just said Cleveland still open for business. The thought around the league is if you're not taking Carter or Hunter, might as well keep compiling picks unless there's someone you absolutely love. So they're still listening to offers for that 5th pick.
Ultimately, it makes a lot of sense. If you're going to go back once, the player, we've talked about this, the player that you get at 5 and the player that you get at 12 ultimately isn't going to be all that different, at least in my opinion, in this draft. Mike, if they have to stick and pick at 5, who's your guy?
I'm actually with Pete. I think for offensive explosion purposes, and I agree. I was a guy that I really like Travis Hunter. I think he's going to be a good player, but I think from just a pure wide receiver perspective, Ted McMillan is the best wide receiver in the draft. And so I would really think about that. But again, I think I'm in team. If the Bears want to come up, I think I'm in team. Let's go back to 10 and see what happens.
Who would you take, Jack, at 5 if you had to stick and pick?
I'm not willing to entertain that hypothesis, I'm afraid. I am.
You can't jinx the double duff.
You won't even entertain it?
We don't talk about Bruno.
All right. No, you will not entertain anything but the
There's
double
just-
duff and double down.
At the end of the day, teams love Gentry. And he's going to be there, and it makes no sense to give that to later down. Plus, I've got money on Kevin Banks going 6, so I don't need to give the Raiders an out. So it makes sense to trade this pick, let someone else take Gentry. The Raiders then pick Banks. I have a nice celebration, and then I can compose myself by pick 10 when we get Ted McMillan at 10.
To sort of back Jack's thought on this, consider how much cheaper it is to move from 5 to 10 than it was from 2 to 5. It's a much easier deal to make. Like the Bears could throw, if you get a 3rd round pick out of that move, that's a win. Like that's a big win. You're not going to get another 1st round pick out of that move because the stakes aren't nearly as high. Whereas, as we talked about throughout the whole draft process, you had to get franchise player value out of that pick. And whether they make the most of it or not, you can argue they got franchise player value out of that first trade. I don't think you have to get nearly as much if you can get another day 2 pick in this year, or you get another, let's say they get a future 2nd round pick, like a 2nd round pick next year. I think you're thrilled with that to move back 5 more spots.
So what I'd be potentially looking at is sending pick 5 and pick 94, and then asking for a 2nd this year and a 2nd next year.
They have 2
As well
close,
as
right?
obviously
Don't they have
10.
2? Don't they have 2 2nd round picks that are very close?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you get one of those. Absolutely, you get pick 10. I like the idea of Ted McMillan, and I think this is one thing that maybe a lot of us didn't talk about. Is for years, right? The Browns were running out these Smurf wide receivers. Tillman, we saw with a bigger body guy. Judy was certainly bigger at wide receiver than the guys they were running out. Tet going to be pretty much bigger than all of them. So certainly interesting. I think you certainly have to think about, Mason Graham here. But, I think the thing, and, we'll joke here about the double duff, is I think the thing is when it becomes that appealing, somebody calls again and, maybe you get in the frenzy. But, again, if we hear so often that there is not much difference between 6 or 7 and pick 35 to 40, whatever what it is, then yeah, I mean you're be more apt to pick up the phone. And then of course, I think they're in a really, really nice position here. If they do have to move up for a quarterback, now I'm not spending a Browns pick. I'm spending a pick that, obviously just came in this deal as well. It just gives you great maneuverability here to just try to hopefully, put together the best class you can. And I'm going to come back to it again. It really felt like the Browns didn't finish free agency with the amount of holes that were still on this roster. Jack, I see you. What's up?
A second of silence just for the news. Sorry, Pete. Abdul Carter has gone.
Okay.
Well, listen, it was going to happen. It just, listen, you can't hold down greatness. He thinks he's Lawrence Taylor, or he's going to be Lawrence Taylor. I can't say that that's out of the realm of possibilities. But the other thing is if the Browns trade back up, I would bet a whole lot of money it will not be the 33rd pick. I would bet it's the 36th pick. And the reason I think that is because the Browns could then theoretically trade down from 33 to then recoup more assets for a team that's really hungry to move up. Now,
so let's just go absolutely berserk with it.
Yeah, I think I think it sort of balances things out that way.
1 second, real quickly, go back to you here, Pete, but I want to bring in the one and only Barry McBride. He wants to hop in here, get on the broadcast. Whoop. Hey, now. Come back, Pete. And let's bring Barry in. Abdul Carter has officially so you're supposed to let me know before you're going to drop those picks there, Jackie boy.
I thought it was just for the Browns ones.
Gotta make the noise.
Yeah. So, but that's okay. Barry is here. What's up,
Hello,
Barry?
folks.
Let me know what you think. I want to know what you think about the trade down. I want you to know if you're on board with the double duff and dip trade back twice delight, or if you want to stick and pick at 5.
I would want to pick at 5, and I would want Mason Graham. And I don't have rational reasons for not wanting to do the double duff. It's all PTSD from trading down in the past and getting guys like Corey Coleman and Brandon Weeden and
t-shirt.
the whole disaster of the Julio Jones trade and all that sort of stuff. So Jack makes fantastic points about the value that they would get by trading down again. I'm a little bit hesitant because of history, so I would want to hold here and take the guy who stoned two of the best running backs in this year's draft class, Mason Graham.
I expect him to be there at 10.
Barry, Barry,
that's the question.
you bring up Mason Graham, but I've talked about Mason Graham a bit too. Mason Graham was the guy that had me fired up a lot as we talked about this draft because he was viewed as like the safe, kind of boring player. But if the Browns wind up with Mason Graham, and I said this, I got into like a little argument on Twitter with some people. That dude is explosive. Like he may not be the blue chip Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter or whatever, but he is explosive. If that's the route that they go, they're not getting some like boring Siaki Ika eat up some blockers and maybe hopefully he can try to stop some running backs. Like this dude, he lives in the backfield and he is a dominant force in the middle of the defensive line. I don't know if I want them to go with the D tackle this early, but I don't think he's a boring pick by any stretch.
No, I don't think he is either. I mean, you just need to watch that Ohio State Michigan, game to see what Mason Graham can do to an opposing offense. A front line of Garrett, Hall, Graham, and Isaiah McGuire and a rotation there at the other defensive end spot. That's scary. That is going to give a lot of teams nightmares. And so I'm interested in it. I'm good with it if they take Mason Graham. If they trade down again, I start getting the shakes. Maybe I dive under the desk for a little bit because I'm afraid of the blowback. But I know people are already disturbed with this one trade down. Another one would get me really worried. Go ahead, Jack.
I will say Abdul Carter looks amazing in his all black and chain on stage right now. He looks like a freaking savage. Anyways, go ahead, Jack.
Is there any interest in Thibodeau? Because he's apparently on the move as an edge rusher.
No.
The Giants strongly considered shifting him.
You're saying that they're trying to move off of Thibodeau now?
Oh yeah, for a couple of days it's been out there that they're trying to shift Thibodeau.
Okay.
Theoretically,
well,
yes.
I'm good.
I'm not
good
convinced
on
it'll
Thibodeau.
happen, but there's a world where they could do it. There's a world where they could just keep all of them and just put them all on the field, which is what I would do.
Yeah.
Browns are on the clock. Do you need to press a buzzer, or am I allowed to say things, Brad?
You just don't tell the pick until you say I've got the pick, and then I'll play the number.
Got the
and then-
pick.
It's in?
Yep,
It's yes.
Confirmed.
confirmed.
All right, buddy. You're the man with this one. Can anybody hear that?
Am I allowed? No.
Did not hear that.
Nobody can hear it. Wonderful.
I
Yeah.
heard the end of it.
The pick is in. The pick is Will Campbell.
I don't know what the Patriots are doing, but God bless him. Will Campbell's a very nice player. He's not the fourth pick in the draft.
Which means the Browns are on the clock.
Browns are on the clock. Will Campbell goes to the Patriots. Mike Vrabel, friend of the organization, takes Will Campbell. I cannot help but go back to listening to McShay say Will Campbell would have been the fourth or fifth tackle taken last year, and he's going fourth overall in this draft. This draft is just so weird that way. Anyways, we will be watching now. The Browns are on the clock as we look for what they're going to do at 5. I know you guys like going defensive tackle here with Mason Graham. I ultimately have bought into the double duff and dip or double down duff and double
There's
play,
there's
whatever we
a lot
want
of
to call
smoke
it.
right now. A lot of smoke.
So we'll see what happens here. And with that, but Barry, how would you feel if they did trade? I know you said you want Mason Graham. But
Yeah.
What if they did trade back?
I would be disappointed, and I would wait to see what the haul was. You know, I remember because I'm old. I remember trading back one spot to let the Baltimore Ravens get Haloti Ngata, and we all thought in the Browns draft party at the OBR draft party that, oh, they're going to get a third, they're going to get a second. You know, Savage just took the Ravens for everything they're worth. They got a sixth. So show me the trade before I can tell you whether or not I'm excited about this.
If I'm not mistaken, don't the Bears have extra draft assets?
Yeah,
Jack. Yeah,
they've got
don't they have
39 and 41. So
They do.
So there's a world where they could swap. There's a world where they could swap like 94 for 41.
Yeah. So my guess at what would happen here is pick 5 and pick 94 go to the Bears, and we receive back pick 10, pick 39, and a 2026 second. That would be my guess of what happens.
That would
So
be
then tomorrow they'd have 30, they'd have 33, 36, and 39 tomorrow.
That's beautiful.
Please, please.
We
then
might
the
have to
question is-
continue the stage sharpening daily mocks if that's the case, boys.
Well, it's just the question is, what if they trade down, what's their comfort level? Where's Jalen Milroe for them? At what point are they comfortable with making that pick, or are they gonna take another player and then hope to?
Wouldn't the Saints factor into that though, Pete, at 9? Maybe.
All indications are the Saints don't care, that they're not taking any of those guys.
Jacob Broach, what's going on, Jacob? Good to see you on here. Browns trading back there on the clock. How you feeling, brother?
I'm a little disappointed. Like, I won't lie, because like the Travis Hunter appeal was there. Like, it was there. I was excited. I was all on board. I was ready for it to happen. And then it set in about 20 minutes before it happened that I knew it wasn't happening. I was like, there is way too much going on. But I will say this, if you're going to trade back, you trade back for a haul. And I just saw on the value chart, the difference on what the Browns got versus they gave up. They got 1,500 more points than they gave up in draft asset values. Yeah, man, if you're going to just rob somebody, then you can get me on board with that.
It better be that much in this damn draft. Yep. If you dropping from 2 to 5, I mean.
And that's what I said. I was talking to a friend of mine, Bill Sparks. That's why I told him. I said, I'm not moving without a 1. Like, I need a 1 somewhere else. Like, because I'm passing up on 2 guys in Carter and Hunter that are just phenomenal talents. I better get a future 1, and I better get a second rounder. And then
Browns picks in.
Hit the pick.
Oh, can I get
hit the noise?
What are you saying?
The pick
is in. Hit the noise.
I know, I heard that, but then.
No, you're good.
Barry McBride got what he wanted. The pick is in. Mason Graham, defensive tackle.
There it is.
Well, I look forward to the 50 front the Browns plan to run. He is good. Like, there's just no getting around the fact that Mason Graham is a good football player. The only, stout run defender, excellent hands. The only thing that hurts Mason Graham is he's got short arms. He's stubby, and that potentially limits his pass rush, but he's rock solid at everything. There's questions as to whether he's going to ever be an all-pro, but most people feel he's just going to be a very, very good football player for, a decade or whatever it ends up being. And when you add that to Mike Hall and Jawan Briggs and Myles Garrett and Isaiah McGuire, and Andrew Berry owes me an excellent pass rusher at some point in this draft. I'm going to find him. Then the Browns are now sort of setting up for that doomsday defense. This is them eating their vegetables in terms of they have to stop the run consistently. And they were pretty good with those young guys last year at the end of the year. They've got to put teams in 2nd and long, 3rd and long, and just be able to pin their ears back. That is what Jim Schwartz wants to be. This is a Jim Schwartz style pick. So from that standpoint, you're not going to be disappointed with Mason Graham. He's just not the sizzle pick that Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter was, and you make of that what you will.
I would say that I'm right there with you, Pete. I've said it all along that I thought Mason Graham was the safest prospect in this entire class because at minimum, he's just an elite run defender. Like I have a hard time finding a world where he's not an elite run defender, at least. And, you know, the quick first step off the line of scrimmage, there's a lot of things to love about him. But I think Barry said it best too, because I just say, go watch both of the last 2 Ohio State games and just watch what Mason Graham did in those games to shut him down, especially Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins this year. We all wanted to know where the run defense was on the interior. Everybody kept, you know, asking about it, where it's at. Well, they just got, I think, the best run defending defensive tackle in the class, and I think he's got a ton of upside as well. I think it's a great pick.
The thing that jumps out at Graham is that he can play both the 1, he can play the 3, he can play shade, whatever you need him to do. You can put him up and down the line wherever. That is a value with him. And Mason Graham, you know, he looks like a savvy veteran. He's 21. So it ticks all those boxes as well. He's just not that sizzle pick.
The only issue I have with this is, you know, ultimately I'm fine with it because they got the 1 next year, and you have 2 1s next year, and it's one of them, it's Jacksonville's 1. So that's fine. All right. And you have 36 this year as well, which is also a super valuable pick. But I mean, going from a guy, 2 players that could have potentially changed, have a major impact on your roster and your team, to a defensive tackle where it traditionally takes them several years to acclimate to the NFL. It's very slow going for a lot of defensive tackles to adjust to the league. It's just not I don't know. It's just, listen, I'm sure he's a great player. It's just not very exciting. That's it.
The pressure
100%,
numbers.
100%. It's not exciting. It's not the most thrilling pick. But listen, I think where this whole situation, and as I continue to read all the reactions that are going on out there, I think, and nobody's going to love hearing this right off the bat, but I think when you look back, if the Browns, if we all think the quarterback class next year is going to be better than what it was this year, and you look at what the Browns did this year, and they grabbed 2 first-round picks that will most assuredly get them to the franchise quarterback that they want if that guy exists in that draft next year, you're going to look back at this draft and go, that was a good move. Like, that was a good move. Like, even if Travis Hunter's good, you're going to look back at this draft and go, that was a good move. If Mason Graham is just a rock-solid good football player, and he comes out and he's going to have a chance to make that impression, because on that interior of that Browns defensive line, there's space for him to play immediately. He's going to have a chance to come out and make a good impression year 1. And when the Browns have that opportunity to replace Joe Flacco and go out and get that guy next year because they've got 2 first-round picks, you're going to look back and think it's a good move. So it's not flashy today. It's a little bit, I can only imagine what that draft party is like downtown at the stadium. I can only imagine. I can only, I'm seeing Journey getting
Journey went
out
home
of the building. They're booed out of the building at this point. Get your ass back
Journey
to
quit.
to
That's
small
their last
town
show
girls.
ever.
They broke up.
Gary said, I told you I'm not coming.
This is going to be, it's going to take a minute to appreciate what's happened here today.
I just want to chime in. Pete, how many years did we do shows leading up to the draft and then after the draft and going, well, what exactly is the plan here at defensive tackle? And there never really was one. But now, look, you're sitting here with the possibility of Graham, Mike Hall, and of course, Ja'Whaun Briggs, where you can have maybe your top 3 defensive tackles, and maybe not exactly this year, but 3 of those guys, and you're going to have for three seasons together. Three seasons together, is something that can happen for this team, and they've never had that type of stability, in the interior part of their defensive line. Look, I'm sure for a lot of people who are listening right now, it kind of feels like, we're parents telling you, it's okay, you didn't get your way, or it was a terrible day for you. But, this is something that they have never really addressed to this level before. And, some of this may have to do, we don't know exactly when Mike Hall is going to be available. Obviously it was a pretty serious injury that he suffered in the season finale. But they're young there, they're talented there, and and again, Philly, the model, and of course Schwartz everywhere. It's always been, you try to be just as good in the interior as you are at the wide nine rather. So, again, it probably feels like, we're making you eat your vegetables first and all of that stuff. And, maybe you're not getting dessert, but, you look at, the added capital here now where you're sitting here with now two second round picks, 2 third-round picks, a first-round pick, 2 first-round picks in 2026. I mean, if you want to say, well, what was the plan where maybe Barry and Stefanski have, long-term security, and I guess for everybody long-term meant after this season, I would say this is kind of maybe what it's starting to look like.
You mentioned that about Mike Hall. Mike Hall was a great pick. And I think he's going to be an absolute stud at this position. Going back again there, I don't know, man. Listen, I'll get it. I know he's a solid player. I know he's safe. Just kind of, it feels like you could have had a player that made a big difference. And I'm not saying he won't. It's just, it takes a while for these guys to develop. The important part is the first round pick. I understand that, but this doesn't really get me all.
He played 548 snaps, which is a good bit for a defensive tackle. He had a pass rush win rate of 13.8. And then when he got into true passing situations, it was 21.5. Again, I would caution people because of the short arms, but for what he is, he's been able to get it done. My question with him, and this was a weird thing throughout the draft process, what is his playing weight? Because he came in 320 listed, and all of a sudden he was like 290, 297, I think, at the combine.
Yeah.
And then I think he was 308 at Pro Day. I'm hoping he's closer to that 308 or higher. I think that would, if he's that big and able to be that effective, I think it's going to be certainly helpful from that standpoint. And the fact that the Browns have Shelby Harris, the fact that they have Mike Hall, the fact that they have Briggs, yes, there's a lot of pressure on Mason Graham to be good, but they don't need him to be a star right away in terms of he doesn't need to come in and dominate week one. You hope he's able to do that, but you're not needing him to do it. And hopefully all of this creates more opportunities for Myles Garrett, Isaiah McGuire, Joe Tryon, Shoyinka, and whoever else they're going to put out there. But it's a to be determined situation as far as what else they're going to do, because now we pivot from 5 to now suddenly we're sitting there at 33 and 36 and going, are the Browns going to try to get back up into this thing, or are they going to be content to sort of sit there and wait and use those 2 picks? Because if they do sit there and wait to use those 2 picks, we probably have a good idea of what they're going to do with them, which is they're both going offense most likely.
Jack, where are you at with everything that has played out? You kind of were hoping for the double down. They didn't go that way. So the double down Duff is done for the moment. So what do you think? Mason Graham here at 5. And what would you like them to do with their, ultimately they got that first round pick. So we all can be kind of happy that it feels like a step closer to landing a quarterback at some point. But yeah, so here we are.
Yeah, from the start, I was not high at all on Mason Graham. My biggest concern with him is he just does not impact the quarterback consistently enough. If we look at Mike Hall, you're looking at 13% of snaps. He's creating pressure. Mason Graham's 10%. Yes, he's going to be better in the run game, but I don't care for it. It's one that I want to see. I'm spending that high an asset on a guy that is going to play probably 60% of snaps, maybe push it to 65. I need to be seeing something special in terms of getting to the quarterback, and he brings something that I can get around $6 million a year in free agency, and that's just not a good use of that resource. So it's one that, for me, incredibly underwhelming. Who knows? He could turn into a unicorn, and he then turns into this 15% pressure monster and plays 80% of snaps. But I think this is just a poor move, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I can't help but agree with your thoughts there. I understand what you guys are saying about the pick too, and that it may work out, but it has felt like in the past, at least along the defensive line, the Browns have been able to plug and play free agents that are, a lot of the defensive tackles in this league that are worth a damn are pushing 30 years old, and there's a reason for that, in my opinion. So. We'll see what happens here. Ashton Jeanty goes 6 to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, the Browns not trading out that pick screwed my bet as well. So that's just rude. Jeanty was meant to go 5, and then Banks goes 6. But
feels like Las Vegas is sort of going for it in their way, right? If going Jeanty here at 6,
Pete Carroll ain't waiting around. He's 105 years young. Let's go.
Yeah.
Jets have made their
Just
selection.
extended
Well.
Geno Smith. Yeah, I mean, the Raiders exactly.
Yeah, they are. They're going for it in the Raiders kind of way of going for it. So they take Jeanty here, which will certainly be a fantastic. What?
We'll get to see him this year.
Yeah. Do you guys take the Raiders seriously with this pick, Jacob?
Well,
No.
yeah, I mean, it gives Pete Carroll what he wants, but they've got a lot of other issues that I thought were more pressing. I don't know. I mean, like Geno Smith in a strong run game. I really like Ashton Jeanty. I don't think it's a terrible pick, but like, I don't know. Maybe that offensive line could use some more help. I have trouble sometimes with a top 10 running back in today's NFL, but is he the one I would bet on in the top 10? Yeah. I mean, I think he had a phenomenal year, but I think you could get potentially better value there, just personally.
Jeanty's perfectly fine. Again, if you're just talking about it from a value standpoint, I get it with running back, but he is one of the 4 best players in this draft. My issue, and it's not really with Las Vegas, is I just don't know if Las Vegas is ready for him in terms of what else they need. And that their offensive line isn't bad, it's just not good. And their defense is guys like Max Crosby's phenomenal, but they don't have a whole lot on that side of the ball. That's where I sit there and go, it just feels like you guys have a lot to do. I know they've got Christian Wilkins. I know they've got some other guys on that unit, but like they don't have enough. And I think that's the other problem you run into is you're the Raiders. You're going into the AFC West. And I get from the standpoint of you're sort of zigging while everybody else is zagging and trying to go more Stanford against, the Pac-12 type look. It's just tough. The Chiefs have a really good defense. The Chargers were good at least last year. The Broncos are really good on defense too. So it's just a tough element. I think they need more weapons overall, but Brock Bowers, good player. I mean, we'll see. Again, I think he could be great. I just don't know if that's enough, or if we're going to be talking about this like Saquon Barkley with the Giants in a couple of years, where you're sitting there going, "Yeah, he's a great player, but we don't have enough guys to sort of support it."
Real quickly, before we get your guys' thoughts on this is interesting, and Jack already pointed this out, but from Jason at Over the Cap, the Browns received 5,512 points on the Pittsburgh Spielberger draft chart. The Jaguars gained 3,610. The 1,902 point difference is worth about the 8th overall pick in the draft. A massive haul for the Browns.
Had to get it. You had to get that. Like that. Mason Graham in itself, I get all the things you're going to complain about, but you had to get that type of value to move off of that pick, and they did. Now they've got to pay it off with the rest.
Yep. Agreed. Can't complain about the trade down at all, to your point. Your guys' thoughts down. Joe, what's going on, man?
What's going on? I figured I'd hop in after all that craziness.
Yeah, man. Lots of craziness. As we just announced, the Browns would have actually netted a full 8th round pick in the difference in points in the draft haul that they received for trading back to 5 But then go defensive tackle with Mason Graham there. Probably a lot of people love this pick. Jacob likes it. Pete, I believe you like it. Yes.
Which one? Mason Graham?
Yeah.
I would describe my attitude towards this pick as fine.
Fine. Yeah, it's fine. That's where I'm at too. I guess it's okay. Jeff, where you at with your feelings on Mason Graham?
I think everybody that's in an uproar about this, I think the issues with being in an uproar is I think you're just looking at it and saying, I think that it's almost like, remember years ago when Minnesota sat there and didn't make a pick when they were on the clock for 2 or 3 picks? It's not like the Browns just said no to Travis Hunter or no to Abdul Carter. They said, and kind of where I think Pete's point was with Genty to the Raiders. I think the point was, we're not one dude away anywhere. And, we still, we might draft a quarterback early in round 2. What are the odds that that's going to hit? So now you're going to be able to put together, like I said, you're still sitting here with 5 more picks in the top 126. You've got a starting defensive tackle in the building. You have 2 first-round picks next year. You're still going to come back tomorrow with 2 second-round picks, 2 third-round picks. Yes, you lost 104, but you got 126 back. You got a pick in the 5th round now that it's more maneuverable. And you have that coveted second-round, first-round pick in 2026. When, again, we'll do this every year. That quarterback class looks better. That quarterback class looks better. Let's hope it does. But I think the Browns, could be in a position, and who knows, the Browns could be in a position maybe where they could flirt with 500 and still maybe hold a top 5 selection because Jacksonville's got a really, really difficult schedule in front of them next year. I mean, just getting upset about the Mason Graham pick right now, in my opinion, is you're not looking at the entirety of the picture. There's a lot more here to look at as to just exactly what the Browns did. And also, if you learned anything from the last 3 years where they ended up with such a limited and basically no premium picks, they found a way to try to say, look, we're going to make sure we got the premium picks this year. We're going to make sure we got the premium picks next year.
You're never going to get me to hate the idea of them amassing draft assets. It's just too smart to do. But it's to Jeff's point, you got to see what we end up with a collection of guys. Again, Mason Graham in itself is fine. It's not great. It's certainly not a terrible use of resources. But when you sit there and you go defensive tackle, and yes, they needed to get another one. A lot of people are going to sit there and go, well, they don't have a quarterback. They need more wide receiver help. They need a tight end. They need a defensive end. They need a pass rusher. They need all these other things, and they took something where they've already done it. Now, having said that, with Briggs and Hall and Graham, they're done with defensive tackle for a while. Or they damn well better be. We can't be doing this again. This better be the unit for a while.
I think to your point, Jeff, I understand what you're saying, but I think you can separate. I think it's fair for fans to separate the trade and the pick at 5. Can't be like, yes, the trade was terrific. Great haul. I love that they got a first next year, but the pick at 5,
The only thing I would say is, Brad, then what would be your selection here? Who would have been the guy you would have said?
I was kind of in favor of what Pete was saying about Ted McMillan. I think they could use that size of a receiver there, and an X. So I would have listened to that.
Yeah.
But
I just I'm gonna hop off here and I'll be back potentially here in a little bit. But my last thing, Mason Graham was 3rd on my big board. That's the kind of caliber player I think you got, and I think consensus wise he was very high up there. But it's just not sexy, and I get it.
He may be perfect. I just when will he? Do you expect him to have an instant impact?
Yes,
as a run defender.
No, he if he's not at least a very, very good run defender in year 1, I will be pissed. Everything he does is correct.
I would be absolutely floored if he wasn't a great run defender right away.
Yeah, we just see a lot of times with these guys at defensive tackle, it takes them a couple years.
Don't get me wrong, but to add to that, Hall and Briggs were both able to come in year one. And I know we're not used to that, but that's where you saw, and that was where this pick is a little surprising to me, only because they got such a good instant return on those guys. But if they can do that again, everybody's going to be thrilled.
Yeah,
That's fair.
So
Joe,
the one
what were
exception
you-
is that DT is taking time to develop. They've actually been okay in the first round in a lot of cases. I've just published an article on the site just looking at the defensive tackle position. You're probably going to end up with a very, very, very strong defensive tackle starting four active, game to active four with Collins, Graham, Hall, and Harris. It's probably one where they're going to effectively just bench Briggs for the year, allow him to continue developing, and then he'll step in 2026 to either replace Collins or Harris, depending how they play it all around.
We don't know. We don't know if the Browns had traded down, if somebody came up for Ginty, it would have played out. But Tet didn't make it to 10 anyway.
Yeah,
That was a great
Thank
move
you.
for Bryce Young.
Oh wow.
Thank you very
Yep.
much, Ian, the man behind the virtual glass, popping up here. The pick at 8 is the Panthers coming up to get him.
No,
Yeah,
that's their pick.
Yeah, they were at
Oh.
8. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed one. Who did the Jets take?
Mbu went to the Jets
Membu.
at 7.
Yeah, they took Membo.
Thank you.
Saints now on the clock, which is a fascinating. It was kind of the first really interesting pick for.
It
what
is
could happen.
agree,
very
It doesn't
interesting.
seem
All
like it's a
indication-
quarterback, but it could be.
All indications are they're going to take an edge player. I think they were going to take Mason Graham if he was there. Without that, I think they're going to take somebody on the edge. I look for Jalen Walker here, unless they want to gamble and go bigger and riskier. Maybe
Gil
Mike
Williams.
Green. I'd be stunned. Somebody could always go crazy and go Shamar Stewart. I certainly wouldn't. That's why I think Jalen Walker is going to be who they end up with, but we shall see.
Yeah, Jalen Walker is interesting at this point. It was so interesting. You listen to all the different insiders. Chris Sims very loudly saying that he thinks the Alabama edges, Walker and Williams, are
Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia. Pardon me. Are both wildly overrated by the media, and that teams have them both lower. I don't know if I believe that because I've heard everybody else say that they love Jalen Walker. Do you think that any of that's possible, Pete?
Well, the issue with Jalen Walker is, one, he got hurt this year. He was dealing with a thigh injury. And then two, for people who thought Abdul Carter was undersized, meet Jalen Walker, who's 10 pounds lighter than he is and shorter. The thing with Jalen Walker is he's super polished. He's really good at multiple positions. But what is the value there? Is that good enough to take him that high? That's sort of the question. And I could see a world where he doesn't go that high. But, it's sort of the question of stylistic fit. He fits the defense that the Saints are implementing. They want to be more of a 3-4 team. So he could be a guy who plays both off ball and outside linebacker for them. But it wouldn't. Michael Williams is the one that's always blown me away, especially when he tested so poorly. It's one of the whole thing. There was a point in time where Shamar Stewart was being talked about. I know, like Corey Kinnan and some of these other people were talking about him as like, a top 5, top 7 pick, and I'm just like, he never puts anybody on the ground. I understand he tested in what he did, like Myles Garrett, but when you actually watch him, there's a whole lot they're missing. So we'll see if that is tantalizing enough. That's ultimately where, if you're sitting there going, well, I'm not that enamored with Abdul Carter. I'm waiting on all these other guys. Well, all these other guys have a lot of more question marks than Abdul Carter did. And you sit there and you go, well, there's this thing and this thing and this thing. Abdul Carter didn't have any of those things. And obviously that's why he went 3rd overall.
Who do we have on the clock here? The Saints still intriguing pick here. This is one that could go. I don't think it's going to do it, Case, but it could be the spam bet outcome here. Jackson Dart comes off the board. You lose, brother. Anyways, Joe, what's up, man? Give me your thoughts. We haven't got to
What's
him
up?
yet. We're firing around the horn here. Trade
good.
down. They don't do the double duff and dip down, turn around,
I know.
and double back. Yet they stay at 5 and take the defensive tackle. Thoughts, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, I think like everybody else, I didn't think it was happening until like half an hour before, where things like really started picking up steam. And then I kind of just resigned myself to the fact that Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter are no longer, going to be an option. I'm okay with it. I think Jacob said the same thing. It's not necessarily a sexy pick. I think he's got a certain floor that is going to benefit the team, and it's the closest in terms of more of a youth movement that's complete at this point for the rest of the line. So I mean, I'm cool with it. I would have rather gone McMillan, who's now going to the Panthers, but it's interesting, and now they have more opportunities, and like you said, gear up for next year. One thing I don't understand yet, people keep talking like, oh, everybody's preparing for Arch Manning. He's only played 2 games, and I don't expect him necessarily to come out next year. So I don't necessarily
95
hang
of
your
the
head on
greatest
that.
passes you've ever seen against.
I know,
think,
right? Right,
Which
exactly.
95 passes is your favorite, right?
Yeah, but
Saints
it's
have
literally
made
like
Right.
they're going to tank for Arch. He's thrown 95 college passes. Like, stop
Right.
it. And the Saints
Right.
did not take
Like
any of the guys I thought they would. So there you go.
Isn't that
Ooh,
more than the
okay.
guy from the Patriots that people wanted to like trade the number 2 pick?
Oh,
for?
Milton?
Yeah.
He threw more
He can
passes
throw an
in
orange
college.
over a stadium. Yeah.
Would have been a hell of a tight end. The Saints have selected.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Money in the bank.
What do we always talk about with the draft? Who goes first? The fat kids. Fat kids go first.
Yep.
It's playing out right in front of your eyes. Fat kids always go
Mhm.
first. Everybody always underestimates them in terms of the draft, and they go, "Oh, we're going to talk ourselves into all these other things. You got to block. You got to tackle."
Correct me if I'm wrong here. The Saints also did not just offer. Don't they have an offensive tackle? They just did not offer a 5th-year option to.
Not only they
Penning,
didn't pick
yeah.
up the 5th-year option for Trevor Penning, and Ryan
Yes.
Ramczyk just announced his retirement this
Oh,
past
this
week.
okay. So there's the
Kelvin
future of
Banks
your New Orleans. Yep.
makes a whole lot of sense from that standpoint. The only question you have with Kelvin Banks is he a tackle? And that's obviously the question for a lot of these guys. I would assume the Saints are going to say he's a tackle until he's not. But he's massive. I mean, there was a world when the Browns were, not a complete disaster, and we were talking about picking in the middle of the draft, that Kelvin Banks looked like it could be a really good option for the Browns to sort of, move the thing forward at guard. They're going to go. I'm sure they're going to try him at tackle first. Massive ballast, the wingspan, and everything you want. Pretty athletic, really good pass protector. Just has to get better as a run blocker.
So AB said in his press conference that first thing they said from the start, they wanted to get one of the 3 guys on their very, very short list, which is Hunter, Carter, and Mason Graham. He also said there was no offer to trade back from 5 to 10.
No offer at all, huh? That's surprising.
What he said.
They're all scared of that dastardly double duff and dip right there.
Yeah, they were. So at 9, all the talk about what the Saints would do, and they go tackle. Kelvin Banks, as Pete said, the big bodies are coming off the board here. That's we got the people, filling the line of scrimmage out as the Saints. A surprising pick for me a little bit. I mean, I get why they do it, but don't they have other questions to answer?
The Saints are bad.
What's going on with their care?
They're bad.
Yeah.
They need a lot of
More
things.
serious questions to answer than this.
They still don't know an answer on Carr. And Carr was never.
Yeah.
There was always talk of Carr getting traded. If they traded him, they had $60 million dead cap hit next season. They cannot work out with their salary cap.
I'm sure they could take a quarterback from 40 or move up and get a quarterback.
Yeah.
But everything about the Saints has been, we're finally going to bottom this thing out and just flush the remaining waste and cap stuff that they've had, and let what is now Kellen Moore running the show, start over. And if you're Mickey Loomis and you've gotten assurances that they're not going to fire you for sort of creating this fiasco, then it's going to allow you to do that.
Okay. We are across the 9 o'clock hour here. We'll be doing some shuffling around here momentarily, but as we come up on pick 10 here with the Bears on the clock, and then followed by the Niners, and then the always, wild Cowboys pick at 12. So that's what's coming up here on Draft Cave. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. My name is Brad Ward. That's Pete Smith. Jack Duffin awake over there still in England. Casey Kinnaman, Big Case Dog. Joe Cants down at the bottom. And then, of course, Jeff Lloyd popping back in. And do we have... No, we don't have Mike back yet, but we will. We will have,
We might not have
Mike.
But we
Mike
do
will
have
keep-
the pick.
Yeah, go ahead. Fire away on that pick there, Jack.
And I think I want to say it was Case. Maybe had this the other day, but the Bears select Michigan tight end Loveland.
Yeah.
It
I
was my
think it was
tight end
in
one
Michigan.
for a
Perfect
long
pair with
time.
Falconet.
Loveland before Warren is interesting, no?
Yeah.
No,
It's been heating
to me,
up for like
to me, it was
48
automatic.
hours.
Automatic.
2 years younger.
He's younger. He's way better at doing things that actually matter, like being a pass catcher. He gets open. He knows how to run routes. He's got really fluid movement. The only question with Colston Loveland was there was talk, and maybe it was nothing, that there was medical flags with him regarding his injuries that he'd been dealing with. And there was a question as to how long they're going to have to wait for him to be available for the season. But he was something like 50-some% of Michigan's receiving offense for this past year. And obviously they were terrible at quarterback. But to me, going back several months, he's been my tight end one the whole way. Tyler Warren is a fine player. He's older. He's got very short arms. And so much of his production for Penn State is goofy, manufactured stuff that you're not going to do. Like
Snapping the ball and then catching the touchdown pass.
Or like, doing the things that the Browns would do with David Njoku, like throwing tight end screens. But Tyler Warren's not the guy you want to do with that in the NFL. And Penn State didn't have a whole lot of other options, so they sort of made an offense out of him. So I think he's a fine player. I have very big concerns that he's going to be a letdown in the NFL. So wait for the Browns
Colts
to come
will
up
love
and
him.
get him.
Got another pick if you want it.
Yeah, fire away.
So no, that's not a tweet. The 49ers select Georgia defensive end Mikael Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Williams before Walker is interesting, of the two Georgia edges there. And in San Francisco, which is kind of a weird spot as they try to pivot off of some older players to some younger players, almost kind of in a similar station to the Browns, but just have had, more success in the recent years, but they are going through a transition as well. This is kind of a strange pick. I heard you say, yikes, Pete. What are your thoughts here? I'm going to dip out as Mike takes over as the host for the next hour here. You're in good hands and enjoy.
My yikes is if you are Mike Green out of Marshall, you're sitting there going, uh-oh, with the character flags that he has. Mikael Williams, I understand the traits people like him. He's young. He didn't test very well, whatever you want to make of that, if it was, injury or whatever, and he didn't produce. So you're sitting there and you picked a guy who, at least at the college level, hasn't done things that any number of other edge rushers have done. Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College is the most productive player in the class, arguably. Tested really well. Again, Mike Green is one of the most productive, but there's 2 sexual assault allegations on his record that he disputes, but nevertheless, teams are going to evaluate that how they will. So Mikael Williams sort of stands out as a little bit of a surprise to go ahead and take him this early.
Who was it? I think it was Daniel Jeremiah, and then it was, oh good lord, but one had Green out, one had Green in, like penciled in, like what would have been a normal spot for him. So you definitely, wonder, where something, like that could certainly fall for a guy like Mike Green. And what it was is the first incident was pre-college. And Virginia, who is not your typical school, you have to get in Virginia as a student to be able to go there and be an athlete. Virginia took him in basically he was already a two-strike guy. And then there was, again, nothing ever came of it charge-wise. There was an incident, of course, that there was a second one at Virginia, which led to Green being dismissed and then Green ending up at Marshall.
All right. Well, hey, listen. Sorry, I had to take off for a hot minute because the little kids had to go to bed. But we've obviously had some movement, some picks in the draft. You see Michael Williams out of Georgia here with pick 11 as the draft continues to move along. You're here on the OBR 2025 Draft Cave on what has been an absolute just knock you on your butt night if you are a Cleveland Browns fan. And if you're a fan of the draft. And so, guys, as we look ahead and you look at the guys that are still on the board and you look at the teams that are drafting, what are the storylines that we're looking at right now as you look at the teams coming up next in the draft and you look at the players that are still available? I know we're going to have, you're going to start talking about some division rivals coming up later in the teens here. And obviously there's some quarterback conversations happening. But what are the big storylines? What are we looking at here in these teens picks in the draft? Obviously, the Browns not anywhere to be seen around here. So, what's the interesting stuff we're all looking for here?
Obviously, the number one thing we're naturally keeping an eye on is that there's no surprise quarterback picks. And why you might say, oh, none of these teams should take one. The Falcons weren't expected to. So anything could happen, but that's kind of the number one thing to watch.
We've got a few picks to go before we're sort of officially on watch in terms of teams that could be the trade up candidate, because there are a number of teams that have a deficiency when it comes to draft assets who are probably looking to get more capital and are more than happy to move down. And then it becomes a question of how many teams are trying to move up, and does that create sort of an opportunity for a team to then get a little bit more than maybe they otherwise would, because multiple teams are trying to come up and get that quarterback, whoever that is. But we're a couple ways away from that.
I just want to jump in. If you think with Loveland, look at what Laporta has kind of been able to do for Detroit for the first 2 years he's been there. And, you kind of look at what's going on with Chicago. Obviously, offense coordinator, goes to Chicago. You're going to obviously everything for Chicago right now. They spent a bunch of money, and that some of us laughed at it on the acquisitions they made on the offensive line. But all of it is really legitimately about securing and doing everything you can to make sure that Caleb Williams selection hits like the Bears need it to. I think the other thing as far as storylines going here on out is, there was talks here of maybe getting, 2 more running backs to go in round 1. The Bears were rumored to be a destination. Maybe Genty was one they just felt they couldn't pass on. I do want to agree with Pete on the Genty thing. It feels like maybe it was a year too early for the Raiders on the Ashton Genty thing. So maybe if next year's their year, you've already maybe put 350, 375 touches on Genty already. So, not a huge fan of that, but I mean, again, a great player, great name. I'm not an overall huge fan of the absolute physical style that he runs with. I mean, it makes for a great tape. It makes for great highlights, but not everybody is essentially that he's going to be going against here in the NFL as the Mountain West Conference. Dallas is going to be interesting because a couple of the names that were mentioned to them, Tet, Gone, are they going to jump in the Matthew Golden, which was such a really nice story when Matthew Golden thought he was developing into this guy that could be a really nice second round pick. And then he ran that 40 time that really didn't coincide with the tape. And now all of a sudden we're talking about Matthew Golden here in the teens, which, for me, I was one of the guys that was falling in love each and every week. And now it's like, well, and a little rich for my blood. We're talking the teens now for Matthew Golden, but certainly some of what we're looking forward here to now. And again, whether it's trading up, like Pete mentioned, or just the quarterbacks in general. But again, man, if the Browns can walk out of here tonight and know that maybe that certain quarterback that they have a pretty good connection to is there, I mean, you certainly could say, hey, let's just put this to bed tonight so I don't have to worry about it in the last 2 picks or whatever you say of round 1. But, the longer this goes, it certainly comes up roses for the Browns. And I'll keep saying it because nobody wants to keep everybody's so pissed off. First round picks next year. So, you can conceivably do the quarterback in round 2. And if you're not sure where you're at, you just go hard at it again next year, which kind of seemed like what was going to be the plan. Because once we got to the end of it, and literally the first episode I did here, with Pete here at the OBR, it's great. You have money if you need it. You have the number 2 overall pick. And this quarterback group between free agency, guys that could be traded in the draft, just
so
wasn't
guys,
ever there.
Based on what Jeff's saying here, and Joe and Casey, I want you to jump in on this too. But based on what we saw from the Browns and what we see them acquire the first round pick next year, and knowing that they're going into the season with Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett and we don't know what else, but do you think the strategy of what they did with their first pick, trading down, going with that defensive lineman and Mason Graham, and acquiring those other picks, do you think it makes it more or less likely that they attack the quarterback position earlier rather than later in this draft, or if at all?
Well, that's where my mind goes. If you get that extra first, then you might be gearing up for next year. So if you're doing that, are you really going to use 33 on a quarterback? And obviously you got to play the board as it falls in front of you. So that could determine a lot of things. I keep pointing to a player like Josh Connerly if he slips out. That's very enticing. If he's there at 33, man, you could solve a lot of problems.
How much does he weigh?
314.
Forget it. He's over 300 pounds. He's over 300 pounds. He's going in the first round. That's how this thing's gonna work out. The one name I would give you, I know the whole story is gonna be Shedeur Sanders and where he goes. At this point, I would start keeping an eye out for Will Johnson and seeing what happens with him. The corner out of Michigan.
Yeah.
This was a guy who, heading into into this year, and you watched him play game. I mean, Michigan's offensive game plan at one point involved Will Johnson getting a pick 6. So with the medical questions, he didn't work out very well. How far is he going to fall? And I don't know that he's necessarily going to be something the Browns are interested in, but just as a storyline, I think Will Johnson's going to be really interesting because he has the potential to be a really, really nice value for somebody. But yeah, Josh Connerly's phenomenal. That's why I don't think he's going to last. I think we're going to see a whole bunch of fat kids go in the first round because you just can't have enough.
That's why Carter Banks comes off so early. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to tackle, go get him early as possible because the edge conversation that'll last longer than the quality offensive tackle.
Yeah, you watch the Super Bowl and everybody's sitting there watching Mahomes get absolutely obliterated, and it's the same thing. There's such an advantage for defense in terms of the athletes that are coming out of the draft every year, and they're not getting worse; they're getting better. And the offensive line development is more challenging, and it's just so hard to do. And it's a planet thing. There are just only so many of these guys walking around the planet that they all tend to go super fast.
Yeah, which makes me wonder, truly, like you were asking, like I don't think quarterback is going to be as big of a thing anymore. And like someone pointed out on Twitter, all of this Jalen Milroe love now makes me wonder because he talked about Hunter a ton. They obviously went a different direction. All that love about Milroe now, I don't know. Like, so I don't necessarily expect.
Shut up.
Now. Do they? Okay.
No. I mean, shut up. I'm leaving with something. Give me something.
Fair.
I have to say, as I was sitting upstairs in my house praying to God that my daughter would just lay in bed, it hit me that we talked about this the other night when we had Jeff and Jack and Barry and Brad on Garage Beers. This is something that I brought up, man. I said, just going back to the way the Browns handled that first pick, I said, man, Andrew Berry loves to hold things close to the vest. Yeah. He doesn't like to get out and talk about what he's going to do. And oh my God, was he talking a lot about
Yeah.
Travis Hunter. And I think we all played it
Right.
off like, well, we know Cam Ward's going to go. So what's
Right.
what's he got to lose? Because we knew what was going to happen. Well, look what he did. That man talked about Travis Hunter a lot. And
Mhm.
I don't think this is something. I think it's something that obviously came together tonight, but I don't think it's the first time that it crossed Andrew Berry's mind that this was probably in the plans. And so if you've
No.
heard him talking a little bit about Jalen Milroe, who knows what to expect?
I
Right.
put
Well-
zero weight into what he says before the draft. After the draft, you get a very transparent Andrew Berry.
Right.
But before the draft, it's like, look at this hand, and this hand is doing something completely different.
Well, I mean,
there was that article too,
If
like
it
you-
took another
yeah.
5 minutes, I think with the trade talk, I think Travis Hunter's a Brown. I don't think.
Mhm.
I mean, it worked out because
Mhm.
there was enough demand. Obviously, if they don't get that call, I think Travis Hunter's a Brown. The thing is, like with Andrew Berry, people love to read into what he's saying. So, and I said this at the time, people, and I get it because he's such a phenomenon and a fascinating story. People ask like 30 questions at the press conference about Travis Hunter and one about anyone else, and they don't end up with
Right.
the one guy they asked all the questions about. So it was just strange from that standpoint. So everybody came out of that press conference going, well, of course you're going to take Travis Hunter. You didn't talk about anybody else. So, I mean, it just sort of played out that way. And again,
I think the Otani reference sold everybody.
Right. The Jaguars were like, well, now we got to come up. Shohei Ohtani, are you kidding me? We got to come up. We're selling tickets.
yeah,
Jack, I know you've been the pick announcer, and I'm sure you've seen the fact that the next pick for the Dallas Cowboys has come through. So hold on one second. Let me just hit it real quick. Let me hit it.
It's not Booker T, but it's Tyler Booker to the Dallas Cowboys.
Ooh.
how much does he weigh?
Oh, wow.
300 pounds. It's just- But the
I'm
thing that
having
may play out,
flashbacks. I'm
we'll
having
see.
flashbacks about Jeff talking about
Mm.
Travis Hunter's height and weight.
The thing we may see play out, and obviously Tet McMillan's a little bit of a curveball with that, is there's a world where all these teams sit there and go, we like the wide receivers, we just don't love them enough to take them this early, and we may see a class where you see two go in the top 10, and then it waits a minute, because I think we're about to see especially with like the Bengals and the Falcons, we're going to see a bunch of defensive players come off the board.
Yeah.
And you might see some of these receivers fall a little bit. And again, Matt Golden has a tremendous run of tape at the end of the season, but there's just not a lot of track record there. So,
There's also a guy named Emeka Ibuka that a lot of places have had him falling
Yeah.
down maybe into that early second round, and I think a lot of Browns fans their eyeballs would get real wide.
This
The
isn't
Dolphins
too
coming
far
up
from
need
what my
offensive line
premise.
help.
Yep, this isn't too far off what my premise was with Carter. My premise was draft Carter and then basically understand that the defense doesn't get anything else. Maybe it's Mason Graham, but you acquired the extra pick, so you still have those 5 more picks in the top 126, which allows you to basically, handle what we appear to be the bigger needs. But you're understanding, and look, these big kids, that's fine. The Browns got theirs. They got Graham. So you want to keep rattling off 300-pound offensive linemen, interior defensive players. That's fine. This is not a market the Browns really look at. They're going to be playing that hard right now. So all of this for them is gravy right now. Go ahead. Everybody always loves a good guard and tackle run. But for the Browns right now, absolutely, man. All the big boys come eat first. It's kind of like, when you're at a wedding and you're hoping that you get table 1 or table 2 because you're the first one in the buffet line. No, they just told all the skinny guys go to the bar and all the big boys are eating first. So whatever the skinny guys get, they're gonna get.
The thing to keep an eye on with the Cowboys is there was a report from Mike Fisher that basically said that Brian Schottenheimer was making a big push for character guys, and Tyler Booker is sort of like the ultimate character guy, the ultimate locker room leader type. And, this might be an indication that second chance at Valley Ranch is sort of over, at least in the short term for the Cowboys, that maybe this is what they're going to try to do with this draft, is to get what Brian Schottenheimer is saying are his type of players. Because Tyler Booker, from a raw talent standpoint, like the Cowboys are going to get crushed in terms of draft value. And then there's going to be sort of, well, the Cowboys reached on a guard who wasn't particularly athletic. And then there's going to be a butt on the field, off the field, in the locker room. He's all these things that, in a lot of ways,
on his chest
what
one
I
day.
suspect we're going to hear a lot from a lot of from people in describing Mason Graham. I suspect we're going to hear some of those same characteristics with him.
Yeah, Booker's a high character guy. He blows everybody away in interviews. When you walk away from an interview with Booker, people just rave about him. He went to the combine, and you could argue he had the poorest testing out of anyone at the combine. But he's a phone booth mauler.
What the hell just happened?
Real quick, I am going to take just a quick second here, guys. Give you all a chance to breathe. Give everybody a chance as we wait to see what Miami decides to do, as we wait to see what Indianapolis decides to do here at this portion of the draft. Get yourself a drink. Get your vocal cords rested for a minute, because I do want to give another shout out to our sponsor here tonight, Core Home Fitness. Look up our friends at Core Home Fitness. You can find them at corehomefitness.com. Check out their assessment of lifting equipment, and especially the top-rated adjustable dumbbells, rated highly by the New York Times, Men's Health. They are rated a best by Consumer Reports. Check out their videos and other products like the Glute Drive Plus and the Flightmaster, and crush your goals in 2025. They've got a U.S.-based support team, fast shipping, hassle-free returns. You name it, they know what they're doing. Again, check out corehomefitness.com. If they are cool enough to hang out with us here in the Draft Cave on the OBR, they're cool enough to get their equipment into your house. Check them out for the ultimate in-home fitness equipment and great videos on how to use their equipment and get in shape like most of us should be doing here on the OBR. They've stepped up to sponsor us, so you go check them out, corehomefitness.com. All right, so we're waiting on Miami. The first, 11, 12 picks are in the books. Again, the Cleveland portion of this draft still on fire. And I'm going to throw it over to you, Joe, because I haven't heard from you too terrible much. And you weren't here when Brown's draft went down, when the trade and the pick and all that went down. And I don't know how much they brought you in when I wasn't here. And again, you'll have to forgive me, as I was desperately trying to get a child to go to bed. But man, when you saw everything go down the way it did tonight, give us your reactions.
Well, so I was out just getting a couple things, and I just felt my watch blowing up. And every time I looked down, it was a new Slack. And it was probably for a solid 20 minutes. And I saw Brad pop up there a couple times, and I saw everybody else reacting to it. So I was like, I know what's going on. I was like in Kroger accepting the fact that Hunter or Carter weren't going to be Browns. And I figured once it became official, I figured it was going to be Mason Graham. He had visited with them. And I didn't expect them to go a different way. I wanted them to go Ted McMillan, but I lean, like what Jeff said, at this point, take offense, get some weapons, help out the line. Like, they've got more youth at this point on the defense. There's still opportunities later, but they need to really boost the offense now. So.
Well, and we heard it a lot, guys. So, maybe we talk a little bit more about names for tomorrow and other players that now you really want them to start looking at. But it's the one thing we heard from Kevin Stefanski over and over and over again as the offense last year struggled and sputtered. And listen, a big reason for that is the worst quarterback play in the NFL by far throughout the majority of the season. Obviously, Joe Flacco's back, so we hope there's a little bit of the return of the Flacco magic from a couple of years ago, or from last year, but or I guess it was a couple of years ago. That's fine. But if we're looking for what Kevin Stefanski continued to talk about, which is just explosion in the offense, explosive plays, that's what he said over and over again. They want to get more explosive. Who are some of the guys now as we're looking ahead in this draft? If that's what we're talking about, get the defensive guy early and then just focus on offense. What are the names that Browns fans should be looking for as we head deeper into this draft?
Can I just throw pick in there? Another Michigan defensive tackle, Kenneth Grant, to the Dolphins.
Wait, Jack,
Interesting.
Jack, I swear, if you don't let me do this,
You're going to do it again.
Double dip there, Mikey.
I don't even know what that was.
I'll
I
take
didn't
that
hear
as
it.
well. The Colts, pick 14, Tyler Warren.
Not
You
surprising.
got back to
The
back.
Colts' pick
I
ever.
just gonna
waited
this
for
on
you to
repeat.
do the second
Yeah.
one.
It
We're
does
just gonna
crack
keep
me
it
up
on
because
repeat.
the entire process for Tyler Warren for me it always kind of gave me Dallas Clark vibes. So now he takes that number 44, goes to the Colts. It always kind of felt like that. But again, I'm interested in a tight end for Cleveland. I'm not interested in a tight end this high. So, I mean, like, this just keeps kind of rolling right along. Kenneth Grant, nice player. Nice player. But, I mean, this is a guy that most people were saying, 20s. And here's Miami taking him at 13. Hey, but, big, athletic, this is a Pete Smith absolute dream here.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kenneth Grant in many ways, you could argue is the higher upside of the two Michigan defensive tackles. He's bigger. He's a little bit more explosive. The issue is that he is more up and down. So if you put on the Ohio State game, Kenneth Grant is a beast. He absolutely dominated that game, as did Graham. But then there are games where Kenneth Grant is just sort of there, and he's not that guy all the time. So that's the question mark with Kenneth Grant. Tyler Warren, the Colts have been like, their poker hand is not good on this. Everybody, I mean, they got one of the guys they wanted, but everybody had them on a tight end. And it's strange because, it wasn't that long ago. Everybody thought they had a strong tight end room. And then they've just cycled through some of these guys, and now they're back at it. Still question mark at quarterback for them. But if this works with all the stuff they've added offensively, like, you have to feel really good about the Colts in terms of weaponry. They've got receivers, they've got a tight end, they've got a very talented running back. And, we'll see how this plays out in terms of the quarterback position. But the Colts stand out as the team. Everybody's going, there's this argument, well, the Browns should avoid quarterback this year because there's going to be very few teams that need a quarterback next year. The Colts are the one that stand out as a team that's going to be in the market for going big at quarterback next year because they seemingly have everything else in place and they're out of excuses.
We had 5 of 6 quarterbacks hit in last year's draft, and everybody's still just as needy. Like, it never ends. My thoughts with the Colts, though, is like, after the dust settles, I'm sure the Browns there's going to be opportunities to pick up a tight end somewhere along the way here. But after the dust settles, I would try to hit them up and see what their plans are for Jelani Woods.
Yeah, why not?
I don't disagree. The only problem is how do you cure the problem that Jelani Woods has had?
No, that's right.
You miss time. That's the tough part. But yeah, I mean, I think he was like one of the first ever to register a complete 10 as far as relative athletic score, which is crazy impressive. But again, the issue is health, and the problem is, how do you trade for that, or what's the appropriate value? I would say for that.
Hopefully nothing. They're just trying to move on. And
of course,
I knew we weren't going to draft him during that cycle. He was old. He was an older prospect coming out of Virginia.
Yes,
but if I could just get a flyer on someone like that to be the bottom of the tight end room, I would do that.
No disagreement there.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, so we got, again, another big man, another defensive tackle. I don't know if it makes you feel good or you had Kenneth Grant, like you guys talked about, maybe going in a lot of the mocks and a lot of the projections kind of in the 20s. And Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant was good. Mason Graham stood out as much better than Kenneth Grant on that Michigan defense. And if a team sees Kenneth Grant as being that good, to take him at 13, maybe it makes people feel a little bit better about Mason Graham to the Browns at number 5. But you've got Kenneth Grant, you've got another tight end, Tyler Warren, off the board. You guys, we've talked a lot about going into this draft tight ends. We've talked a lot about the Browns maybe wanting to address that position. And Andrew Berry's talked a lot about wanting to put another kind of explosive player across from David Njoku. So when he runs out those bigger personnel packages, that they're a little bit more versatile than what they've been in the past. So who are the names? You see Tyler Warren go. You see Colson Loveland go. Who's a name that you guys want to see the Browns? There's still a lot of big name guys that are out there. You got the LSU tight end. You got the kid out of Bowling Green, Harold Fannin. You've got Gunnar Helm out of Texas, who I think is a little bit underrated. But who are the names out there at tight end that you've kind of got circled for the Cleveland Browns?
Elijah
they-
Arroyo.
Yep,
Yeah.
Elijah
Oh,
Arroyo,
yep.
Ferguson at Oregon.
Mhm.
They did bring in a
Mhm.
lot of tight ends. They did not meet. I'm pretty sure that they did not have Warner Loveland come in. Obviously, where they were picking, where they were scheduled to pick, that was probably never going to be a connection that was going to work out anyway. But as far as tight ends they are looking at, yeah, I think the guys that they were considering, and a little bit of a different style. I always compared Fannin myself to. He kind of reminded me of Delaney Walker,
Yep,
who
that's a
was
good one.
back with the Tennessee
Oh,
Titans
yeah.
back in the day.
Yes.
And every time you looked at him and you were like, you didn't see this traditional tight end. They didn't necessarily do traditional tight end things with him, but also the way that would work, you say, you know what, that kind of works, with David. And one of the things I say and why I think tight end is a little bit more important than people want to think about is when David Njoku's not 100%, or David Njoku, God forbid, has to miss a little time, you notice that this offense automatically just becomes a lot more stagnant. That is one of the things we learned in 23 is when David Njoku was a bigger focal point of the offense. God forbid, everything is just so much more easy for the offense to flow. The running game worked better. And Amari Cooper was feasting on single coverage. So, a Royal for me certainly would be interesting as well because he kind of gives you almost that same type of dynamic. Nobody is as athletic as David was coming out. Let's make sure we all understand that. But, you'd like to take something that's helpfully going to, soften the blow here and make things a little bit easier for everybody. But you have to understand that you lose David, or David is not 100%. It really seems like it's something that kind of cracks the emergency brake on their offense.
I think someone might reach and take Mason Taylor at the end of this first round.
Oh yeah, there was talk about it, wasn't it? Is that
Yeah,
DJ
I
who
saw a
said
couple
first?
spots. Yep, a couple spots
Yeah.
where the Eagles were there. I don't even think he's 21 yet. The crazy thing about Mason Taylor, though, man, is you were talking about Pro Football Hall of Fame on both sides of his bloodlines, man. Like
Mhm.
Zach Thomas is his uncle. We know who his father is. I mean, this guy literally has Hall of Fame lineage all up in his DNA. And, what he did last year at LSU, I think it was 55 receptions, and it wasn't an outstanding number of total yardage. But you also keep in mind the fact that he's just going to be 21 for the entirety of his rookie season. And, when you see it rumored to Philly, you're just like, yeah, that makes sense. He'll kill it.
All right, another topic that I was just thinking of, and just kind of looking to see the way the Browns have approached the draft so far. And I know it's only the beginning stages of the draft, but you did have, and I think report is maybe the wrong way to put it. Again, it's something that's been talked about for a long time, especially if you're here with us on the OBR. You've heard it a lot, but you did have the rumblings hit the socials again, and the reports hit the socials again that there's a couple players on the Browns that are rumored to be happening in trade discussions over the course of this draft. And those two players, Greg Newsome, that we've all talked about a lot. He seems to be in every trade conversation with the Cleveland Browns. And Obo Okoronkwo, who we've talked about a good bit just because of the way kind of that edge situation is set up. Seeing what the Browns did in the first round so far, does it give us any clarity on those reports that those guys could be looked to be moved at some point in this draft? Or does it give us clarity that maybe that's not a direction they're going to go at this point? What are we thinking based on just what they've done so far?
I don't think what happens in the draft really impacts these two's future. Because if I look at Okoronkwo first, the way I see that position room, they've already got three guys in there, which in terms of your active, there's a fifth spot, take that completely away. You've got Myles Garrett, you've got Joe Tryon, you've got Maguire, and you've got Alex Wright. Do they want to then go and strengthen one of those? Do they bring in a Zadarius Smith and make Alex Wright expendable? However they want to play that, Okoronkwo still doesn't fit in that four. None of those guys, including Alex Wright, fit into the number 5 inactive spot because you're not paying someone $3.4 million to be inactive. So that's the decision they make with the starters. So he's going anyway. And I think if he gets traded, we're talking, it's like throwing a 7th round pick into a trade discussion. It's going to be for peanuts. And it might be one that straight after the draft, he just goes to someone and it's a pick swap, not even a 7th. So that's there. Greg Newsome, there's still quite a lot of talent in free agency. And if they want to trade him off and take all that money off the books and get someone cheap like a Mike Hilton, whoever it might be. There is plenty of corner talent still out there. So I think with him, you're probably looking at a fifth rounder in this draft, a fourth rounder in the next one, if you're doing it a year early. But it's just going to be who wants to take that money on. So that one might happen after day one, but it could realistically probably more happen between day 2 and day 3.
I'm going to say with Newsome, there's a couple of things. I think the thing that really was always difficult for me, and look, Greg Newsome, he goes through this every offseason. Now it's money, man. Like, 5th year option, that's a lot of money there. So, I mean, are you eating the money, or are you just going to, have him stay here? And they are in an awkward position where cornerback 2 and cornerback 3 are in contract years. I think one thing that I think maybe helps Newsome a little bit is everybody who had these lovely thoughts that Travis Hunter was going to come here and play both ways. Well, now you didn't get a wide receiver, and now you didn't get a guy who was maybe going to play some cornerback for you. So certainly interesting there. Okoronkwo, it probably feels like this is going to be more of like hey, somebody was hoping to get a D end on day 3, they didn't, and maybe you trade Okoronkwo for a day 3 pick next year type of thing. I hope neither one of these guys have plans to go to the movies like Kevin Zeitler did back in the day. Newsome, new baby, engagement for him. And then, of course, today being Okoronkwo's birthday. For either one of those guys, hey, it's always cute when you get, the congratulations from, the team Browns account on social media. But then meanwhile, the story the next day is here are 2 guys from this team that probably could be traded. I'm sure Greg Newsome's used to it. And if I were Greg Newsome at this point, I would run with it, because you know what I'm saying. Greg Newsome, when is he not available on the trade market? Is because apparently this guy's been available on the trade market that day Martin Emerson got here. But for them, where are you spending a pick on a corner here? Maybe the Mike Hilton idea from Jack isn't terrible, but where are you spending the pick here that's going to basically seal the fate on Greg Newsome this year? And look, ideally the Browns want both of these guys to play out their contract years. Ideally, hopefully they both play really, really well. Then you have a decision to make. You're probably certainly not going to sign both of them, and it makes for a tough spot for Newsome, because if they view Emerson as the outside guy, ideally with Miles Harden and of course with Mitchell as well, those guys would maybe slide more into the nickel than they would to the outside. So certainly, interesting from that standpoint, but, I think more likely, I always think it was Okoronkwo. And Jack, I'm actually surprised he didn't find a way to run Alex Wright out of town there. I figured that was something you were going to jump in there.
He
tried.
Oh, they're going to add Zadarius Smith or someone more talented than Alex Wright is going to go, but that's not for now.
Knock it off.
That would be interesting if they just said, they called during the draft to say, hey, Z, want to come back?
Yeah.
Jack, you heard the chime, man. You got the pick. What is it?
The Falcons, Jalen Walker.
Ooh.
That is very much expected from the Atlanta Falcons. They have been screaming in Atlanta for a good, solid edge rusher for that Falcons defense. And they keep Jalen Walker in Georgia. He's got to go just down the road from one of the great college towns in all of America, in Athens, Georgia, over to Atlanta, where he's going to play for the Falcons. Boys, again, it's the draft. I think as we evaluate this and as we talk about these picks going, I think we just continue, now that we're getting to the halfway point, basically, of the first round. I think we just continue to evaluate and give us your thoughts on
third. I didn't know
the way this draft is falling and how we see it affecting 33 and what the Browns are looking at coming up there, and if you feel like it's falling favorably. So you see Jalen Walker go out. What are you guys' thoughts?
Yeah, it feels like it's fallen favorably. I mean, a lot of the stuff is expected. No, I mean the way this is going. I mean, Walker, Mike Green was lined up there for a while, but obviously he's got stuff going on outside of his talent. Obviously, we talked about that, but I don't know. It feels like this is definitely leaning the Browns' way. I'd say, right?
I don't think the selection here of Walker to Atlanta is surprising. There was a lot of talk that Atlanta was maybe going to try to move down. They don't have a lot of capital here, just as Washington doesn't have a lot of capital. But certainly, but I mean, you've got your quarterback. You think you've got Bijan Robinson, you got Drake London. Certainly need a pass rusher, so you're hoping Walker's that. Whether or not he is just a situational guy here in year one, certainly could be the route that's going to work for Atlanta. But again, look, for Cleveland, this is really just everything seems to be going right in line right now. Again, right now, you think of the next 5 pick, and this is the money part of this draft for Cleveland. It turned into 6 in the top 126. You're still looking at quarterback, you're still looking at wide receiver, you're still looking at tight end, a pass rusher, and a running back. And to this point, you've had 1 quarterback go, you've had 2 wide receivers go, 2 tight ends that you figured you had no business in getting anyway. Only 1 running back is gone, and the end is there. Offensive tackle could be there. So again, I think for Cleveland, things are going really, really well. I can tell just from the peeking into social media I'm doing, nobody else agrees probably with me, but I guess it's just where we're at right now. And you know what? I technically feel better about that, though. When I'm not agreed with is usually, when I feel better. When I am agreed with, maybe that's when I go back and start checking things twice.
Any other input from you guys, either on this pick to the Atlanta Falcons, or just again how this has fallen for the Browns?
I'm surprised that Atlanta did make this pick, just because they should have done this for years. Like they needed this for as long as I can remember. And Walker, slow moving costs. You can look at it that way, and keeping him in state. But I think we're about to see this run continue. We got Cincinnati coming up on the horizon, first one in our division to make the next pick, and it'll be interesting to see if they pass on Mike Green. That's the next landmine for him, I think.
But you have Arizona here, which probably it's going to be a big boy of some sort, most likely.
I wouldn't rule out corner, but we'll see.
Yeah. Also, well, Mbuka, I know that is somebody that they did kind of have some interest in as well. So Emeka possibly here. But I agree highly with Cincinnati. And, because I think if you go the Mike Green route, you're forced to make a decision on the whole Trey Hendrickson situation, which seems so weird because it was like, look, we only care about 4 players on this franchise, basically the quarterback, the 2 wide receivers, and the pass rusher. You took care of everybody, and then it finally took Trey Hendrickson to finally say, well, no, that was a lie, man. Nobody's even talking to me. So so for Cincinnati, certainly something to tip their hand there, but just as much as I think we talk about the Browns right now, and it's got to be offense. For Cincinnati, it's got to be defense. You have no choice here. I mean, you've got to at least get some guys out there. I mean, granted, they're going to be young. It's going to take probably a year before you can get some cohesion, but it's got to happen.
They just need guys. Yeah.
Man, Jeff, were you talking about Emeka Egbuka to Arizona?
It's a possibility, yes, sir.
Yeah. Wow, man. Ohio State fans could just like paint their jerseys.
Rumored spot for him is Houston. So either way, you could be going double Buckeye, in Arizona, or because obviously Houston's got the situation with Tank Dell, and no one really knows if there's an answer there anytime soon. So you could kind of recreate that. And I
we do.
Spain. I wouldn't
even say
him, because he's always been the side fiddle in Ohio State his entire career there, and he may end up going somewhere where there's Ohio State ties, and he's never really going to get the tail.
We do have the pick, and so I'm going to let Jack do it.
The Cardinals select Ole Miss defensive tackle Walter Nolan.
Ooh.
Keep these defensive guys coming, because we've got picks. Those 2 picks at the start of the second round, we want as many offensive players there. By all means, running backs don't count. They can select some of them. Real offensive players, we want as many of them still on the board when you get to the top of the second. Because, hey, both of those should be great pieces. There's still the chance that they trade one of those back a bit further just to wind some people up. But we want as much talent there that they can choose from, whether it's getting an offensive tackle, whether it's getting a wide receiver, or it's getting a quarterback. I think they're the 3 you're realistically looking at with the first 2.
Interesting to see Nolan go this early, just because there was such a wide variance of outcomes for him. So this is pretty early for him.
He's very, very talented. He's also
Very.
been to like
He travels
7
well.
high schools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guy
He
lives
had
out of
a-
his suitcase.
He had a very strange draft
Right.
process. Like at one point, he skipped the combine stuff, was going to do everything at pro day, and then he gets to pro day and decides he's not going to do anything but positional stuff. And there were teams that sent people there who were pissed. Now he did well in the workout stuff, but there were teams there who were not happy with him. This has the secondary effect of would not have shocked me at all if the Bengals took him. So they may have well taken the guy the Bengals were sitting there hoping to select. The Bengals need all the help they can get on the defensive line. That would have been the way to sort of to avoid having to take another defensive end and sort of keep the Trey Hendrickson thing balanced and getting more talent up front. And now without him there, without Kenneth Grant there, they may have to take an edge rusher or do something else. Maybe offense at that point. The other question now is, and they never do this, and I don't expect that to change, but do the Bengals, who are short on draft capital, do they try to make a trade?
Yeah, that's fair.
And do they try to get a haul from somebody coming up for a quarterback and see if they can't move back a little bit? I suspect they're going to sit here and take the pick. And at that point, Seattle's the team where I think we start watching to see if teams are going to try to move up.
The one wild card
is there-
defensive player for Cincinnati is Malachi Starks. They have completely botched their safety situation.
I'd expect.
Yeah,
this
I
to
know
be-
my Cincy buddies are talking about they were either saying Nolan or Starks when I asked them about it this morning. So
Well, we'll keep
Derek
an eye on
Furman's
that
a possibility
Cincinnati.
as well. There was,
That's
there
true.
were some questions medically, I think, with him as too. But nevertheless, he's a guy who can get into the backfield and cause problems.
Well, Cincinnati on the clock. I do want to take another quick little break, and I do want to give a shout out to another one of our sponsors here tonight. And if you see the Draft Cave shirts, maybe the world's greatest T-shirt, to be honest with you. Like, I know you don't have it if you're watching, and you should be upset because I think it might be the world's greatest T-shirt, the OBR Draft Cave shirt. Our shirts tonight were provided by our buddy Philly. Our buddy Philly, you know him in the comments. Give some love to Philly and his business, 11 Creative. You know him as OG Philly on Twitter, Philly ASC on the OBR on the OBR.com, and well, Scott Fillinger. If you're his mom, then you know him as that in the real world. Otherwise, you know him as Philly, our good buddy. But 11 Creative, a one-stop source for all of your marketing needs: logo, brand development, website design, print collateral, social media graphics, incredible comments on Twitter and on our live shows. Philly does it all. He does it all, and he's done it all for us through that 11 print program. So if you need T-shirts for a family reunion, staff apparel for your business, youth sports team, you name it, they can produce it at an affordable price and in a reasonable time frame. In addition to apparel, they can also produce promotional products, displays and signage, gifts and awards, print collateral, and they can create e-commerce sites for your business or for fundraisers to sell and distribute products without you having to lift a finger. So contact our buddy Philly, or again, as his mom knows him, Scott Fillinger, aka Philly, at 11 Creative for any of your marketing or event needs by email at scott@11-creative.com. Again, scott@11-creative.com. Shout out Philly. We love you, buddy. Okay, so hold on. Let me get over here again and let me get the thing going because Jack,
Press
I know
the
you're ready.
button, Mike. The Bengals take edge rusher Sherman Stewart. So Trey Hendrickson is
Sherman
definitely
Stewart, wow.
leaving.
Well, it's a
Massive athletic freak who has yet to tackle
Everything
anyone in football.
Okay, so can I let me chime in on this for a minute because you guys are much more experts on most things than I am, and frankly, most everybody's more of an expert on. pretty
Oh,
much
here he
anything.
comes! Here comes the Aggies in the house.
But I'm an Aggie, baby. I am a Texas A&M Aggie, and I love the freakish athleticism of this dude, and I do not understand why the rating is so high. I watch every Aggies game. I am a diehard fan. I die every time they lose a game they're not supposed to, like they do 3 times every year. And I get it. I understand the physical attributes. I understand the physical traits. It's kind of like the opposite of the argument of that we had with Jeff Lloyd on Garage Beers this week, where we were talking about, we talk about how, hold on, Jack. We talk about how impactful Travis Hunter is on the field, but he doesn't have the measurables that add up to that kind of player. Well, Shamar Stewart has the measurables, but you go back and watch Texas A&M games and tell me what kind of impact he had on a lot of those games. I'm very interested to see if he can live up to some of the measurables, because I'm not sure he can.
You're not wrong. Everything about this guy, like, I mean, you watch him in shorts, I call him everything but, because everything looks great until, it comes time to put an ass on the ground, and it just never seems to happen. And, for Cincinnati, this is a really risky pick, I think.
Yeah.
Because, you're bringing this guy in here and you think he's hopefully going to be your top pass rusher. And then, you get to the point where you look at production and, I mean, you almost think like your computer froze or like the data was not entered correctly, because we're talking about a guy, with a RAS score through the roof. And then you look at the production and it's just so stinking minuscule. I don't know how to take this pick for them. You would have rather, certainly, I mean, maybe Mike Green, and, maybe it's more, look, because a lot of this comes down to interviews as well. And maybe it's more concerning, than, and this will probably leak out because everything will get out. If it wasn't just, the off-field prior, maybe he didn't. And one of the most important things is when you have off-field is how you address it when you're spoken to about it and asked about it. And something can certainly turn that off. But, for Stewart, it's, looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane.
It's eerie how similar he is to their last first-round pick at defensive end in Miles Murphy out of Clemson.
Oh.
Another big body. Miles Murphy a little bit bigger. I think he was 270, maybe been 275. Was really promising, but just never put it together. And they are, still waiting for him to put it together. Even this past year, Trey Hendrickson was the only guy who was doing anything on the defensive line. So, Miles Murphy, anytime you want to show up, and Joseph Asai has been sort of the other guy, because of course he's Nigerian and great, and I wanted him. But Shamar Stewart and another guy. So, like, on the one hand, you sit there and you look at this Bengals defense, and they've got these 2 classic-looking bookend defensive ends, but they've got nothing out of it. Now, maybe Stewart's going to turn it on, but his track record is 1.5 sacks, 1.5 sacks, 1.5 sacks, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
At college. Like, is the NFL going to be easier for him? I know there's a lot of stuff where people talk about, well, A&M asked their guys to do stuff that's different and all this other stuff, which is always really interesting to me, that Texas A&M's defense is basically designed to have their players suck. But that is the argument I hear from people. So we'll see. I hate this. If I was the Browns, if this was a Browns pick, I would hate this, because, again, at the end of the day, you want guys who produce. You can tell me all about traits, all this other crap, but more often than not, guys who are going to be great in the NFL were great in college, and he just wasn't.
Yep.
All right, I want to get a quick note in. Jack, you started to talk about something, and the comments are losing their mind because I cut you off, and they are pissed. So I know there's conversation happening right now, but I don't know if you've seen anything actually come through. I know the Seahawks are in conversation to maybe trade down. Have you seen anything there?
So Jordan Schultz has said they are trading down 4 minutes ago. We are still waiting to hear who that's with, etc. And it's one that Lane put in Insider Central, I think straight after the 5th pick, and said, keep an eye on the Seahawks for the time when it kicks off.
Yeah, the official tweet from Jordan Schultz says they're talking trade down. So they're talking trade down. We'll see if they actually do it. We're gonna make a quick little change over here. I'm going to hand over hosting duty for an hour over to my buddy Jeff Lloyd.
No,
Brad
they're
Ward's
picking.
back in the.
Nope,
They are going to
They're
pick, so no
picking.
trade down from the Seahawks, and we'll see what that pick is. But I'm going to hand it over to Jeff. We're going to bring Brad Ward's back. We're going to bring him back into the fray. What's up, Brad? And
I'm also
Jeff,
gonna
you
hop
take
off
over,
here.
man, and we'll see what the Seahawks do.
Can I get a ding, 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 please?
Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. The Seahawks at number 18 are taking North Dakota State offensive lineman Trey Zabel.
Here we go.
Why does John Schneider hate first-round picks? And Trey Zabel's a very nice player, and he's 300 pounds. Still, oof, that's a lot. That's a lot. And the Seahawks need all the linemen they can get. I mean, they never got any blocking for Geno Smith, so may as well start now because the guy they have at quarterback has had a very sweet ride in terms of offensive line play. But wow, that's rich. But again, offensive line play, teams can't get enough of these guys. So if you're the Brown, Gray Zabel is somebody the Browns really liked, but no, so if you're trying to say knocking off things that the Browns could sort of be interested in, but this isn't realistic. So it crosses that off. And now you sit here with 2 picks until the Steelers might take a quarterback. So are we going to see movement with I don't know who picks 19, but 20 is Denver.
Tampa next. Tampa have been really keen to move back all draft period.
They could do it. I could see Tampa. Tampa is also a team that I could see take an edge rusher here.
Yeah.
They're a team that's been linked to both Mike Green and Donovan Ezraku.
Will Johnson is someone that there was smoke around that would be where the slide would stop. So keep an eye on that. But Zabel was never realistic for the Browns. He's basically a granddad.
You find it interesting that like a lot of these teams wanted to trade down, but they can't. Like, I can't imagine a lot of teams
can't or just didn't get enough.
Yeah,
Yep.
I just don't think like there's going to be a ton of teams looking to come up to get guys when we're in that plateau of talent right now, where there's the guys you get now are going to be similar to the guys you get in 10 picks.
Well, I think the thing, and I think this was a popular destination possibly for the New York Giants to trade up for Jackson Dart if that was something they were interested in. But it could also, and it also seems weird because like it looked like Seattle was trading down. So it seems like maybe Seattle called Giants and tried to maybe like rekindle the talks that they thought maybe existed. And the Giants were like, well, only one quarterback has gone to this point. So I don't know necessarily why I have to go to 18 at this point. And looking at some of these teams in this area, other than Pittsburgh, obviously, we don't think Tampa is looking to go quarterback here. I'm pretty sure Denver's pretty confident in the quarterback they got. So might have been more like Seattle, like, oh, all right, so that's not a thing for us anymore, unfortunately. Seattle, you moved on from Geno Smith, you brought in Sam Darnold, you moved on from DK Metcalf. Tyler Lockett is going to go play the adult version of Xavier Restrepo for Cam Ward in Tennessee. So it is weird, certainly, that you paid Darnold the money, but you're certainly going to have to protect him. But, for right now, it's kind of looks like it's, Darnold, Walker and Jackson Smith and Jigba, for Seattle. And look, I think we're also starting to say here that with some of these offensive linemen, it seems a little early. Well, we've had the run. So maybe it's not early. Teams were looking to go offensive line, and obviously many other teams shared this opinion. So yes, it is early, but I think, it's just that we're starting to exasperate it. And this is the run that's kind of on here right now. And, the move, I guess, for Seattle and what they have chosen to do here, certainly, is to go here with Gray Zabel. And I do kind of agree. It was not like Joe Tryon was playing. He's always going to be Joe Tryon to me. I'm not going to say that last name. I really think that could be the landing spot for Donovan Ezraku, who really just, fantastic player at Boston College, high motor, just a guy that brought it. And I think, what was it, Pete? 2 sacks in at least 6 games. He had double-digit sack games, which is really, really impressive when basically the entire offensive game plan is to not have that guy wreck your day. So we'll see where it is here with Tampa. And then, it's been rumored, Denver, it was maybe Loveland. It was, maybe a tight end. Certainly the possibility of a running back to Denver. Certainly Travion Henderson is a name that could have been bantied about there, but we'll see the way these next couple of picks go here. But again, for Cleveland, it just seems to be falling in line where guys are going that the Browns either weren't interested in the position necessarily this early or weren't interested in necessarily the player at this point.
I think we
Well,
got.
I did see. I saw a report real quick. Jordan Schultz said that things are starting to heat up as far as calls are going. QB needy teams from the second round are starting to make phone calls. Because I was starting to wonder, guys. I was starting to wonder, and I don't know if you guys have thought about it, or if we expect to see this run on maybe a couple of these quarterbacks in the first round. But I was starting to wonder, like, are we gonna get to the end of this first round without a lot of it? Oh, hold on, we got
the tune, Mike.
I'll do it.
All these players I didn't want going off the board.
Ohio State wide receiver Egbuka.
To Tampa?
Yep.
Yeah, to the Bucks.
Wow.
Oh, no.
That's shocking.
And next up, we'll have Amari Hampton, but they aren't even on the clock yet. But that's been mocked so heavily that I'll be shocked if it's not Amari Hampton.
I would not be surprised if they don't take Travion Henderson over Amari Hampton.
Yep.
Agreed.
NFL loves Henderson's explosiveness, and they've been drooling over it the entire time, regardless of the fact that Omarion Hampton in a lot of ways looks like a safer overall back. But man, like all these guys who do mock drafts and rankings just keep Travion super high. Now, one can't help but wonder if the Broncos don't feel a little bit comfortable trading back because all those guys are still there. But I suspect they're going to go ahead and take their dude here. And then it's Pittsburgh with all the choices at quarterback if they want to go that route, or, fingers crossed they take a defensive lineman. I mean, sure, Sanders would be my absolute thrill. I would love that for the Steelers, but we'll see.
I think also, though, and look, Audric Estime, who Pete and I loved last year, struggled, and missed a lot of time. But you want to talk about balancing out that running back room. And if you want to kind of keep Henderson in, that, I don't want to say limited touch, but, you want to keep him in that, 12 to 16, and you can kind of have Estime, the bigger guy, do, the heavier lifting, take more of the brunt of it. And then hopefully you're catching your defense, a little bit tired or on their heels. And then there's certainly ways to use Travion, to basically exploit that. And, certainly what he can do, within the screen game, his ability to take anything to the house, because obviously defenses are going to tighten up next year. It's not going to be as easy. They're certainly not going to be as easy for Bo Nix in year two, now that they have the film and they're going to be a little bit more prepared. I think Omari and Hampton would make sense here, but I think if you're looking at it just from a, guy who may, require less touches and give you more big play, chunk play, flipping a field type of thing, it seems like a really smooth transition for Travion Henderson in Denver to link up here.
And I think Peyton can just trust him in pass pro as well. That's something that
100%
will go a long way.
For what it's
Boys,
worth,
let's go back real quick because we had the Ohio State guy real quick. I feel like skimmed over this just a little bit, but Egbuka to Tampa. I mean, Baker Mayfield, another weapon. That is again, you still got Mike Evans down there. They signed Chris Godwin to that deal before
and the
year.
kid from Washington last year. So that does seem really wide receiver heavy.
It's very wide receiver heavy.
Jalen McMillan, yeah.
But Godwin is coming off significant injury, even though he's back. Mike Evans is, we want to say ageless, but there's a number there.
Yeah.
And then Egbuka is Egbuka has largely been described this entire process as the most professional wide receiver in the draft. Intangibles off the charts, handles himself like a professional in college. I have questions as to how good he can be in the NFL, but I can't think of a better situation for him to go to than the one he's going with Tampa. There's just so many weapons. You have to cover all these guys somehow, and Baker Mayfield doesn't care. You get open, he'll get you the ball. So Egbuka is going to have a lot of opportunities to make plays. So, I mean, I don't think, again, even though it's a wide receiver, it's not a sizzle pick, but I think it's a prudent pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I will say, we talked about his role that he played at Ohio State. I feel Tampa's a great fit, right? Because in his time at Ohio State, he has played with these kind of prolific, unbelievable athletes at wide receiver and Marvin Harrison Jr. And obviously this year with Jeremiah Smith, and now he's going to play with this prolific wide receiver squad. He knows how to kind of fit into a wide receiver room, and it seems like that is going to really help him just mesh right away with Tampa. So I think it's a great pick for the Buccaneers.
So per Schultz, Giants are working really hard to get back into the first round now.
Jackson Doherty.
That's got to be
It
cool.
smells like spam to me.
That smells like spam.
It does. That feels like I'm going to be eating spam.
I think Tyler
does.
Show would be a perfect call for them.
Oh, gross.
Get him. Go get him.
Or if Quinn Ewers. Get Quinn Ewers.
I just saw, not to throw us completely off topic, but we're covering the draft here, so I have not been watching the draft, and I've been desperately trying to avoid a picture, and then it just flashed across my face. I just saw a picture of Mason Graham in that stupid hat, and I really that cannot be my first impression of Mason Graham as a Cleveland Brown in
What?
that awful hat.
How in God's name did anybody approve that as the draft hat? I don't understand what is going on. Like,
Because
what
the secret behind the draft hat is every year you're trying to make it just a little bit uglier.
ugly as possible? Like, let's stick a little weird, like little things around. I mean, what it's hideous.
Oh, it's Cleveland, so you got to chuck a guitar on there just randomly. It's just
Yeah,
got to have a
come
guitar
on.
hanging off the side. Outrageous.
Enough of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame guitar everywhere. We get it.
Agreed. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw us off, but I just saw the picture, and I am more mad about the draft hat than Cleveland fans are about the trade. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm
Trade's
at.
not the problem.
And it also looks like on Mason Graham's head, like his head size is like, and Pete, you'll probably relate this. He's like the guy that you got to make sure you got the helmet for.
The 3X?
It's like, oh no, we got one of those dudes.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh man, all right,
The guy who has
you got to
the
call in a
helmet.
favor.
There's always the helmet. You got a special order.
Yeah, in 7th grade, they had to go to the varsity room for me. So I feel it.
So obviously the Broncos are up, and then you've got the Steelers. And the question is, do the Steelers feel compelled to take one of these guys, or do they think they should trade back and try to recoup some of the picks they lost to
Seattle
make up for the fact they got DK Metcalf? I suspect they're going to take a player there, and then nobody in Cleveland wants anyone to mess with the Chargers at all with the 22nd pick, and everybody's probably hoping that the Giants are going to move there, if anyone is, so they avoid the bad juju.
It's funny because today is the 21-year anniversary
I don't do it.
of the Chargers and the Giants and the Phillip Rivers,
Yeah.
Eli Manning trade. Today is actually the 21st anniversary of that. So certainly would be interesting.
Broncos are picking.
Hampton. is
Bated
it?
breath.
Got to assume it's going to be a
Shocker.
run.
Gotta think it's a running back.
Oh man, hold on. Let me get my finger on the button because it's got to be coming. It's got to be coming soon. Nothing yet though.
All the pick tipper accounts look like they've fallen asleep.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Well, one of them had. That's why I was confused. One of them had Ibuka
There we
going to
go.
the
Got it.
Seahawks. Hold on. Here we go. Hold on. I'm coming.
Cornerback. Barron. Jari Barron?
Yeah.
Barron.
Hey, Baron.
Now you've poked the Browns bare. There's going to be all kinds of Buckeye honks ready to go.
Will Johnson continues to slide.
There's questions on the knee. There really is.
Jade
Jahdae Barron is very, very good. The question for the Broncos is he a corner or is he a safety?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, right, like he's not your traditional outside. Like, put him on a guy man to man. He's
his own guy.
He's kind of a hybrid, right? Nickel, safety, great traits, good speed. Like, you want to have him on your roster, but you don't really know where he is. He's an absolute stud. I agree. But you got to find a place for him.
Production profile off the charts. Smart football player. You know, again, with what the Broncos have, does he become a nickel defender? Does he become a safety? Or are they just going to put him up opposite Surtain? And you know, the Broncos, who are a very, very good defense last year, continue to double down. Apparently, you are allowed to do that, despite the fact that they might want to score more points. They did, in fact, go. I saw a tweet that then got deleted on the Steelers, and it would have been sweet. But yeah, if you want deep look, I know it's very popular.
I have never seen that much motion out of Pete. Pete Smith sat up so fast in his chair right there. I thought you were coming through the screen, Pete.
Yeah, the thing with everybody talks about defenders and they go, oh, corners don't need to tackle. You need everybody on defense to be able to put guys on the ground. Jahdae Barron puts guys on the ground.
So we've got rumors from Connor Rogers that they're taking Derek Harmon.
It's true. Wow.
All right. So the question,
he's
guys,
not tip picking. That is just saying that's the rumor he's heard. But he's a reliable source.
Let's start
for what it's worth.
Because
for what it's worth, Ben Albright, who obviously great fountain of information, he didn't have Barron to Denver. So this actually, so Denver actually played this very, very close to the vest here.
Well, I think it's a situation where the Broncos did not expect him to be there.
Well,
I mean, consider the fact that other than Travis Hunter, that's the first corner to go off the board.
Yeah.
Well, true. Derek Harmon, Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh,
dang.
Hey.
Whoa. Extraordinarily bitter Deion Sanders.
Now you can say it, Pete.
He went after Dan Orlovsky today. Yes.
Here comes
Steelers at 21st have selected Derek Harmon.
Here comes
who
the
does have
pictures
some
of
health questions
Shador.
as well.
Here comes the pictures of Shador in his house pouting.
Now,
No?
say what you will. You know,
did you freeze Pete? Pete's frozen. Somebody unfreeze Pete. I'm wondering where he's going with this. Boys, let's have this conversation. The Steelers don't go quarterback. We know the Giants are trying to come up to go quarterback, but we know that none of these other teams in the 20s are quarterback hungry at this point. So let's say something weird happens and we get through the first round of the NFL draft and there's one quarterback taken, and you know the Cleveland Browns. And again, I think the Cleveland Browns have really set themselves up for next year to try to go after the quarterback. But let's say the Cleveland Browns are on the board and those three other quarterbacks, Shedeur Sanders is sitting there. And you might not love Shedeur Sanders, but you have to understand that there is love in Cleveland for Shedeur Sanders. There is that love there. Are we all of a sudden feeling a little different about how they approach 33, especially knowing that they have 36 coming just 3 picks after that?
Well, here's the joy of it. The joy of it is you get 13 hours to basically sit down and, and go through this. But look, all right, and we'll do it real quick. Obviously, we probably have a little time. This was always going to be the thing that was really difficult with Shedeur Sanders. And I kind of equated it to Bronny James as well. And we're probably going to go through this, not next year, the year after, with Arch Manning. When you got a father who is still so prominent within, the sport, imagine nobody was saying anything negative in regards to Shedeur. It was never anything. And then once the first person let a little something leak, then it became a little bit easier for everybody else to kind of do it. And I think part of it is what kind of backlash were you going to deal with? I saw that Deion Sanders took a shot at, Dan Orlovsky today, and it was Dan just played a couple of reps, and he said, these are things that teams are going to have concerns with, and basically called him a hater. I mean, what are you here? Are you part of this business? And you coach, they really just needed to sit aside. Yes, they desperately needed to hire an agent and just let this be Shedor's path. Because the thing I feel bad for Shedor is this was never his path. He wasn't just and everything was dictated, we're not going to throw at the combine. Well, why? Let's have other people who do this and represent these kids through this and have done it for years. Let them set up the plan. And it never really felt like that. And, so I kind of feel bad for him because it's his future. This is everything for this is him. You know what I'm saying? So it does feel rough that way. And look, there's a lot of people that you talk to that did not have Shedor Sanders as the number 2 overall quarterback. And that's just, a fact. And I think a lot of people just feel that Shedor is a finished product and brings zero athleticism to the position, which is really odd in 2025. Usually every quarterback is somewhat athletic. Every quarterback can run around on 3rd and 4 and get you 5. He's not really one of those guys. He literally ran for negative yardage. His rushing total in college was negative. Baker Mayfield. We don't consider Baker Mayfield fast by any means, right? Baker Mayfield had 1,000 yards more rushing in college than Shedor Sanders. Yeah. That's a crazy, crazy number to think about. But
I think that's dependent on system and all that too, Pete. Like,
I don't
where you play and all that.
Every quarterback comes in with positive yardage, man. To have negative rushing yards is kind of crazy.
I'm just saying, like, I don't think the NFL has reached a point where you have to be athletic to be successful in the NFL.
Let me just ask you this. What quarterback in the NFL do you think is not athletic as a starting quarterback in this league right now?
I mean,
besides 41-year-old Joe Flacco.
I was about to say, we got him.
Joe Burrow.
Matt Stafford.
I don't think Joe Burrow's a ton more athletic.
But Matt Stafford's also Matt Stafford's an older dude, and to be but no, I would agree with that. I think Burrow has some athleticism to him.
Yeah.
Because it just feels like with it was always the offensive line, and look, their offensive line, it did, obviously the offensive line stunk. It was a dumpster in the summertime. There was no doubt about it. But it became a point where, some of those things, you expected Sanders, if you're that guy, some of these things you got to overcome sometimes. Look, but the way this should work for him is maybe this is going to work where he gets himself into a better situation, a better team. And ideally, at the end of the day, look, we're all football fans. We wouldn't be here otherwise. The passion, of course, certainly for a certain franchise is picked up here. But you want this league to be incredible. You want this league to be awesome. You want everybody to be good. It just makes for a better product. And I think the best avenue for Shedor was to go to a team that was probably a little bit more ready to go. And the odd thing for Pittsburgh, for me, is because I thought if he went to Pittsburgh, it would maybe be his team. Like he could go in there and Mike Tomlin, being a really strong personality, would bring him in and just say, okay, you're Shedor Sanders, but around here, you're Shedor. You're Shedor, the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I was just going to say to the chat, when I said Joe Burrow, obviously I know Joe can move, but in relative athleticism.
He's definitely on the lower end. You're not wrong, Brad. He's definitely on the lower end of athleticism, sure.
He's not Josh Allen is all I'm saying,
He's not Josh. He's not Pat. He's certainly, he's not Lamar, of course not. But, of course, you know what it is. But we're also, guys, we're used to see him getting, trounced by Myles Garrett. So nobody looks athletic when they get chased down by Myles. So we're a little spoiled.
Casey, it's been a minute since I've heard your voice, but let's take it back. I kind of threw it to quarterback there, and we'll come back to quarterback as we continue through, especially if more non-quarterbacks keep getting taken. But let's talk about what the Pittsburgh Steelers just did, because Derek Harmon's a pretty damn good player, and you know what that Steelers defensive front is. So now we're adding Derek Harmon to the defensive front of guys like Alex Highsmith and TJ Watt and the rest of that crew there in Pittsburgh. That defense just bolstered a little bit more.
Well, they lost Larry Ogunjobi. Cam Hayward's getting near the end of it. You know, so they're just getting a year ahead of it. That's what I had them doing. I had them going Kenneth Grant when I was mocking. So I didn't think they were a quarterback destination, which is weird because they do not have a second round pick. So if by going defensive line here, they're pretty much, they're out of the running now. They're not going to be able to come back up and get one of these guys that are falling. But yeah, this is what they do, right? They reload that defensive line, and someone like Harmon, coming from Michigan State, kind of an afterthought, gets to Oregon, loses some weight, shows some explosivity. He constantly resets the line of scrimmage. He's in opposing backfields all day, So this is just Tomlin doing what Tomlin does.
So, boys, we've seen
Jack,
it.
we got any?
I'm sorry. I was going to say, boys, we've seen so far the 3 AFC North teams have chosen players, and all 3 AFC North teams have picked on the defensive line so far. The Browns, the Steelers, and the Bengals have all picked defensive line.
And there's a very good chance that the team remaining does that as well.
Yeah.
Also, though, Pittsburgh, do you have Aaron Rodgers? If you have Aaron Rodgers, maybe I don't know what necessarily we're drafting Shedeur Sanders for anyway.
What are the Chargers doing here? Are they Matthew Golden?
A lot of people have rumored to running back was possibility, certainly for the Chargers. This does seem like a little bit elongated.
Harbaugh's freaking out because all the
right.
Michigan boys are off the board.
They're freaking out.
Can I squeeze Will Johnson in here somehow?
I would not put it past him.
Yeah, he might. He could.
And with the Steelers, keep an eye on Pickens is likely to get traded at some point.
I'm hoping not because I'm ready for that meltdown mid-season.
Oh, totally.
The rumors went out there. He's unfollowed the Steelers on socials. He's in a bad mood.
Guy was in a bad mood back in Georgia, for God's sakes. But I mean, could you imagine the combustibility of Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, and Pickens when they lose a game and maybe 2 balls got tipped that were intercepted? So Aaron Rodgers is pissed at everybody. Then you got these Adonises and Pickens and Metcalf. You kind of got to wonder where things have gone here for Tomlin. It's a real strange world where Tomlin's probably, wondering if he can get Brown back in the building at the wide receiver position.
Dude, they are taking this clock down to the wire.
I might set a record for
you got Jack, you got anything?
Nothing yet.
Oh,
crazy.
And it feels like they got to be close to their 10 minutes, huh?
Yeah, they're showing their work.
Pete, I know you froze out on us before, Pete, but we were just talking about the AFC North really attacking the defensive line. Thoughts on how that's going down in our own division?
Well, I mean, the biggest thing that jumps out with the Steelers is you got to find a way to block these guys. TJ Watt's still there. Alex Highsmith is still there. You've got Cam Hayward still playing. Derek Harmon now added to that mix.
Keanu Benton.
Yep. Like, challenge, the Browns are doing the same thing. Both of these teams are laying the challenge down and saying, try and stop us, which is a really good place to be if you're those teams. And both teams have the same question now. How are you going to score points? Casey sort of alluded to it. I want nothing more than Aaron Rodgers to skip a pass at George Pickens and to have him absolutely lose his stuff and delete his Instagram profile from the sideline. But
sit out on the field.
Yeah, just pulls his phone. I mean, I've seen him. We've seen him shut it down and pout during games before. So, but they have the same question: how are you going to score enough points? You guys, all your strength is on defense, which is great. The Steelers have proven time and time again. We try to bury them. We try to stick the stake in the heart, and then they win 10 games. So their formula works. And at this point, they may still end up with a quarterback in this thing. But look, defensive linemen are extremely valuable. You cannot have enough of these guys, which is why, and obviously we've made the trade down, but like one of the arguments was the Browns couldn't possibly add more defense. Well, yes, they absolutely can. They just need more dudes. I don't care what side of the ball they play on. They need dudes. And, they're hoping that Mason Graham's one of them. Derek Harmon's certainly talented. I'll be curious to see if we hear anything about, again, he had alleged medical questions. They must feel good about it to take him. But, we are sitting here where half the division has no quarterback of the future to speak of.
Mary,
The Chargers select Amarian Hampton.
Yeah.
there's no way he was taking Trevion Henderson. Jim wasn't doing that.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
Right.
this is a Chargers pick. They get a bulldozer of a running back who's, he has everything you want in a running back except vision. He does everything else at a really high level. He's really explosive. He has enough juice to make guys miss. Prototypical size, excellent speed. He can catch the ball out of the backfield a little bit. Pass blocking is a work in progress, but Jim Harbaugh don't care. He's just going to hand him the ball 40 times. It's not heavy. So from that standpoint, it's a picture perfect fit. It's everything the Chargers want to be. And now we're going to get all kinds of people freaking out and going, oh my God, the Browns have to somehow get Trevion Henderson. But it's now one more good player sitting out there, in addition to all the quarterbacks, in addition to the variety of other things the Browns need. But we're sitting here. Matthew Golden still has not been picked.
Yes.
The Will Johnson has not been picked. There's a lot of guys out there with a lot of talent, and you have to feel pretty good if you're Andrew Berry at this point that nothing has gone wrong. And the team that stands in the way, I mean, I don't know who's up at 23, but 24, your old buddy Kwesi, right there. This is a match that has been made multiple times. I've discussed it. The guys at Underdog have made it a match, as the Vikings need draft picks. They're low. Kwesi calls his old buddy, Andrew Berry. They work out a deal. Maybe you move up, give up a 3rd round pick, move up to 24, and take your quarterback and feel good about it. That certainly stands out as an opportunity, unless the Vikings love what's on the board.
23 would be the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, they may be the team that just goes ahead and takes Golden.
God, they have so many good receivers already.
They really struggle.
I know
they don't have good enough receivers.
There were Packers guys who were thinking that, and I believe, because the Packers are, Jack, you would love the Packers because it's really easy to go through them and eliminate guys because there's such a checklist of size and weight and testing numbers. And I believe that the 4 most popular guys for the Packers, the only one remaining, and of course it is a medical question, would be Will Johnson. So we'll see what Green Bay does here, certainly. But yeah, Pete, because when I was saying earlier about Atlanta was a team that really was maybe thinking they needed to move down because of picks. Minnesota is kind of in that same situation as well.
You've got to feel like the Packers, a name that we've talked about a few times tonight. You got to feel like the Packers are at least looking into Mike Green here too. They really struggled to get to the quarterback.
Well, I was going to say Donovan
Ezeraku.
Yeah.
Don't ruin it. The Browns can take him and really piss off the fan base.
Ezeraku, I really want that guy on the Browns. So if they could take him,
Ezeraku was one of those guys that was a little, and literally it's like this fine printed. I think he was a little bit short from Packer standards, which they should really change, because if their standard isn't working as far as the edge rusher for them, so maybe it's time to reevaluate what the standard is, what you're exactly looking for your edge rushers.
They're still waiting on Lucas Van Ness to show up.
100%, and on the Rashawn Gary thing, and maybe it's maybe it's the system, maybe it's not the players anymore, guys.
Listen, I don't think it's a surprise that Nick Emanwari is falling at all, or Malachi Starks hasn't gone, or even Will Johnson or the corners. Is there anybody on the board that you're shocked is still there? Like maybe Josh Simmons?
Emanwari is the one that I'm a little surprised by.
You think so?
I can't help but wonder if the tight ends had gone off the board, if the Colts wouldn't have just taken Emanwari and said, screw it, Raz, let's go.
Yeah,
true.
But, the question is with Emanwari is he's not a fit for everybody. He doesn't have a easy fit position-wise. He's sort of a bigger bodied safety that can sort of shade the line between safety and linebacker.
Yeah, he's Grant Delpit.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, yes.
Yeah, Brian Flores will have a spot for him in Minnesota if they stick and pick. If they don't fall back.
Oh, this is the hometown pick. They're going nuts, huh?
I bet.
I was going to say this is going to take the clock. This
Yeah.
They will milk everything about this pick.
Well, you know what it is I'm assuming NFL Network and ESPN are go, whoa, boys, we got to slow down here a little bit, man. We got some advertising
Slow
money
down.
here, man. These guys they were promised it was going to be during the draft.
All 40,000 people in Green Bay are here, and they want to see this, so we better put on a show. Jack, I did want to, real quick, while we've got a little break before the next pick gets made, I do want to say Jack Duffin getting a little bit of love in the comments, and we always got to give a little love to Jack Duffin when it comes to draft time because, hey, Jack, give a look at your clock over there, my man. What time is it?
3:39.
My man is up at 3:39 in the morning.
You don't have to go to
Talking
work
about-
tomorrow, do you, Jack? Please tell me you're
I'll
off
work a
tomorrow.
little bit later.
My man Jack's up talking about some safeties that are left over and what the Chargers just did. So shout out to you, Jack, for the dedication.
Thank you. So, interestingly, Najee Harris probably not best pleased because he's just signed for $5.25 million to be the Chargers starting running
That's
back.
right.
And
Mhm.
Oh, they're going to run an
not in
naming
play.
tags game.
The Packers could pick a corner because Jair Alexander's on the trade block. And then the Eagles are also rumored to be on the phone trying to look at a potential trade up.
Interesting.
What are the Eagles coming up for?
Could be
Oh,
Will
we're
Johnson.
probably
Defensive
good on
and
the
then-
guy like
lineman is
Ezra.
available. As I was gonna say Ezraku. I got nightmares about that guy playing in Baltimore. So
Or is it
one of those
Golden?
two teams will wind up with him.
I would say Malachi Starks as well.
Yeah.
I could see Johnson or Golden with him.
I mean,
We
Yeah,
are
right.
still
Christian
waiting.
Watson's recovering from the ACL, right? And Reed's
Yeah,
really
that's
the only
true.
one that's kind of really hit for them in Green Bay as far as, certainly they spent a lot at the wide receiver position, but I don't think they've really gotten the return of the investment in as far as the amount of picks, players that they've put into it. I don't think they've really gotten the return investment that they were actually really looking forward to.
really? I think they have loaded.
They got a
Romeo
ton of
Dobbs is a
numbers.
good. I think they had too many guys, and it kind of just cut into the developmental path for all of them.
Yeah,
Wicks,
maybe.
Dobbs, they're all kind of, it's kind of like you have all these guys and they all kind of deserve playing time, but you really just got to figure out who your horses are, and because it was one
They
of them
got
last
two-
year. I
they
think
got
it was
two
Wicks
good
or-
tight
it
ends
was
as
Wicks or
well.
Dobbs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it was
like-
Wicks or Dobbs. I think it was Dobbs last year who was just frustrated because he just wasn't getting any playing time.
Yeah, I like
I like
him. I
Wicks.
like who's the guy that
Like-
came out last year and played really well? Case
Like Dontavian Wicks.
Wicks.
Packers have made a selection.
All right, so we're waiting on the Packers pick. And then again, I think
How
then that
drunk
brings
is
up
that stadium, do you think? Green Bay, Wisconsin? Nothing to smell of just stale beer at this point and cheese curds everywhere.
Yeah, they're going
Yo.
crazy right now.
They
stop
they
it,
eat
stop
well
it,
there.
Jeff. It makes me want to go to Green Bay. I just want to go to Green Bay.
I spent
just
Christmas.
described
Well,
it.
in
it's
Green
not going
Bay.
to be there for another 30 years, so any reason we wouldn't want it to
Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Hold on. I'm coming. Got it. It's in. And here it is. There it is.
Packers select wide receiver Matthew Golden.
There we go.
And
Good
more
call,
importantly,
Jeff.
I did
You
spend
called it,
Christmas Day
Jeff.
in Green Bay. And it was a pleasant experience other than the second half and Baker's meltdown and Halo.
You went to that
Gale,
Christmas
whatever
Day
it
game,
was.
didn't you? You went to
Yeah.
the Christmas game, right? I remember that.
So
I think that
the,
was a Nick
the
Harris
immediate thing that jumps
snap,
out if with Golden is the Packers could be a team that theoretically wants to move on from one of their other receivers.
Yes,
Do the Browns
just
feel
gonna ask that.
inclined to try to add one of their veteran wideouts and bring him on board? It's at least a conversation that they could explore. Certainly wouldn't give up one of those second round picks or anything like that. But
No.
if there's a value to be had, that might be an option for them to sort of bolster the room faster. But we'll see. I mean, their pace is sort of going to be determined by if quarterback. I mean, how good do they feel they need to be right this second?
Oh, okay, so build on that for a minute, anybody. But when you look at the Packers and you think about those veteran wide receivers, and maybe I am undervaluing them, but like, who do you want? Who would
Dubs
get
or
you
Wicks?
excited? Romeo Dubs?
I wanted him in the initial draft, but
I don't know.
I'm not
any
trading
of
for those
them.
guys. I'm not interested. We can get the wide receiver. in
I'd
one
say
of
I'm
these
with Jack here.
two
Does
upcoming
any one of these
picks.
guys tip the scales more than Cedric Tillman?
Get Elijah
You know,
Moore.
I mean-
Yes.
Jobs given.
I don't know. Well, maybe more than Cedric Tillman.
Christian
Yeah,
Watson
I
coming
would
off
be
The guy I
CTE.
want, the guy I want's probably the guy they're not giving up, which would be
Christian
Jalen Reed.
Watson.
Reed. Oh yeah, well, we
Well,
we
they're
can
not
say
going to give
that.
up Reed or Watson.
Yeah,
They're
well,
not gonna
Watson's
give up
got an
Reed or
ACL
Watson.
anyway, so
Yeah, Watson stays hurt.
Or Wick. They're all very good.
Yeah, they're a bunch of twos.
Oh, Wicks is
Yeah.
Tillman.
I
in a lot of
think
ways.
they're all very good. And that's fine. I mean, we need I don't have a problem bringing in somebody in that can do what these guys do. Even if, I mean, we don't have Tillman isn't proven yet.
No, but the Browns are prioritizing explosives. They want somebody who's going to be able to get down the field and make plays, or just produce, regardless. And that's not really Dontavian Wicks is not really that guy.
No. Yeah.
No.
You're right.
I feel
He
like
is
every
Tillman.
time a wide receiver,
round two.
I feel like every time a wide receiver leaves Green Bay, it's like, oh, that's a good wide receiver, and then they go wherever they're going, and you're like, oh, he kind of sucks, but he was good in Green Bay. Is there any player in this draft?
I'm not really looking at the.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right, I was going to say, is there?
No,
is there
I
any
was just
player
saying
in
I'm
this
not
draft
looking at the
that did
past.
more? You and I are on like a delay. I don't know what's going on there, but I'm just going to talk and then you can go. Is there any player in this draft, boys, that did more to bolster their draft stock from the end of the college football season through the offseason than Matthew Golden?
probably say no. Because I think you have to factor in of who he was doing it with. Right? Playing with you or yours. I mean, and everybody, what was all the talk of going into the season? And certainly as the season went on, all the talk was, hey, the Alabama transfer, Isaiah Bond. But then meanwhile, it was the Houston transfer, Matthew Golden, that seemed to be the player week in and week out. I think this is a little bit more in the likelihood of where Matthew Golden should have went. That talk of maybe the teams was certainly premature. But week in, week out, Golden was just putting it together. I still don't think his 40 time equates to what you see on the film, but his film was still fantastic. Obviously, good body control, was able to catch, a lot of balls that certainly you didn't think he would be able to come down with. And probably slides into a good situation here because, you look at what is there for Green Bay and vertical threat, because I think Dobbs, certainly Wicks, they kind of, I don't want to say cancel each other out, but kind of really similar. And, Reed is kind of like their jack of all trades type of guy, whereas Golden maybe is going to come in, with Watson recovering from the injury and, Golden, can maybe play more of that vertical threat, certainly, hopefully to open up things underneath for Green Bay overall.
I wonder how much
Anybody else? Radio
Quethy
silence here?
Stone's ringing now.
Nope, they're picking.
Nice.
Yeah. I was looking for that.
So who are we feeling like, if they are picking, who are we feeling like they're picking here?
I've got
All
it.
right, I mean, we know who it is.
Oh, all right.
go.
Hold on. I'm coming. I didn't see it.
Get
I'm
your little
sorry.
chime. Get your little chime.
Ohio State, so he must be amazing. Donovan Jackson.
No,
He is really
yeah. The another 300-pound guy. They're going to probably put him at guard. They need help on the interior badly. That was their big bugaboo last year. Donovan Jackson, somebody the Browns were interested in. I think they were going to try him at tackle. Another guy who's just done really, really well for himself. Earned so much praise from everyone because he could have said, screw you guys, I'm staying at guard. This is where I'm going to make my money. Went out to tackle, played really well after Abdul Carter was done with him, and then finished out. And look, Ohio State is not holding what's left of a trophy if not for Donovan Jackson being a team player and being the left tackle of that team. And that's
1,000%.
huge. So, for in a lot of ways, if the Packers were to have taken an offensive line, I would have assumed it was going to be Donovan Jackson for that exact reason. because he'll play wherever you tell him to play. But I totally understand from Minnesota's standpoint. Now, having said that, the Giants are feeling some pressure. 25. There's a small chance. I think it's unlikely that the Rams are going to take a quarterback at 26, but it's a race a little bit. And the thing is, I think the Giants feel way more pressure than the Browns do. I think the Browns could certainly make a move up, and they may be waiting for the Giants to pull the trigger and go first because it sort of reduces the potential price for them. But the Browns may just cruise into this thing and be like, "Yep, we're just going to sit here and we're going to wait for Jalen Milroe to come to us."
Yeah, it'd be. I don't know if you need to force it right now.
Which, dream scenario is if we close this broadcast 33, 36, and we're sitting here going, they didn't have to give up anything. That's awesome because here's the thing that everybody was sort of disappointed with, the concept of they were going to take, a player at 2 or obviously 5, and then they were going to have to sort of eat this thing in the second round or trade up for it and not get anything out of it for a year. If they take Milroe, he's going to contribute as a rookie just in packages and stuff. But you are now in a position where you can get a guy where you're sitting there going, I'm going to get somebody who's going to help me this year and make my team better now. And that really opens up your options.
And this is maybe kind of okay.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff.
Well, this is where maybe the first trade today, the trade with Houston, where it's like, homie, you just went from 10 picks to 8. And like for me, like my whole thing has been, man, and it was, hey, if I got to take Hunter or 2 and that's what I got to live with, that's fine. But I don't want to give up any more picks. So if I can get quarterback at 33, I'm stoked about it. And then it was 5 o'clock, a little bit after it was, they just went from 10 picks to 8 picks this year.
Giants
and then
up.
Certainly,
we got a trade.
This might be
Giants
spam.
The Giants have traded up.
Yeah, it had to be. And now
is
they're
it
going
Dart
to
or is it Shador?
It's got to be Jackson Dart.
Spam.
Jackson Dart.
Could be spam.
Jackson Dart is the most Ryan Dable quarterback.
Well, they went the other route, Pete. They went it for like a couple of weeks. Never took a practice. Never did an
I'd love us to see
activity.
a running back.
Let's get it. Let's get it done right here, Kinnaman.
Oh man, are you opening up?
No, the can of
show?
spam would be consumed.
Not raw dog
Thursday, all eyes.
can of spam.
So
live on
they've
the air.
traded 34 and a future third. So it's a future third to move up.
Oh god,
That's a cheap price, honestly. I thought it was going to take basically a third to get there this
I
year.
don't know. A future third for the Giants is probably pick 67.
Look at the chat right now.
It could be, but here's the thing, Jack. Do you think Joe Schoen's going to be making that pick?
No.
So it's even less.
We probably should have known this too, because did you see the thing where Schoen's kid apparently was dropping Jackson Dart highlight reels on his Instagram last night, and the next thing you know, the kid's Instagram was put to locked. Maybe
Hey,
don't
real
tell
quick,
your kid what your plans are.
But to be
Real
fair,
quick.
the kid knew what was happening.
Philly,
No,
if you're in here,
they're giving up more
we
than
need-
that,
we need-
Jack. They're giving up more
we
than
need
that.
we need overnight shirts, Philly. We need shirts that say OBR Draft Cave, and then on the back it needs to say Raw Dog and Spam.
They're giving up $34.99 and a third rounder.
What?
They
Wouldn't
overpaid
99
for
be the
that.
third? Wouldn't 99 be the third rounder? Oh no, it wouldn't. Never mind.
No, so they've given up $34.99 and their next year's third round pick. That is a desperate move.
Whoa.
Like
And keep
if the
in
Browns
mind-
had done that, if the Browns had done that, you might sit there and go, well, they had to go to get the quarterback. No, that is an overpay.
But here's also my question on this though: is how many picks does Houston now have?
Unless they take Milroe.
I see the Rams.
Houston's
boys,
got to
I do
have
a
11
question.
picks or something by now.
Listen, I have a question regarding quarterbacks and obviously the Cleveland Browns. At some point, is there a value of if they can move up 1 or 2 spots? And I know they may not necessarily need to, but there is contractually an advantage to grabbing a guy in the first round of the draft versus the second round, and you get that option. Is there, if you could pull off a deal that isn't expensive to move up 1 pick?
Yes, we know what's going on.
Oh, hold on. Let me do it. I'll get to that question in a minute, but let's go to it. And Casey, you better get ready, buddy.
I'll let Brad Ward announce this.
All
I don't
you,
have it.
Brad.
Go ahead. Is it who we think it
I
is?
didn't know,
I think
Brad,
Casey
you're good.
Casey,
Go ahead, Brad.
Casey should announce it.
I thought that was rude.
The 25th pick in the 2025 draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart.
Spam,
My
spam,
QB2
spam, spam,
Goes
spam.
2. He's good. Well, I should say he has the potential to be very good.
Yeah. So let the chat decide if they want to. I'll buy the can of spam and bring it tomorrow night.
Pre-show spam.
But now,
I mean, how much time are you willing to spend here? Because if you're coming out for the show, maybe you should do it at the end in case it doesn't go very well.
I'm on the late shift tomorrow night.
Okay.
Whoa, Serge.
Yeah, I'm not
Jeez.
putting I'm not putting that one up.
the question is, do the
He's got
Browns
to eat
feel
it. He understands
comfortable-
that. Serge, you got to.
That's
He's gonna
really
eat it. He
raw
understands.
dogging it right there.
Are the Browns comfortable enough to sit here and just wait?
Yeah.
Well, and actually, here to get to Mike's point earlier, obviously about the Browns just moving up to get the 5th-year option. I think if we all agree that certainly the Browns are highly considering a quarterback, either in the next 35, 40 minutes, or to start off tomorrow. And we also think there's a really good opportunity the Browns are considering a quarterback next year.
Question.
To have them both, well, I'm just saying to have the one on the 4-year plan, the Browns have no problem extending the quarterback. The problem is finding it.
Here's my question about
So
that.
if the
'cause
Browns, it's only 4 years with the guy.
Here's my question about that. They have I mocked that a couple times where they, flipped a late 7th or even just it'd probably be a pick swap, right? Jack, to move up to 32 to get the 5th-year deal. Now, if there are you have 2 picks in the early second. You have 2 quarterbacks on the still left in that tier. We know they like Milroe, but how do you play this if you're the Browns? And because of the way the board has fallen, overnight you could get another ransom offer to come up to 33 if somebody really wants Sanders or Milroe.
Yeah. So in terms of the 5th-year option, it's probably going to save you 20, 25, maybe 30 mil by the time you get there if you hit on it. For me, I'm not overly worried too much because that one cheaper year over a 5-year deal, you're talking 3-4 mil, maybe a year you're saving, which it all counts at the end of the day. But when the salary cap's going to be as high as it is by the time we're talking about extending a guy taken in the first round, it's marginal. I'm more trading up if I just don't think the guy is going to make it to 33 that you really want. Falcons trade up.
Question.
The Falcons traded up with what?
Yep.
Yeah.
They're on the clock.
That's strange. They only had 3 picks, right? Or 4?
Maybe they just don't want to attend day 2.
But
By
the way,
you got to think it's more
Okay,
defense.
we're out of here.
Having a day off.
I just want to.
Let's trade
wanna
it.
What about the safety from South Carolina?
Yeah, that's
Wouldn't
Right? Does that seem to make sense to you, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Probably didn't think he'd be here.
I want to
Right.
give credit to Kwesi real quick because that is about as ideal of a situation as the Minnesota Vikings could have hoped for in this draft. They came into this draft with 4 picks, and they got a pretty damn good haul for pick 24 there.
That
No,
was the
it's Houston.
Texans.
Houston.
yeah.
No.
Kwesi should have been
I'm
taking
sorry.
that trade.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Houston. So
Because Houston
a shout
right
out
now
to
is like
Houston.
loaded in draft capital because you
Houston
made this
had 9
trade with us
picks coming
earlier
in.
today, and then you
Surely.
made this trade.
If Kwesi gets that call, he just takes it. Did they just not call him?
You would have thought. And I'm sorry, I must be exhausted. But yes, it was Houston.
So I kind of thought that the Rams were like a low-key undervalued spot where maybe a quarterback could go.
It's not impossible.
But you guys said that
It's possible.
Did they
I
trade
won't rule it out, but
Well, the Rams.
what
have
I
traded
heard-
with the Falcons.
What I heard in
So-
regards to the Rams was the well, and ironically enough, is the quarterback who just went above the
Yeah,
Los
they like
Angeles
Dart.
Rams.
Sure.
Yes, Dart was somebody
makes
they
sense.
thought would have fit there. So and look, the Rams kind of know what they're doing here. I mean, we've made in front of them for
Whoa.
years because they never had a first round pick. And
What
but
the
you know,
hell
you
did
look
they
at the
just do?
Dart-
Oh
Oh,
my
what do you got?
god! Falcons trade 46. Wait a minute, 46. Man, I just lost it. They trade their first round pick next year.
What?
Yeah. So Falcons have traded 46, 242, and a future first for 26 and 101.
That's an insane trade.
Look at these new wave Rams acquiring first round picks.
That's a wild trade.
And what is Atlanta walking out of here with?
This reminds
I
me
mean,
of
no
like,
job security in next year.
this will be an edge.
Another
They-
one?
Yeah, they're probably gonna take Ezraku here, aren't they? Or they just got double
Don't
it
they still-
up.
Well, don't you still? They still have Matthew Judon too, don't they?
Yeah,
Nah, he's a free agent.
I don't know if Matthew
Oh, he
Judon
is?
is stopping you from doing anything.
No, I'm just saying. But I don't know. Risking for. Oof.
That's ridiculous.
Hey, fair play. I was trying to find some favorable words and I couldn't come up with any.
Well, it's 4:00 in the morning. Yeah.
Oh my God, you can't be serious. They cannot do. They traded for James Pierce.
Oh, hold
They
on.
did
Hey,
all this for
whoa,
James Pierce.
Whoa. Now you can say it.
The Falcons traded away multiple drafts of stuff so they could get a guy who forgot his shirt at the combine. James Pierce, edge rusher from Tennessee.
The guy who, in his final year at Tennessee, said, "I'm really just worried about myself." Well, we're not going to play you all the reps. That's fine. Don't need the numbers.
In fairness,
pressure rate
James Pierce was like, coming into this last year, he was supposed to be like a top 5
Yes.
Yeah.
best
he was.
edge rusher
Shit.
in
He should have just
football,
gone that
and
Jamar Chase route and just said, "Nah, you know what? Not doing it."
So James Pierce, to credit to James Pierce, his pressure rate is higher than Abdul Carter's. It's the best in the country.
Yeah.
He has excellent speed. He's got a plan of attack as a pass rusher. The problem is he's very light. He's got no power, and he's useless against the run. So look, I mean, this is the thing. Pass rush is that valuable. If you can figure out a guy on the other downs, James Pierce is there for every passing down. And to pair him up with Walker, this is the thing the Falcons have been desperately trying to do for years. I mean, Jeff will bring it back to the same guy the Jets have been trying to chase down, John Abraham, the last pass rusher this team has really had that was great. They've been trying to. They took Vic Beasley at 6th overall one year. They've been over and over and over again. So now they've got 2 in the same draft and basically are ready to wait out and see if they're still employed for 2027 when they're back in the first round.
Well, I mean, they're going to
Pressure
recoup a
rate.
pick out of here. You probably get a 7th rounder for Kirk Cousins somewhere along the line here over the next couple of weeks, right?
Pete touched on his pressure rate was great. 21.7% pressure rate. That's over twice the amount of Mason Graham. Will this translate into the NFL? Probably not, but that is insane numbers. Look, Myles Garrett doesn't come close to those numbers. That is nuts.
Now, the caveat to that is what, Jack? Tennessee, how many snaps did he play?
254 pass rushing snaps.
Yeah, that's like 110. I think 110 less than Mason Graham had this past year because Tennessee has had this professional setup in their roster where they can play like hockey lines and just rotate these guys in. So on the one hand, look, you are getting a completely distilled pass rusher in James Pierce. But it's the same question you're going to have with Omar Norman Lott, who's going to probably be drafted tomorrow. There's just not a huge sample size. Now, teams may just not care about it because you're entering a league that is very specialized. But it's just something to point out where a guy like Mason Graham, maybe his efficiency isn't as high because he's playing a higher load of snaps overall. Now, the pushback of your Abdul Carter is, hey, I played 700 and something snaps this year, like as many snaps as any edge rusher. But still, James Pierce stat is legit, and that is a ridiculously high number.
You also have to keep in mind here that they're playing, basically an odd front here in Atlanta now. So for Pierce and certainly for Jalen Walker, this is not necessarily hand in the dirt type edge rushing. Either one of these guys could be standing up. I still, could you imagine what the Los Angeles Rams, how that whole conversation went? Sure. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Sounds good to me.
It's mind-boggling that they were able to get that much out of it. Again, it honestly strikes me. This is a team that cannot manage the clock during games. They can't manage the clock during the draft either. I have no real belief that this team, this group has real job security after this year, and I wonder if that's part of it.
They did bring in Leonard Floyd as well, and look, Leonard Floyd is another one of those guys where you're going to consider him. He's not a true 4-3 edge. So I mean, they have a bunch of them, and what they actually list as defensive ends. I mean, these are definitely for the odd front here, man. But oof, you're telling me that Atlanta with that second round pick couldn't have gotten, I mean, look, in Pierce, you have to basically see how the numbers extrapolate when he's going to play, a more legitimate snap count. But that's an awful lot.
Hey, Jordan Schultz tweeted out reaction to one source to Falcons trading future first round to come back in. WTF ? Still, a dream scenario for the Browns. You have not had to give up anything, and you're still cruising into a situation where you can take a quarterback to start tomorrow unless something crazy happens. Maybe they feel the need to move up. And then we're talking about, hey, Luther Burden is sitting there available at 30, potentially at 36. Donovan Ezraku is potentially there at 36. Trevion Henderson might be there at 36. All the tight ends are there other than the two that everybody knew was going to go. So they've got the setup they want.
Pete, I don't know if you know this, but Josh Connerly still there.
This is true, but I remind you, he's well over
300 pounds of him.
He's over 300 pounds. He's his days are numbered.
So just find us 6 300-pounders. Those will be the next picks, and we're hopefully going to get to the scenario we're looking forward to.
Well, I mean, you look at who's up.
This could be your boy here, though, Pete.
Baltimore, Detroit, Washington, Buffalo, Kansas City's going to take one. You got to think Kansas City's going to take one of them. And the Philadelphia Eagles might take one.
Boys, we're going to take a just a quick minute here because of how much they have done for us. And as we enter into the final part of night one of the NFL draft, over 4,100 people in here with us at 11:07 p.m. Sorry, Jack. I mean 4:07 a.m. over there in UK time. We want to give a little bit of love one more time to our friends over at Core Home Fitness. Again, look them up, corehomefitness.com, and you can check out their assortment of lifting equipment, especially their top-rated adjustable dumbbells, top-rated by the New York Times, Men's Health, Best Buy, Consumer Reports. They are unbelievable. Check out their videos. They teach you how to use their equipment. They give you classes on how to use their equipment. Check out their other products like the Glute Drive Plus, the Flightmaster, and you can crush your goals in 2025. We're only at the end of April here, and there's plenty of time in 25 to get your goals crushed. So if you want to look better than all of us on the screen, if you want to get yourself together better than all of us, you get over to corehomefitness.com. They have a U.S.-based support team, fast shipping, hassle-free returns, you name it. They know what they're doing over there. So get over to corehomefitness.com for the ultimate in-home fitness equipment and great videos on how to use that equipment and get in shape. They have stepped up to sponsor the OBR. They rock. We want to step up for them. So get over to Core Home Fitness. I'm telling you, those adjustable dumbbells are unbelievable. So you want to get over there and check them out. Thank you to Core Home Fitness for sponsoring us tonight. Should I hit the noise?
Play that magic.
Should I hit it? Here it comes.
The Ravens select low value position safety Malarkey Starks or whatever he's called.
The exact thing they were hoping would drop to them.
Yep. Although I didn't understand the way I saw some people trying to say it. Like some people were putting it like you just wanted to take Kyle Hamilton and just basically put him in center field. I would think that's maybe more the route you'd do with Starks because, Hamilton at his size literally built more like a linebacker. Wouldn't you want to have basically, the monster back role where, Kyle Hamilton is basically somebody the quarterback's looking at and having no idea what assignment he's going to do on any given play. So, I'm not sure some of the way some of the people described that this was going to go down, but it is the way it went down. Jack's smiling over there big time.
Safety. I don't care. This reminds me of when the Steelers trade up to take linebacker. Keep doing stuff like that.
I do think he's a good player. I mean, I think he fits what they want to do. Whether that's worth it to be determined, but they made the move they did with cutting their previous safety. They've still got Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton's been everything they could hope he'd be.
Yeah.
So they get to pair this guy and probably move. I'll be curious to see how they handle this. Malachi Starks is a little bit of a combo safety, so it gives them some options.
Monwari falling. Yeah. Anybody going to take him in the first round?
There's a few players falling. And
their other position seems to be falling that Mike Keefe is very passionate about. Linebacker Jihad Campbell, just who's phenomenal.
Yeah.
As a linebacker, but unfortunately he plays that position, and it doesn't really matter.
You get the medical
Will
question hanging
Johnson
over now too.
Will Johnson best corner in
Now,
this draft.
I say that, and all of a sudden the Browns are going to take Jihad Campbell and just drive me insane.
We're still on for the Connolly Burden double header.
Here we go.
So actually, and that's a great little transition, Jack. You see where we're at now. We've only got 4 picks left. 5 picks left in the first. Sorry, I had to do math. It's a problem for me. But 5 picks left, and we're at the best teams in the NFL. We're at the teams with the fewest amount of holes in the NFL. And so when you look at this again and bringing it back here to Cleveland, to the Cleveland Browns, knowing that when tonight is over, you've got the very next pick, the first pick tomorrow. And then after that trade that they made that everybody freaked out about, you got the very next pick tomorrow. And then just 3 picks after that, you're back on the clock. Start talking to me about the guys, the names that you are looking for now that you've seen how this first round has gone down. If you were Andrew Berry, who are the guys that you want to wind up on the Cleveland Browns?
Jalen Milroe and Donovan Izaraku. Mike Green name is mentioned there, but
Yeah.
I mean, I see one of the.
We
I
can't.
don't.
We can't do it.
I'm not doing
not
that
when
anymore.
Still on payroll.
You're trying
Yeah,
to get this stench off of this franchise, and
Yes.
so basically you just don't go that route again. Certainly that would be why Donovan would certainly be the guy there along with Jalen Milroe. Certainly you didn't address the wide receiver position. Could it be Luther, Burden? Certainly.
Browns like him.
If the hands were a little bit bigger, I'd be all on board. He really, honestly, he was a guy that really should have portaled before that last year at Missouri, to be completely honest with you. Because, I mean, Pete's boy, the quarterback there, we were talking about the one time, and I think I was like, how does a college team in the year 2024 not throw for 3,000 yards? Like, it was just such like a mind-blowing thing to physically see that number. But it's certainly, one of those cases where, Burden was the guy they were trying to stop, and, you can't necessarily throw the ball to yourself, of course. But, I mean, unless somebody trades up, we know Detroit's not taking a quarterback, Washington's not taking a quarterback, Buffalo's not taking one, Kansas City's not taking one, Philly's not taking one. You know, unless somebody, I don't know, you know, Pittsburgh doesn't necessarily maybe have the ammunition to make this jump to get back in here for a quarterback.
Unless it's coming with, unless they're moving, you know, a player with them, it's gonna be tough.
I don't think any one of these teams is looking at a disgruntled wide receiver to come in and destroy all the things that they've done well for their teams over the last few years.
I don't know. I feel like the Bears are always one disgruntled receiver away from completely destroying their team.
Let me ask you this. What was the talk about any possibility of Jameson Williams being available? Anybody else find that odd? Like, he just brings something to that team. I mean, as great as Amon is and the offense just goes, like, there were so many just dagger plays where you were scared to death of Jamar Gibbs or Amon just, you know, schooling somebody on a route over the middle. And then it was just like, oh, they ran like a double reverse, and of all the people they didn't cover, it was Jameson Williams.
Yeah, but the thing with Jameson Williams is every time he touches the ball, both teams are terrified.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you saw him like showboat on the field at different points, and you're just like, oh my God.
The Lions select Tyleik Williams. Tyleik could be something else.
He nailed it.
That's a big boy.
How many
Yeah, it is.
nose
Big
tackles
kid.
does that team freaking need?
And this is, you know, look, if you're a team here, what do you ideally look? Usually you have enough offense, right? Most of the time, if you're a team here, although I really like Washington on a chance on a running back would really be interesting, because I
It would
think
be.
if you have just anything to take the focus a little bit more off of Jaden Daniels for Washington, that's, you know, and obviously you got the tackle if you're Washington. You brought in Debo. Hopefully Debo is, found Jenny Craig, certainly down there in the state of Virginia, to help himself out and get himself to a more accurate playing weight. But I mean, ideally for these teams here, you're, you know, more defense. You probably have enough offense. That's how you get to AFC Championship games. That's how you get to Super Bowls.
So, per Charles Robinson on Twitter, apparently they just put the Ravens' entire draft board live on ESPN. I bet they're fuming.
Where's the screenshots? Where's the
Someone must have
screenshots? I got to see
screenshot
it. Someone's got this.
All right, dear
I'm
Browns.
still blown away by the fact that the
Look at
Lions
that board
have
and do whatever they have.
another 320-pound nose tackle. They extended Aleem McNeil, which makes you wonder if his injury situation is more concerning than maybe they let on. But they've got, I mean, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Are they still messing around with Levi Ozaraku or whatever his name was? They've DJ Reader's there. Like that is a whole lot of man.
I like the way you say that, Pete.
Serge stating that draft board is on Twitter.
I'm looking.
Yeah.
Scrolling.
Yeah,
Somebody send it
Levi
over to Barry.
Ozaraku is still there. And they got Mekhi Wingo. They have all kinds of defensive tackles.
Their handwriting's horrendous, but yeah.
Had nobody opposite Hutchinson.
Yeah, they didn't take an edge rusher. Again,
You know what I mean? That's for me. That was obvious. As soon as he went down, you saw if they were missing.
Yep.
Oh, I got it.
Commanders are another team that could be a trade-up spot. I don't know if the Browns feel the need at this point, but if they feel like they want to make sure, and again, I don't think it's a priority for them, but get the fifth round option.
Let's see. What do you take Andrew at? Because he was specifically asked that in the Travis Hunter "Welcome to Cleveland" the pre-draft press conference. Sorry, he was specifically asked that and didn't really give an opinion one way or the other. I think, and we tried to get to this earlier. I think the thing with the fifth-year option, look, it does make a lot of sense. I agree, but I think the thing is how quickly quarterbacks either make it or flame out. I think by the time you're at that position of year 2 into year 3, you've pretty much got your mind made up. You know what I'm saying? Whether or not this guy is here or he's not, and sometimes that fifth-year option ain't the greatest thing in the world anyway, because if you can't unload the kid because you don't want him anymore, now you have this odd situation where you got a guy making decent money and basically he's just there wearing a baseball cap each and every week, your intention really isn't to play him unless, God forbid, something really bad happens. And look, it's not like look, we know Cleveland will have no issue paying the guy. If they think the quarterback is the quarterback, they will gladly, and I mean gladly, write that check. It's just a question of making sure that he actually is indeed the guy. But again, we've, I know I've talked about it a lot when people, we always felt that this was a, one quarterback in 25, one quarterback in 26 approach. And it was just because of the hands they were dealt this year. Look, again, for the millionth time, in a perfect world, there was going to be a quarterback or two for the Cleveland Browns. They would have taken him and just gone on. It just, everything broke right for Cleveland. Unfortunately, it broke right in the wrong draft year.
All right, 1 second here. Let's do this. Let's reset for a minute. We've got 4 picks left in the first round. You're watching Draft Cave 2025. Make sure you hit like and subscribe on your way in and out. See, we've got over 4,000 people who have come in and out of the room all night. We appreciate you guys hanging with us. All your contributions in the chat for sure. Make sure you hit the notification bell so you know every time we go live all weekend long, we got you covered from every single pick here. Let's look at this with 4 picks left. Who's on the board? Did you guys cover this earlier that Barry talked about in his press conference that the trade back from 2, I know I was out for an hour. The trade back from 2 was discussed for several days with Jacksonville.
I mean, I haven't heard the press conference, but that is what, the OBR reported that this conversation has been going on for a couple of days. Obviously, it heated up enough where Jacksonville sort of ponied up to the point where Barry couldn't say no. But yeah, that was one of the teams that the Browns have been talking with. They had also been talking with New England, but New England ducked out pretty early. And the Raiders had been calling up as well. And then Dallas. Although I think Dallas sort of flamed out pretty quickly.
Well, where are these big trades, right? Jerry Jones, we're working on 2 big trades.
There also are some reports out there that they could have moved down from 5, but elected not to.
Well, Jack is going to go scold Andrew Barry as soon as he's off this thing. And we got to pick.
Yeah. So as we go, let's go around here real quickly with these picks on the clock, and you can announce this whenever. Do you have the pick in here?
Yep.
Jack's ready to go.
I don't know what noise that is. Sorry. It played a weird one.
We need some funeral music. The Commanders select Josh Connolly.
Yeah.
Of course. I warned you. He's 300 pounds.
So Simmons is next.
So Connerly off the board.
The only question with Simmons is character. Is character going to hurt Josh Simmons?
And the fact
it's not like it's bad. It's just he's very young and immature.
Yeah.
Young?
Jack just said he's old.
No, Josh Simmons is not old.
Oh. Who's old, Jack?
Arianti
22.33.
Well, either way, the regardless,
22.3.
The flag on Josh Simmons has been super immature.
Josh Simmons will turn 23 the day after Christmas.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
So too old for me in the first round.
I don't think Andy Reid will care.
I don't think he will either.
He'll
want to know if he drives a fast car, but other than that,
well, he's not a wide receiver, so that should be somewhat okay for them.
Buffalo on the clock.
As a
if
Rocky
I'm the Bills, I'm taking somebody who can run fast and rush the passer because that is
we know
every year.
Let me
just think this is Ezeraku, Casey.
I do.
Or do you think that Buffalo feels they have the system in place and the team in place? And, a place that's not to maybe that's my, you're not necessarily in this big city life. I mean, we've all seen Josh Allen get plowed out of his driveway by the local farming neighbors. Do you feel that maybe you have the destination you have the franchise, you have, the setup in place that can make sure that, it never happens again. And also, for some of these teams, look, you're the Buffalo Bills for a reason. You get to where you do every season. And you want to know what? If it didn't work out, it's not going to ruin a Buffalo Bills season, most likely.
Could this be, to the chat's point, could this be Will Johnson? They need corner help, don't they?
They could use corner. That is actually, that was brought up. Whoever brought that up in the chat, that is good on you. Obviously, that was they certainly could use the corner help. There is no question about it. Benford turned out to be a really nice guy for them. What did they bring back? Trey White, I think. But, Trey White, unfortunately, injuries have not been kind. And I'm assuming he'll probably bounce back at least to be some part of that team. But that's not a terrible thought there either. Of course, though, it's a different type of concern. For Will Johnson, for a guy who was predominantly thought as a guy that was going to go in the teens, and now you're questioning the knee, certainly, is it something that it's gotten to this point? But again, you're Buffalo. It seems weird, to say, oh, well, you don't necessarily want to gamble with your first round pick. But there really isn't any player, I think, that Buffalo is going to take here at 30 that if it doesn't go well is going to necessarily derail their season.
Right.
There's maybe 2 or 3 positions that you'd be like, they're not going to take. Otherwise, they could take a defensive lineman, rush the quarterback. They could take a defensive back. They could take a wide receiver.
Also, I like your position. I like your thought on pass rusher because, you look at it and you say, well, we didn't beat Kansas City in the playoffs. Philadelphia did. Why did Philadelphia do it? Why? Because Philadelphia was running 4 guys off the field and on the field at defensive line every 3 plays and just came at you and consistently just came at you and came at you and came at you and came at you. So if you're looking for what your recipe is to say, hey, we want to be the team that faces Philadelphia in the Super Bowl, we're going to maybe steal the blueprint essentially from them.
Could be. It's not a bad idea.
The indication at this
or
point
is Philadelphia just going to take Mike Green?
The indication at this point is the Browns are not going to move back in to the end of the first round.
Okay.
They're going to sit tight, let this thing play out, and get to start the day with whoever they want. I will be shocked if it's not Jalen Milroe, but we shall see.
I'll be like news from the Giants.
Let me ask this question.
Vrabel has announced in the press conference, Russell Wilson is the starter.
Yeah. Let me ask this question to you guys. The overnight pick, 33, if Milroe's there and you look at the board and say Milroe and Sanders are there, are you in a position where you think you can take a trade back and get him? Or can you take a position player first and get Milroe at your second round pick now? Or do you just want to snatch him up at 33? Give me your thoughts.
I'm viewing this as, look, you have the extra pick here now. So, look, as much as I was worried I was going to lose a pick to go get a quarterback,
Yeah,
I have 36, which is extra now. So, Milroe, I just take it. Okay, boom, I'm done. And I'm extremely excited that I'm picking again 3 picks later, because this would end up going the opposite route of what I feared. Losing picks to go get the quarterback. Here, you're still getting him, but gained. And, you went from 5 picks in the top 104 to 6 in the top 126. So, I would I'd raise my hand when they announced Philadelphia's pick and say, hey, I can save you guys 5 minutes tomorrow night if you want. Here's 33. We'll see you all when we're back up on the pick 36. Because if this really drops into their lap like this, again, and look, we're not just going to sit here and Jalen Milroe at 33 is automatically the option. Is going to change the Browns. Everything about it's all going to change. Here's the guy, they got lucky. No, we know there's work to be done. But you believe that this is the kid that you can say, hey, there is work to be done. And as I did say earlier, if you think any team can, basically quicken up the pace to have Jalen ready to find out whether or not he is capable of playing in the NFL, you figure the Browns have that inside advantage because of Tommy Rees.
Pete, is there any debate to be had here between Milroe and Sanders if they're both there at 33?
Yes.
Depends. Are you a smart, handsome, confident general manager. You take Jalen Milroe and you don't think twice about it. Look, they have everything with him in terms of who's in the building. They have everything in terms of no one knows how he is wired better than they do. And the thing is, and Jeff touched on this already, it's not that Shedeur Sanders is not talented. He is clearly talented. It's how much better is he going to get? And you have questions in the AFC North with his arm. You have questions about potentially, may or may not, with his size. Other than that, you can sit there and you go, he fits the system, he fits this, that, and the other thing. But the thing I have come back to over and over and over again, everybody wants Kevin Stefanski to get the Kirk Cousins-est quarterback possible. That is not what is doing the job right now. Kirk Cousins has one playoff win. Baker Mayfield has a couple. And you can sit there and go, Tom Brady, yeah, I get it. And Brock Purdy, if you're going to say Brock Purdy to me, Brock Purdy is way more athletic than Shedeur Sanders. And yes, the processing thing can work. But you are in the AFC North, you are in the AFC Conference, and you are in a conference surrounded by aliens at quarterback. So you got to go.
So
the
great
Bills
call.
selected Maxwell Harrison. Harrison,
Harrison.
Yes.
and then
Yeah.
Eagles have traded up one spot and they're in ahead of KC.
What?
Can I?
So they
can I
traded
for a
with
minute-
KC.
Can I for
Yeah.
a minute disagree with Pete for a hot second on the quarterback?
Of course you can.
I think at 33 tomorrow, I would love for the Browns to come out and take Shedeur Sanders. At 33, you gave yourself that extra pick at 36. You're going to have a great option to add another really good player there. I will. I've said it the whole time, and Casey, you mentioned it earlier in the show. I've said you get Cam Ward or you get Shedeur Sanders or you get Jalen Milroe, or I'm cool with you taking no quarterback in this draft. That has been my line the whole time. Jalen Milroe has a lot of physical off-season testing traits that, and I like him, and I don't mean that as an insult. He was one of my 3 guys that I would like to have the Browns wind up with in this draft. But from an NFL quarterback ready point of view, I will take the anticipation. I will take the accuracy. I will take the ability to read a defense. I will take a lot of things that Shedeur Sanders does well. Do I think he's a guarantee? No, there's a reason he is falling out of the first round and into the second round. But I think the question is, am I taking a guy with the mental traits and then maybe some of the more limited physical traits, or am I taking a guy purely based on physical traits? I will take the quarterback that knows how to play quarterback and that has the ability to throw the ball accurately on time and with anticipation, and I will give that guy a shot. So I would take Shedeur Sanders at 33 tomorrow, and I would never look back from that. And again, you've got the option next year based on what you did tonight to come up and get your quarterback in the first round next year, to use your 2 first-round picks to get your QB next year if you don't think it's going to work out with either of the guys. But I would much rather take a chance on Sanders.
All right, we got a pick.
Yep.
All right.
Go, Jack.
Howie's broken. The Eagles have selected linebacker Campbell.
Jahad
makes sense.
Campbell,
That
Alabama.
makes sense.
Yeah, real quick, Mike. I understand your sentiment, but I would just say real quickly before I give this case, I want your thoughts on this, Casey, real quick. I haven't heard from you for a minute, but if you're talking about quarterback at 33 at the top of next round, and Milroe and Sanders are there, I'm just looking at Sanders as a guy who tops out as like maybe a top 15, top 12 quarterback, maybe a top 12 quarterback, where I look at Milroe as a guy who could be super elite because of the athleticism and the traits. Where do you come out on this, Casey?
It's a question of ceiling for me. And I ultimately believe if you're going to take a guy and you're going to redshirt him a year, give me the guy at the highest ceiling. And to me, that's Milroe. And I know if Milroe goes through a rough 4-game stretch, I'm not going to have to hear from his dad on every sports show for the next week.
Fact.
And he's not going to, so that factors in for me. And it's the modern NFL, man. Like, if I don't disagree that Shedeur could be a fine NFL quarterback. I don't think he's ever going to have the ceiling to be in that upper quartile. And if you're going to win the whole thing, you got to have one of those dudes. And to me, Milroe at least gives me a shot at that. But there's a large developmental portion of his game that will need to be refined. And it just colleges don't develop quarterbacks. Those coaches aren't worried about that. They're trying to keep their job. So, like, they're just trying to run their system to the best of their ability. And so how much development, when obviously having Tommy Rees gives you the inside track to understand his strengths and his weaknesses and where you can shore him up at and get him on the best path possible to reach his ultimate ceiling. But that is a big X factor there. It's a lot of it's a gamble, but that's what you're doing. You're in the business of trying to win the whole thing. In Milroe, you could see a outcome with Milroe that gives you that type of quarterback that could compete with the Josh Allens, with Patrick Mahomes, but it's a lot of wish casting, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm just
Counterpoint.
I'm going to do a quick response to that, and then I'll be done with it. But I think the most off-base evaluations that I continue to see in this draft is that Shedeur Sanders just isn't going to get better. He just is. He's where he's at right now, and this is just where he's gonna be. And I don't understand why everybody's so certain about that. It's just like, yeah, he's just
not that they're certain. It's not that they're certain, but
Brad.
He's had the best. He's had the best training. He's had the best nutritionist. He's worked with Tom Brady. He's had all the advantages in the world, Mike. Where are these other guys?
Have played on the best teams. He's had a terrible offensive line. He's not
okay.
He's not played on the world's best teams.
Okay.
Like these two guys were both in my realm of let's take these guys if they're available at the right spot. So I'm not trying to argue against Milroe, but this idea that Shedeur Sanders is a finished product and he's just not ever going to get better, I think is mistaken. And I think for a kid coming into the draft that has his prime years ahead of him to act like it's over for him, I don't agree with it. I don't agree.
My counterpoint real quick to that would be though is but you're taking him out of an element he's already been in his entire life. So the question there is if you're taking him out of the element, that's what becomes the great unknown. Does he get out and do the wings spread? And, does he totally embrace and become, the guy who takes the leap because now he's exposed to different things and it's maybe some stimulation to him? Or is it, he gets out of it and either way, we don't know. And I think that's what basically everyone just told us here this first night is nobody knows what taking him and now putting in. And I don't want to sound like I'm picking on him or putting him on his own, because I told you, I think I actually get to the point where I feel bad for him. I do, because this was not his path, which sucks for him.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know. I mean, it's going to go one way or it's going to go the other. But it seems like 32 teams told us tonight that, they have some great fear about what he necessarily could become stepping out of this into his own. For me, I the only reason I would take the Milroe thing for me here is because now it feels like it's free. Jalen Milroe feels like, as much as everybody's saying it was a lottery ticket, that type of stuff, it's free. Somebody gives me a lottery ticket. I don't have to pick a lottery ticket. I still get to pick 36, and I can get this incredibly unique athlete at the quarterback position who's got a strong arm. He's Nuke LaLoosh. You don't always know where it's going. He runs sub 4.4. I mean, this, when you call Jalen Milroe a lottery ticket, it is literally now that you got a free lottery ticket.
Well,
that's where
it wasn't free. That's for sure. Dropped back to 5.
The other part of this,
4 hours ago, we were ready to commit to trade up and give away an asset. Now we got extra assets. So I mean, I don't totally mean free, but I mean, we were all ready to commit to giving up a pick and moving up. Now it's just like, whew, really?
The other
Yeah, but
part,
it-
and when it came out, I said people around Shedeur Sanders were doing him harm. Memo to Louis Riddick, shut up.
Yeah.
You trashed the organization, and now you're sitting there probably really hoping that the Browns would take Shedeur Sanders, and you look like a fool. Again, not the first time this offseason talking about the Browns. You did with Myles Garrett, and you went out there. You got sent out there by Dion to save face, and you trashed both the Browns and the Giants, and now this kid's paying the price. He did nothing wrong. I cannot stress this
100%.
enough. Did absolutely nothing wrong. And you see this happen way too often, not as often in the NFL as you do in lower levels, parents ruining it for the kid. And I don't know if teams are actually sitting there going, we're not taking him because of this element, but it's an element. You have talking heads who are out there. And Shedeur, I'm not going to pretend I know Shedeur, but I suspect there's part of him who's pissed, who's going, why can't you guys just let me do it? Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And they couldn't. And there's a pride element. Deion Sanders is look, he is a Hall of Fame talent. He's done so much where he can sit there all this. He's the most self-serving, one of the most self-serving people on the planet with this stuff. He could not take the idea that his kid wasn't going to go not only in the first round, but the top of the first round. There are going to be hundreds of kids that dream they could go as high as Shedeur Sanders, and you felt you were entitled to that. And that drives me insane because it literally hurts the kid. And I am rooting for Shedeur Sanders to basically, tell you guys to screw off and let me just do it myself because you're not helping me at this point.
Yeah. Good
I
point.
told Pete their call should have been Nicole Lynn.
Hey, do we have a
That
pick
too
yet
is-
on the?
Yep.
What?
Ohio State, Josh Simmons.
I knew that was coming.
How much does he weigh
And
again?
now,
There it is. Fat kids
the
go first.
first news of the night. It's bedtime. Woo!
Nailed it.
33, 36, 67, and 94. Your night
Tomorrow's
two.
going to be fun.
And there's one guy that
Absolutely.
we haven't talked about who the Browns, I know the Browns really like, theoretically would be in the market here if the Browns, could theoretically trade down. Maybe they don't want to risk it. Not from 33, but from 36. Might be Ariante Ursary, the offensive tackle from Minnesota. Again, I think the board has fallen to a point where that is probably not the way they should go with some of the guys that are
Donovan.
there. And look, I mean, I would. Everybody
Jalen
would hate my
Rose,
draft.
Donovan Ezra-Aku.
Everybody would hate my draft of going from Mason Graham to Jalen Milroe to Donovan Ezra-Aku, but I would do it. But if it's him, if it's Luther Burden, none of the tight ends went off the board.
Mason
Davion
Taylor.
Henderson.
Yeah, so a lot of guys that the Browns brought in for interviews are sitting there or for pre-draft visits, and then there are guys that they didn't bring in. There are just a ton of players where you're sitting there and going, I thought Donovan Ezra-Aku is one from a pure data standpoint. Luther Burden crushes it. It's everything you've got to feel how you feel about the kid. The route, the tape has some questions in terms of route running, but just from production and getting it done and creating explosives, he does a lot of those things. So there's a lot. The other guy that I don't know how interested the Browns are in him, but also feels like you could do it and you'd sit there and you go, yeah, I totally get it. Is Jaden Higgins, the big X from Iowa State. And we'll see. I'll be curious to see how loudly Ken Carman is chirping tomorrow about his Iowa State Cyclones. But if you told me the Browns were going to take Jalen Milroe and then take Jaden Higgins, I wouldn't blink.
Good night. It's been a blast. I'm off to bed.
Why don't we get out of here?
Jack, great job tonight, man. We appreciate you. Let's clap it up for Jack. Good job, bud. Wire to wire.
You're a damn warrior, Duffin. You're a damn warrior.
Hey, get in bed before 5 a.m., buddy.
Double down,
See you
Duffin.
all tomorrow.
Fights to double down another day.
That one of those two picks, we'll double down on that. We'll get it done.
We'll
And
get
if
the
we're doing
double
this,
down
if we're going
done.
individual exits, Casey, my man, killed it tonight.
I just want to shout out everybody who's DM'd me spam recipes in the last hour. It's crazy. I mean, so far I think I'm gonna cube it up. I think that's been the best recommendation. Cube it up, get it brown on all
Cube
four
it.
sides, throw in some eggs and some hot sauce. So
Oh,
that's
it'll go
been my
down.
favorite
Yeah.
so far.
Gross.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with it.
Hey, I'm
You know,
a
you
man
fried-
of my word. I'm gonna pay up my bet.
Most of us,
It
most of
happened.
us went to college, bro. We've eaten worse. Who we kidding?
I haven't eaten spam though. Believe it or not, I made it this far in my life. Never had spam. So
Man, I'm gonna tell you. Can I tell you a secret, Casey?
yeah,
You're
go
gonna
for
put
it.
that thing in a pan. You're gonna fry it up, and it's kind of delicious. You're not gonna hate it. You're not gonna hate it.
We'll start
I'm
a
just telling
spam
you, if you fry it
addiction
up
now.
right, you're not gonna hate it.
If you can get over getting it out of the can, you'll be all right.
Yeah, just don't listen to the sound it makes when it comes out. It's
Yeah.
rough.
If you have a cat or a dog, you're gonna know what it sounds like coming out of the can.
All right,
think
everybody,
you
get your spam ready. Eat it
think
with
you should
Casey
raw
because
dog it.
Casey's bringing spam on the show tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll
Shout out
spam
to you,
tomorrow.
Casey. Thank you for coming on.
I think you got to raw dog it.
Ew.
Nice.
Ugh.
You're gonna eat it like sushi. Oh God.
All right, boys. What a night it has been. Let's wrap up with just a really quick final thought about the Cleveland Browns and the way this night went for them. Because what hours after this draft started and the Browns really rocked the NFL world with the idea that they would actually trade away from Hunter and Carter, and they go down to 5 and they get Mason Graham. And now that things have settled down, and now that you see the way that this draft is played out, and now that you see what's on the board for them, let's just go around the horn. Brad, why don't you start us off, man? And just kind of now that your brain has had time to absorb it, your final thoughts on how the night went for the Browns and how you feel about this draft for the Cleveland Browns moving forward.
I'm optimistic moving forward. I still feel like I can separate the trade from the pick. Trade was the right thing to do because it gets you closer to getting your franchise quarterback. However, Mason Graham, although he may be a terrific player, it wouldn't have been my pick there. I would have rather have gone Ted McMillan. But I'll live with it because you get the first out of it and you get the early second. And I mean, the overall net difference was an 8th round pick. So you got a haul and you couldn't turn it down. Barry made the point that they were never going to take the pick at 2 if it wasn't a quarterback, which I think was really interesting. So yeah, you're there. I think if you come away with Milroe and either a high-end potential X receiver or Ezraku, an edge early in the first couple picks of the second round would be a win tomorrow and make me feel a lot better about having Mason Graham, on that defensive line. You're setting up what can be a really good defense potentially if you do this right, and a promising prospect at quarterback. So I feel good about it.
Counterclockwise, right to you, Pete.
From a process standpoint, this was the dream. They trade, they maximize the value of the trade. They trade and got a franchise player worth of trade down for that second pick, and they did it. And they didn't have to trade back up for the quarterback they're probably going to take. Obviously, they have to actually do it, but they were looking. They called. There were teams they were looking to trade up, and they didn't have to do that. So from that standpoint, it's a dream scenario. Now, specifically as it relates to Mason Graham, he's a very good player. Is he going to be a player where you look back and you go, I don't know if he was the 5th best player in the draft pick, maybe, but the Browns have an identity. In terms of the type of players they want, in terms of the type of team they want to be. And that I have no problem with that. But, I obviously you wanted the franchise type player pick with that top selection. I don't know if he's ever going to be that, but he can be a very, very good football player. But process absolutely crushed it. A dream for that. And if we were sitting here talking and they did the trade down and all the quarterbacks are gone, and everybody's sitting there. Oh my God, how what do they do now? They've got all that sitting there.
Jeff Lloyd.
Now, for me, what did we talk about, when we started this all today, right? When we first went on at 7, yeah, there were maybe some rumblings about a trade, but it was like, okay, we think we're going to take, obviously most likely Travis Hunter, the wide receiver at 2, and then 33 was most going to be allocated to getting a quarterback. So now you have the extra pick. So, you got Graham at 5. Obviously 33 we still feel is going to be allocated to the quarterback. But what we were talking at 2, we were talking either pass rusher or we were talking wide receiver. So my feeling is 36 is probably going to line up to either be a wide receiver or a pass rusher. Because we had said, 67, 94, we're probably going to be tied into tight end. Run, we kind of figured out how all this math was going to probably work out here. I understand people are raw right now, and because you talked about 2 for so long, and and everybody today, and it's actually ironically enough, it was my 12-year Twitter anniversary today, so that thing came up. I put it out there. The first thing is somebody sent me a GIF of Hunter wearing number 12. I was like, oh my God, I freaking trolled myself. I didn't even realize this. And then you figured it wasn't going to be Carter. How it worked out in the end. They decided for more capital. But one thing, there were things that we were talking about through this process. What do you think is number 2 worthy? For me, wide receiver was a really tough sell as number 2 overall worthy. I feel it's either a quarterback or it was a pass rusher. And what did we find out, obviously from Barry or whatever, is that, Browns felt number 2 overall under this regime is where you draft quarterbacks. So they sold it off. They got 2 firsts next year, added another second this year. It went from 5 in the top 104 to 6 in the top 126 with the extra first round pick for 26. A lot of good names, a lot of great football players went off the board here tonight. We saw that. But for the most part, it was, positions that maybe the Browns weren't necessarily valuing as far as a higher need for them, or maybe players they were just going to avoid in general. I think they know what they're going to do at 33, and there's going to be a lot of discussions about just in fact, how they're going to handle 36. But, we'll come back tomorrow night. We'll break this all down. There's going to be, about 70 or so picks tomorrow. Browns have 4 of them, have 2 of the first 4 to kick it all off tomorrow night. I think, for a draft where, and again, everybody said, and we're not sure how big the difference is between picks 6 and 7 and 40. Well, the Browns now going to get an opportunity to do a little bit of damage here, within that. I think it was a good night. He's going to certainly have to see, what the rest of these names turn into, of course, but certainly a very, very, good night once everybody kind of gets away the initial, open wound and somebody poured alcohol right into it,
I will, I'll give you my 2 cents. Now that I've seen the way this worked out, and now that once again I got played by Andrew Berry, because I did. I'll admit it.
We all did.
I got played by Andrew Berry. My thought initially here is I would have liked them to go with Abdul Carter at 2, and I got played into the Travis Hunter thing, and I don't think Travis Hunter was ever really in play for the Cleveland Browns at number 2.
He sold the daylights out of it.
That was a sell move for all sell moves. I would have rather seen them take Abdul Carter than do the move that they made tonight. However, I think Mason Graham's going to make a name for himself in Cleveland. I think he's got what you need to put in between all the other good quality defensive players on that defense. So I like that. And we'll see what happens tomorrow. We've had a lot of arguments about quarterback, but if they came out and took a pass rusher and took a wide receiver, I'd be perfectly okay with that as well. And so we'll see what happens. They've set themselves up for next year, but from now on, there will be no more listening to what Andrew Berry says and believing it before the draft out of this guy right here, because I do it every year and it always bites me in the ass, and we're not doing that anymore. So, Brad, you got one last thing to say before we get out of here?
Well, if you got to go, Mike, you can go. I just want to present
this. We can stay. That's fine.
I just want to ask this question. I think it's worth asking before we get into it tomorrow. But now that you have 2 first-round picks for sure next year, do you not look at? Is there anything in you guys that tells you that you now pass on quarterback and get position players at 33 and 36 because you know you have 2 firsts next year and you're going after your franchise guy next season?
Absolutely not. And it comes down to a couple factors. First, the Browns don't have anyone under contract next year at quarterback. Anyone. The room's empty. Second,
Dick and Joe. Yep.
I mean, we just went through this where certain people who may or may not be Brad Ward freaked out for the past several months as they had not signed anyone. So at least from that standpoint, you'd have it. The other part is just keep taking swings. You gotta get this position right. You just cannot do this. And if they're going to do it, don't handicap yourself and sit there after you were willing to trade up for it and not take the player. Because if all else fails and you're there and you're in position and say Jacksonville is terrible next year and you're back at the top of the draft, you can take one there too. I don't care. They have to get this position right once and for all. So get the dude you wanted, get the dude you know really well, get the guy with game-breaking talent, even if you have to develop him, even if there might be 75% bust chance. But keep taking quarterbacks until you get the one that's going to win you over a franchise. And 33, you're not married to it. If they came back and had a
I know,
top
but
10
it's
pick,
such a valuable pick if you take a position player there. Like, can't you now go to like tier 3? Can I come back? Can I interest you in coming back with another quarterback later on that you don't have to invest so much in, especially if you know you're going so high next year?
well,
Maybe I
that's
don't
the
have
thing, but you may not. If you get Milroe or Shador, let's leave that option there and say there's a chance it won't happen, but there's a chance that they could take Shador Sanders, and they play with these guys for a year, and they sit there and go, "This is it. We hit it." And
But
then
are you
you
going to
get
know that in 1 year with a guy like? Are you going to know that for sure with either guy for sure in 1
You
year?
might know
We
it with
always
Sanders.
have
You're
the
not
question
going
after
to know
1
it.
year. Oh, we got to find out who this is, and then you end up. I don't think you're going to know after 1 year.
I think people underestimate how much these guys figure out in a year. Like this guy is who's going to be playing scout team quarterback against the Browns? It's going to be whoever they draft. This guy is going to be playing against their defense. He's going to be in the meeting rooms. He's going to be doing all those things. They're going to have a pretty good indication of where they're at. And if we get into a situation where they feel really good about it, and I'm not saying they will or won't, because I would happily take 2 quarterbacks and say, we're going to make sure we get this right. If you feel so good about Shador or Jalen in a year, that maybe you start trading down and keep piling in those assets and just keep this thing going where you're constantly having first and second and third round picks, and you build the team that way and you need to get it going, as opposed to feeling like, oh man, we got this extra pick now, but then we may have to turn around and give up a bunch of picks next year. I think if you have a quarterback in the building, it allows you to be a little more patient next year. Whereas if you don't, now you are forcing yourself into a situation where you're potentially having to give up a whole lot. You don't want to be what the Giants just did, where they had to overpay to go get somebody like a Jackson Dart. I think you take the quarterback, you see where you're at, and if the price becomes too exorbitant next year, you don't have to do it. But you got to take it. You got to keep swinging. You got to take as many swings as possible.
So, Jeff, I see you nodding along with Pete. So I'm going to jump in the middle. I'm going to become the middle part of the sandwich because I know you agree with Pete, but I disagree. I'm Brad. You asked the question, and I'm on the other side of this. I do think that you take a swing on a quarterback at some point, but now that I've seen the way that this has structured itself out, if the Browns would have taken their pick at 2, if they would have taken Carter or Hunter at 2, and then you're on the board at 33 without pick 36, and you're looking at Milroe or Sanders, then 100% I'm like, you got to jump in. But now that they have set themselves up next year the way that they have, I would much prefer the Cleveland Browns to go best player on their board. And if that's a wide receiver, take it. If it's an edge rusher, take it. If it's a safety, take it. If it's an offensive lineman, take it. I do not think the Browns need to jump out and take one of these two guys. And to be honest with you, the name, and it was always the name that came back. I said forever there were the three names, but it was always the one that was like later in the draft if you can get him. But I don't want Will Howard. The whole damn chat is popping off with Tyler Shough. I will personally move the Browns out of Cleveland if they take Tyler Shough. I cannot stand that dude. But like, if they decide like Kyle McCord's their guy in the 5th round, that's the swing now that I would take, because now I know that you can give this dude a look. And if you feel confident, okay. But if you don't, you got 2 first-round picks, which means you're going to be able to get your quarterback in the draft next year. Like, they have set themselves up with a safety net. So if you are not confident with Milroe or Sanders, but you maybe want to take a swing on a guy like Kyle McCord and just see if maybe he can come in and do something, you gave yourself a safety net. I'd rather see them go that direction.
There was something that Andrew Berry took some heat for, right? There was a couple of weeks ago, a month ago, where Andrew Berry was asked about the quarterback room going further. And what did Andrew say? I tend to see it skewing younger. And then all of a sudden, the Joe Flacco signing came, and everybody's like, well, that makes no damn sense. Ideally, you want, and it's not necessarily the norm to have where you're going to have 2 quarterbacks, who could be relatively close in age, contract-wise, all of that thing here for the same time. But, that is skewing the quarterback younger. It's controlling the money. Now, think about what this is going to do. Like the Browns, we always say, they don't have to fix their finances. They don't. They always find a way to create more money. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't correct your finances if you can, which they would be able to do with having 2 rookies on rookie quarterback control, contracts. But also, even if you think Jalen's not the guy, but you want to know what? Are you telling me that you can't win a game or 2 in any given season with a guy like Jalen Milroe as your backup quarterback? Yeah, he may not be perfect throwing the ball. Hopefully the offensive line gets better. Hopefully you run it better. And you're telling me a quarterback with sub 4.4 speed can't go out and steal you a game every now and then. You're trying to have a sustainability at the quarterback position. And that, look, for the last 3 years, you spent all of that capital. You spent all of that money to Deshaun Watson. And how many stinking quarterbacks has this team started in the last 3 seasons?
Yeah, but
what you're saying is it's going to be Deshaun Watson. It's going to be Jalen Milroe. Ideally, somehow, some way, they'll add another quarterback in 26. And that quarterback room is essentially going to be the same for 3 or 4 more years, as opposed to every week or a Saturday afternoon, or even a Sunday at 11:30, where you're telling a 5th-round rookie in DTR, hey, kid, you're starting today against the Baltimore Ravens. Good luck, big boy.
I get your point. I just don't think and take a backup quarterback at 33 is a good use of resources.
Brad, you're 100% right. At this point,
but you have no future at the quarterback
position. The way
this
draft has fallen, the Browns can afford to just get the best player on their board. If Milroe or Sanders is not the best player on the board, if they love Travion Henderson, he's right there. If they love Ezraku, he's right there. If they love Xavier Watts, he's right there. There are a lot of really good level talent, really good high-level talented players available at 33 and 36 that the Browns can get. That I'm now at the point where I don't want them to be like, well, we need a quarterback. Get one later then. You gave yourself the safety net. Get the best players on your board at 33 and 36. If it's not quarterback, that's fine.
Gotta believe. I mean, but that's the thing. You got to believe that the quarterback is the best player on the board if they're willing to go up and get him.
Yeah, I agree.
That's ultimately where I come back to.
And maybe they do. And if they do, that's fine. I just am hesitant about it a little bit now that you have the 2 assets in the future. Because before it was more of an unknown, right? But now you can get super aggressive in what appears to be a good quarterback class. Now, it may not be. You could, that's always risky. We thought Carson Beck was going to be the best quarterback in this class, right? And that didn't work out. But I just hate to see 33 get wasted.
But it's found money at this point. So I think they gave themselves this opportunity by trading down. Yes, they
It's
did.
not found money.
I don't
No,
agree with the idea
no.
that it's found money at
Cleveland
all.
Browns don't
But
have
I do
found
think
money.
though
2 to 5. You dropped
What-
out of a blue chip player to take
The
5,
Cle-
so it's not found money. You paid a cost.
Jeff,
I
love you,
agree.
man, but
I don't
Cleveland
like the
Browns
found
do
money.
not have found money. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean,
We were in a
if you wanna
situation
say
where you were going
anything-
to take a player at 2 and you were going to trade up from 30. So they gave themselves the extra assets so they can make this move. You
But
didn't
they
make this
need
extra
the
asset.
they're if nothing else, they're backfilling the massive deficiency they created for themselves out of the Deshaun Watson trade.
100%.
What I would say though is,
That's true.
if the opportunity cost of not taking a quarterback it can't be automatic guaranteed success. Whoever you're taking still got to prove it. So I mean, as much as we'd love to say, if we take, Luther Burden, I mean, he's got his own risks, or we want to talk about one of these tight ends, we're going, oh, they're immediately going to be successful. That's the reason you didn't do it. That's where I sort of get worried, because like they could easily use that pick, not on a quarterback. They stink or get hurt, like, collision sport. And then the Pittsburgh Steelers come out as an example. I'm not terrified the Steelers are going to get Jalen Milroe, but they could. And he goes on to be successful.
Yeah.
And you sat there and you go, I knew how athletic he was. I knew how big and strong he was. I knew how hardworking he was. And I said, I'm just going to go get something else. Like, you just got to take your swings. You have to take the quarterback.
I get betting on the kid. I do.
And that's to me, that's always been my case with Milroe. And for what it's worth, to Mike, who on his own, I'm willing to bet on Shedeur the kid. I like Shedeur the kid. I am worried about everybody else around Shedeur. But then I default to who's got the gifts that are going to scare everybody else. Jalen Milroe, if you cut his arms off and you just tape the football to him, defensive coordinators are still nervous because he gives you something you have to prepare for. And the Browns, Kevin Stefanski put DTR in package plays, and it worked. And DTR is nowhere near the athlete that Jalen Milroe is. I sit there and I look at it and go, whether it's Flacco or Kenny Pickett, the second I get down inside the 10-yard line, Jalen Milroe, you're going in the game.
Yeah.
We're gonna read this thing, and we're gonna force you play 11 on 11. If you play man coverage because we're that close, if they they all come up, you dump it over their head and score a touchdown. Like, I think it improves their red zone efficiency. So I totally get it. I think what sort of saves you a little bit with Milroe, ultimately, if you don't get the quarterback out of it, you're going to be pissed regardless. But there are other things you can at least use him for that sort of enhances value. Ultimately, it's the quarterback element that's going to either make or break that position. But getting a weapon that can help your offense, if you let's say in a weird world, they took Jalen Milroe and they took Trevion Henderson, and you said, hey, we're going to put these two guys in, and you're just going to read it, and you're either going to keep it, you're going to go. Like, you're already sitting there going, that could work. Like, that's where I sit there and go, Milroe just has so many things where he's got a ton to work on. There's no question about it. But I am betting on the kid. And then I also like these extra goodies. And I also think Kevin Stefanski cannot help himself. He's been flirting with this forever. I think we'll see. He's got his old former offensive coordinator. I just think Jalen Milroe is the dream he's been waiting to work with as a quarterback in a way that Deshaun Watson could never be, because Deshaun Watson already had his money and had all the bargaining power. They've had all the time in the world to get to know this kid, all the insight. So we're going to find out real quick. They either love this kid or they don't, or they've got questions. So
Who knows? Maybe they created another smoke screen. They don't like any of these quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it's not my contention that they're not going to do this, because I think they are going to take him. I just have questions about it. That's it. But you guys both make some really good points.
Guys, I think you manufactured all these extra picks to know that it's not just going to be one swing at the quarterback. And look, I like Kyle McCord, but I think it doesn't have to be an option anymore, because, I think he can do this. You're still going to be able to hopefully manufacture your other big glaring needs that you have to. Because like all this, as we were saying, all the same guys we were talking about for these picks are all still there in options. You know what I'm saying? So, again, it's going to come down to who the guys are, who they take, and it's going to come down to the guys. And certainly, and not for nothing, development, man. We got to start coaching some guys up here. And this is also weird because we're not used to talking about first and second round picks with this team. So now we're all like, all of a sudden, weird about it. Well, I don't know if he's worthy of it. Meanwhile, we had one top 64 pick in 3 seasons.
I'm not going to say that like this quarterback pick is going to make or break Kevin Stefanski as a coach, but you're absolutely sitting there thinking, come on, man, let's develop somebody. Let's get this going. Let's prove, we've all been believing this. And I do believe that Kevin Stefanski can develop the hell out of a quarterback. Let's get this going and make it work. Because if he does get it right, you're sitting there and you going from the kid to the ability. You're sitting there. The league is jealous of what the Browns have in that scenario, and a guy who can completely change games for you, and that's where they've got to get to go. So we'll see. Kevin Stefanski, undoubtedly in the ear, this whole process. Who does he really want? From everything we've reported, they really like Jackson Dart and they really like Jalen Milroe. And there's a question is whether or not those guys were really separated or if they were just sort of A and B. And we came to the, Lane's reporting came to the conclusion it was A and B. Well, in this case, B is a New York Giant. So A is sitting there. Do you want to pull the trigger? And at that point, if you want to buy into Jeff Lloyd's bad analogy about found money and not we're making up for horrific waste of the past, then you're at least going to give yourself an opportunity to either trade down and get more assets, which I'm fine with. There are a lot of players I'd like to take.
You're my friend.
Or
all right, look,
you get a player. You get the player that you didn't think you were going to get.
All right, so let's step back. Let's do this. I want to do one more roundabout. And then we're going to end it for tonight. We got a long night again tomorrow, and we got a long-ass day on Saturday. So I want to do one more roundabout. I'm going to
a little lighter, to be honest.
I'm going to start with you, Pete. I'm going to go through real quick, and I'm going to read off just from ESPN. I'm going to go through real quickly the top players left on the big board from ESPN.
Hey,
Will Johnson on Michigan.
Hold on. Before you do that, I want to say, you know what the leading story on ESPN is right now? What all I'm watching, just over and over, Travis Hunter to the Jaguars, over and over and over and over and over on ESPN. All right, go ahead.
So let's go back to it. Will Johnson, cornerback for Michigan. Mike Green, Nick Emanuori, Donovan Ezeraku, Darius Alexander, the defensive tackle out of Toledo, Travion Henderson, Siobhan Rebel out of East Carolina, Shedeur Sanders, Elijah Arroyo, Trey Amos, Jaden Higgins, the wide receiver, Mason Taylor, the tight end, Jared Wilson, the offensive lineman out of Georgia, Shamar Turner, the defensive tackle out of Texas A&M, and then the last few, Trey Harris, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss, Luther Burden, Ariante Ursary, TJ Sanders, Jalen Newell, and Jordan Burks. Those are like the top 20 players on the big board, at least, from ESPN. So here's what we're going to do. Send it around the horn before we get out of here. Pete Smith, you start. If the day goes exactly the way you want the day to go tomorrow,
it's up to me.
Who do the Browns walk away with at 33 and 36?
Yeah, if it's up to me, I'm going all Nigeria, and we're taking Jalen Milroe at 33, and then we're taking Donovan Ezeraku at 36, the edge rusher out of Boston College, and I'm going to kill everybody else's quarterback, and then I will still have all those picks to get weapons and everything else. I don't think that will happen, but I'm just saying I would go all Nigeria with those picks.
Jeff Lloyd, 33 and 36.
Well, I think we obviously know where I'm going to go here at 33. It's going to be Jalen. Look, in a perfect world, and obviously this wouldn't be even an option here if it was a perfect world, Mike Green, but situations certainly there. Again, though, you got to look at some of these positions, and look, corner. I'm not looking to go corner here. I mean, the Browns have 5 corners. One of them they extended. The other 4 they drafted under this regime. So I don't doubt they may take a corner, At this position, I just think there's certainly greater needs. I think Luther Burden. And again, let's go back to this. What did we say the options were at 2? Wide receiver, Travis Hunter, or pass rusher, obviously, Abdul Carter. So you still either those positions have to be addressed, certainly. So you're thinking, Luther Burden, certainly, maybe it's a little early from Higgins from Iowa State, do the Browns fancy themselves now bigger wide receivers, or, was a guy like Burden work for them? So it's either edge or wide receiver at 36 for me. But look, you look at this and just those top 20 available, and one name I'm just going to put out there, because we all thought he was going to end up going round 1, still only 20 years old. His dad's a Hall of Famer. His uncle on his mother's side, an NFL Hall of Famer, Mason Taylor. And this may be one where, you look at it differently now, because maybe you thought at this point he wasn't going to be there. But it's either, it's going to be offensive skill, wide receiver or tight end, or edge rusher. Part of me would just say, yeah, if I can do TreVeyon Henderson here, I would love to do TreVeyon Henderson here. I just don't think running back that high is, the way it's going to work, certainly under the analytic lens. But, there's some really, really fine choices. And to know you got, 2 of the top 4 here. Let's have some fun.
To your point, I would, in this situation, what I would do, not what I think that Andrew Berry's going to do, because I don't think he'll do this, but I would love to take TreVeyon Henderson, get my Jahmyr Gibbs at 33. I think he's Jahmyr Gibbs light. Give him to me now. He changes your offense right away. And then take Higgins at 36. And my offense is suddenly looking a lot better.
I'll throw my 2 cents in. At 33, I may not even need to go on the clock. I might turn in the card tonight. I will take Ezraku at 33, put him across. I mean, that defensive line all of a sudden is outrageous for the Cleveland Browns. And then to be honest with you, I'm torn on I think there's some things that I don't love about a certain wide receiver out of Missouri, Luther Burden. But I think a lot of the speed, a lot of the movement from Luther Burden is great. I just wish he could catch the ball a little bit better. I really like Higgins, but he doesn't have the speed. He doesn't have that elusiveness of Burden. And so you're looking at like that big outside guy that can go up over guys and make catches versus the guy that you can get the ball to quickly and he can make everybody miss. I'd be okay with either one of those guys, though. And I think if the Browns came out and went Ezraku at 33 and then one of those 2 guys at 36, I'd be thrilled. And let's talk about quarterback later. Because the thing about the running back, Brad, I love TreVeyon Henderson, but I think you're going to be able to get, like, you want to go running back at 67. I think like Caleb Johnson could still be there at 67. Like you're still going to have Quinshon Judkins could be there at 67.
Yeah, I just like Henderson's burst and speed and what he does for an
1,000%.
Offense. I think it's different than a lot of the class.
Yeah. The Browns have set themselves up tomorrow. You may not have even loved the trade that they made today, but the Cleveland Browns have set themselves up tomorrow with 33, 36, 67, 94. The Browns and one more. What, 104? No,
it's 126, but that'll start
126.
Saturday.
That's right. They moved it. But the Browns are going to be busy tomorrow, and you're going to be able to catch every single pick right here in the Draft Cave. We're going to be back here. Start time is 6:30 tomorrow. So whether you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch, or whether you're watching us on X, we have had over 4,400 people in here tonight. And I imagine tomorrow it's going to be just the same. And we're going to go all night long. And then on Saturday, we're going to go all night until, and thank God, the Browns are done much earlier than we thought they were going to be. But we're going to go until the very last Cleveland Browns pick of the 2025 NFL Draft. Again, tonight, the Cleveland Browns make waves. They make the trade to get out of number 2. They select Mason Graham from Michigan at number 25. We just want to give a couple thank yous before we get out of here. First of all, we want to give a big shout out to our buddy Ian McBride, who never puts his face out there, but Ian McBride, the videos he produces, the graphics he produced the whole show for us tonight in the background. Big time shout out to Ian McBride. And if you saw the 2QB or not to QB video, he put that whole thing together and it was awesome. So big shout out to Ian McBride. Big shout out to our sponsors. How about Core Home Fitness? Get over to corehomefitness.com. Get your weightlifting, your adjustable dumbbells, all the stuff. Core Home Fitness, big time shout out to them for bringing it out to us. And again, I saw the shirt there from Jeff. We're all wearing it tonight. I'm going to wear it again tomorrow. By the time I'm done with this thing on Saturday, there's going to be a stench in this room. But a shout out to our buddy Philly, OG Philly in the comments, Philly ASC on the OBR.com. But more importantly, 11 Creative. Get over, email Philly at scott@11-creative.com if you want him to work for your company or your fundraiser or just you're trying to sell some merch. Philly is the absolute best at it. So make sure you email him, scott@11-creative.com. And a big time shout out to all of us, everybody that was on tonight, all of our OBR folks. We had a lot of people come and go. Barry was on. Jack, shout out to Jack for doing it into the wee morning hours over in England. And everybody that joined us, and our biggest and our best thank you goes out to all of you that joined us tonight. Over 4,300 of you that have been in and out of here all night, whether it was again Twitch, YouTube, X, whatever. You guys are the absolute MVPs. The chat was amazing tonight. A lot of laughs. Make sure you get your spam ready for Casey tomorrow because we're going to watch him eat it. But you guys were absolutely unbelievable. And we cannot wait to see. Again, start time tomorrow for the Draft Cave is 6:30, and we're going to take you all the way through the end of it tomorrow night. So make sure you're right back here on YouTube, on Twitch, on X. We love you guys. We thank you guys. For Jeff, for Pete, for Brad, I am Michael Keefe. Make sure you go follow us at theobr.com. Make sure you go follow us at theobr on all the socials, and we will see you tomorrow. Until then, cheers, everybody, and go Browns.